Welcome to another explosive edition of the Voice of the College Nation Radio Show. Welcome to College Genesis. Now, when you're hanging out with College Genesis on a Saturday night, a Friday night, I know you could be doing many other things. You could be out in the movies right now. You could be sitting here watching Goodfellas on TV. I was watching that playing in the background. I see it so many times. I could watch a movie and I know everything they're saying. I could read the ad lib there this whole movie. So I can sit here and watch this movie in the background of my big HD TV and do the show because I already know what's going on in this movie. I've seen it, must have seen it like 50 times or whatever, over the years. I saw that in the movie theaters. It really shocked me when I saw it. Anyway, tonight, like I said, we've been having an explosive week. Tonight makes day 21. 21 days. Straight days of College Genesis, 21 straight days in the College Nation multiverse, in the College Nation multiverse and whatnot. We don't stop. We talk like it is. You step into this multiverse, man. You will never be this matrix called the College Nation. You never go out. People come into like, yeah, I'm in this new dimension. I can't describe what it is. You entered the dimension matrix, the multiverse of the College Genesis and College Nation. You enter Collar World, So welcome to the Collar World, folks. Welcome, Dark Nego. Thank you, Yeah, you're in the Collarverse. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Collarverse. This is the Collarverse. I'm gonna use that. I never thought about that. Instead of saying College Nation Multiverse, I would say the Collarverse. Welcome to the Collarverse, folks. I'm gonna use that from now on. That's my new word. Collarverse. Very good one, Dark Beagle. Thanks for that, brother. I'll use it. So tonight, bro, like I said, we've been building on this show for a week, and this just keeps getting better and better and better and better. I'm just really blessed that everything's going good right now. I knew I took that time off to get my personal life together, get my business together, and now everything's soaring right now. It's just a matter of be less than 2 months. I'll be in Liberia again. So there's a lot going on in Liberia. I'm going to make that the focus of everything I do because I do believe that's the place we could realize in Africanistan, at least the first phase of an Africanistan, this idea of the journey home. This idea of nation building, this idea of basically coming out of America, coming out of captivity, into a whole new universe, a whole new everything like that. We don't have to be in a situation we're in right now, folks. We do not have to be like this. So therefore, I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing right now, wherever somebody else is doing. Africanism on last night. I got to give him credit. I'm really impressed by what he's talking about. If he can keep up with it and make it really happen, build his thing, at least he's going to his country, building something. I got, making something out of his country. I could always admire something like that. Somebody's going back to their country, building and stuff like that, not just talking, not just say, I'm sending a bunch of money on fucking, I'm just buying $35 a month to a fucking, to somebody in a village, but he's actually going home and actually building stuff. And he actually can put the evidence online because you go on his TikTok page. He does have a lot of shit going on. Can't take that away from him, Can't take that away from him, Can't take that away from him. So, maybe somebody like Dynas, I'm like, maybe I'm just too high up. Someone like Dynas or Bomani can go there and, and they could basically showcase what he's doing and maybe put him on a map. It's all about building, man. Like everybody, I want to see everybody win. I want to see everybody live their dreams and stuff like that. And as like I said, this is basically is part of the Pan-African movement, right? Well, Colin, didn't you say you weren't a Pan? No. The old Pan-African was theory, philosophy, and fantasy. I'm not part of that Pan-African. I never was, right? The College Genesis, the College Nation, you understand my Pan-Africanism or my Black nationalism is based on L.A.R.P, which is what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. And tonight we're going to talk about what L.A.R.P is versus, Negro Babble, and we, like I said, we had over the years, the Pan-African movement didn't go nowhere because you always had idiots, not idiots. I mean, we stopped. but just less educated, less people, less logical people running the path. Let's say illogical people, foolish people. I could say that foolish people running the so-called Pan-African movement. That's why I never got any place. People are partially illiterate, partially educated, and stuff like that. Yeah, so they run the past. Oh, Pan-African, no, because the people probably they did the best they can with what the information they had. Now, somebody like me that's super educated, super smart and everything, my Pan-Africans is gonna be much different than Garvey or somebody like that came before me, right? But people will say, Kala, man, how dare you stray away from the honorable Marcus Garvey said, first of all, if we really look at it, right, the age I'm at right now, I'm old enough to be Marcus Garvey's father. Garvey was 28 years old, right? I'm like 30 years a senior, And when he great as he was, he saw the world as a 28-year-old man. So I've seen the world as a 58-year-old man, just turned 58, a 58-year-old man pushing 60. I've seen more than he does. So my perspective on life is going to be much different than Marcus Garvey. Oh, he's a great man and everything like that, but we can't let our development be arrested. That's what happens when your development is arrested. And people will say, well, how come we don't make any progress? Because people get to the certain area. Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said this or that. But what did you say? I said it to a Nation of Islam guy. See, I follow the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He had a philosophy and everything like that, but he only went as far as the third grade. Yeah, people. I know I know a lot of people in Nation of Islam. They're smart and educated, but they don't use it smart and talents because they don't want to make the people who Elijah Muhammad purists look bad or silly because they're like, we don't want to do that because the messenger never said that. The messenger didn't have the information, So this is what we have. I'm different, I don't care about who you think or whoever came before me. I take everything that I see and what I use it. If it goes against what somebody else thinks or whatever like that, I don't care who it is, so be it. That's just the way I am. I'm not going to be pigeonholed to somebody's ideology, somebody's philosophy and whatnot. That's their philosophy. That's their reality they're living in. I only go by what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. That's L.A.R.P. Say, well, what do you mean by logical, Colin? Well, logic is you got to study logic. You can't bend logic. You can't get around logic is logic, right? And you got to know, if you don't know what logic, when you make a decision, you're going to do something, you ask yourself, is it logical? Is it logical? Does it make any sense? Is it logical? Is it my logic? And then when the next part is achievable, right? You say, well, geez, I can do this. Can you? Do you have the resources? Do you have the abilities? The achievable part is where you basically are being honest with yourself and your ability to influence other people and basically control variables out of your control. If you're not achievable because you're saying, something, I want to do this, right? But something you gotta you gotta get a permit or you gotta get this this excavator to do that before you can do that. And you gotta dig 20 feet down. Do you know anything I could dig 20 feet down? No. So therefore, when you're planning to build something, right? You haven't mapped out everything that you could do. So, oh yeah, I got all this, but that one thing you need, right? You need to lay the pipes down to connect one area to the other, and for that you're gonna need to get excavator, right? Which basically only a licensed person can operate that thing, and you don't operate it, but you think you can still do it. No, it's not achievable because unless you change the variable. Now, if you say, I got a guy that's going to excavate it now it's achievable because you got the guy, he agreed to do it. Now it's achievable. That's when you look at L.A.R.P, that's what people do when they want to get something passed one night. They go down to the they say, so the reason why we can't get that is because the law is saying we can't do this. So they get the law changed. Now our goal of building something is doable because the law is on our side. Then the next part is reasonable. If what you're doing within reason, Is it reasonable? Is it necessary? And the last part, is it practical? That means practical is like reasonable, but it means basically, is it necessary, or basically something that's let's say not necessary, but it's like do we need it right now? Is it necessary going forward? Can we live without it? So something you have to be practical. It means something that you need, but uh, uh, you could actually live without. You know, but it makes sense so that you have it as practical. So therefore, when I look at the Pan African world, right, and I'm saying to myself, what was logical? Okay, let's look at Marcus Garvey's The Black Star Line, right? And I thought about this today. It's I always do my shows. I always think about stuff before I say, right? I said logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. Marcus Garvey brought the Black Star Line, right? He said we're gonna purchase ships so black people could trade in commerce, so like that. That was needed, right? It was needed. It was logical that we need our own shipping thing, right? But the way he did it was not LARP, right? They said, well, Carla, how are you going to prove that the Black Star Line was not LARP? Okay. First of all, what was needed was commerce and trade and transport between the black world, right? Why didn't he basically say, why don't we get established shipping lines, right? And build the business up first and then replace that business once you got a market for it? That would have been logical, right? It would have been achievable because people already were traveling from the islands to America, to Africa, whatever like that. But they were traveling on other boats and vessels, right? So therefore, why basically take the risk, you know, and buy your own vessels first? Why don't you go ahead and book passages and start a booking service while you say, oh yeah, this ship right here, we got a lot of tonnage that we're trying to ship to the coast of West Africa, right? And then once you build up the business and everything like that, you create a demand, a permanent demand that you control. And then like Mitsubishi did, right? You say, okay, man, we're shipping so much stuff over to West Africa, South Africa. We got so much stuff shipping from the islands to Harlem and everything like that, right? Now let's start basically taking some of that business, right? And create our own shipping line to save some money and put money back into our pocket. That would have been logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. But they didn't do that. They basically said, something, we're going to just try to build a ship and then basically get the passengers. They put the cart before the horse. In other words, basically, when you're a LARPist, you don't put the cart before the horse. You don't put the cart before the horse. You basically go by what's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical, logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical, and so yeah, last night we were talking about that Somali thing in Minnesota, right? I tell you what, I work in the healthcare field. I build the government and I work the thing. Like I said, you always walk on eggshells when you deal with Medicare, Medicaid, because you screw up, man. You talking about serious jail time, deliberately fraud right there. Where you fraud, you're looking at hundreds of years in jail, with Medicare insurance fraud. You are looking at hundreds of years in jail if convicted, right? The fact that these people could do something like this, I mean, really, the fact that people think they do something like this and get away with it shows me, just like you got this Haitian guys in, I think it was in Rhode Island, I think it was, Massachusetts, that basically were just got caught defrauding SNAP benefits. When people do something, these people are these are migrants coming from third world countries. They're coming from countries where there's not the rule of law, or they don't really suffer. They don't really fear consequences. That's the only thing I could think of. But it's been bred in us that, you're going to go down if you screw up, So when the fact that Somalis could do something like $9 billion worth of fraud, the Haitians, the Nigerians, the Liberian guy I was saying about, The fact that there's all these immigrants doing stuff like that tells me that these people are coming over from societies where this is the norm. That's what's going on. And what gets me is, why does the United States keep letting people in from desert countries? And then why? Look, I think owning a business and basically billing the government or using, that should be a privilege. That should be a privilege, not a right. You can't just get a. I shouldn't be able to just get a residence card, right? And you're setting up a lucrative business or whatnot. I think you have to pay your dues. You got to be a citizen for at least 10 years, right? You got to really be here, a citizen or born here. When that should be reserved for people who are actually citizens. I don't think foreigners should come here, right? Within 2 years, they're setting up. That's what the problem. They set up all these charities when they show you how to, it's one thing that they have it in the first place, right? Which I'm against, right? I think you should work your way into society. That's why people say, oh, immigrants are doing so well. Yeah, look what they're doing. They're freaking getting all these grants and money to help their fellow immigrants and whatnot. That's a freaking joke. And they're getting taxpayer funded stuff when that's ridiculous. So it's just really a sad situation. Sad situation. I'm saying to myself, what the hell? What kind of country will let somebody freaking come over here from third world countries, right? And set up themselves in business and whatnot and start taking government funds and whatnot. And then when they will get caught, right, the judge like, I don't want to be called racist. They let the Smiths. I'm like, so in other words, the only group of people that have the legitimate right to talk about racism is African Americans, really. So other people coming over here playing the race card to defraud and playing the race card. And we get the when people play the race card, they check. It's like you siphon the money out of our bank account, because the race card is only supposed to be for us because we have a historical grievance with this country. Now everybody just comes and uses a race card, right? Why not, man? That's Pan-Africanism, right? Pan-Africanism, we're all black and whatnot. It don't work like that. We're all black. Somalis suddenly, now they're running around talking about they're black. Even got some Somalis call themselves African Americans now, because they're scared. The reason why, because they're running scared of Donald Trump. They're running scared of Donald Trump because when the president of the United States says something like that, and that permeates, in other words, basically the hatred that they think is in America that's always supposed to be directed at Black America is now being directed at them, and they don't like it. They're like, oh, let's put ourselves in the same boat with Black Americans. These are Black Americans. How come Black Americans aren't freaking helping us well? Like, look, you're on your own. I got nothing against Somalis and everything, but I don't feel like I'm obligated to help Somalis. I don't think I'm obligated to help anybody at the same time. So, because what I'm saying is, Pan-African theory, we all Black people, we gotta just help each other. But when Pan-African L.A.R.P is, Black America got to get something out of it too. We get nothing out of the Pan-African relationship, nothing. So it's not logical, achievable, reasonable, practical for us to keep putting our neck on the line for people who don't give a shit about us, right? And we get nothing in return. I mean, really, nothing in return. We get nothing in return from the Pan-African movement. Nothing. I don't see anything tangible come out of it. Now, with the African and building Black African infrastructure, that would be something tangible. We're investing in businesses. We have banks. We have infrastructure. We own rail companies. We're investing in stock. We're moving our pension funds. A purchase, build African infrastructure that we could basically, so much we could do. Monetizing African precious metals and everything like that. We could be on our way. But that aspect of what Pan-Africa could be never took root. You never see any high-level Pan-African business thing. Like, let's say a Stephen Hightower do a Pan-African business deal with Aliko Dangote. Never happens. The people who should be doing Pan-African L.A.R.P are not getting together. The people who are doing Pan-Africanism are the Umar Johnsons with their philosophy, theory, and fantasy. And it gets absolutely nowhere. Tell me anything tangible Umar going to the continent does. Nothing. Because Umar doesn't have anything that's logical, achievable, reasonable, or practical. All he has is philosophy, talk, and jokes, and just overall. I mean, he makes some good points and everything like that, but that is the old school pattern where you just get up there and put on a performance, but you have nothing tangible, nothing that's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. They don't even bother giving you any plan. You ever know when's the last time you heard a plan from anybody? Umar Johnson School, that was not logical, that was not achievable, and it was not reasonable, it was not practical. We did not need another damn school. And it was beyond reason. How can you basically ration and reason charging single mothers $500 a month for their kids? He said, Umar Johnson said, I know how you gonna afford it. Stop buying them weaves, them nails, and everything like that. So these hood rats are gonna stop buying their weaves and nails to pay for the tuition fee on your school, as if it was gonna actually happen anyway, because the what was it called? FDMG is nothing that's going to happen because it's not logical, it was not achievable, it was not reasonable, and it was never practical. Just like the Hidden History Museum, right? It was not logical, it was not achievable, it was not reasonable, and it was a dumb idea. It wasn't practical. When I say practical, it's like, is it smart or stupid? How you gonna have a fucking look? How you gonna have a museum? Listen to this carefully. With no fucking exhibits. When you have a museum, right? A museum has artifacts and exhibits, right? That you pay millions of dollars for, or it's donated, right? That's a museum. A museum don't have a bunch of pictures and a glorified hookah lounge. The Hidden History Museum. We're really Abos and Blackfoot Cherokee Indians. We got the hidden history, No, it is what it is, No, I think the Nigerian Christians need to work their problems out. We don't need. America has enough fucking problems, really. The last thing we need is more traumatized people coming over here. I'm just sorry, We don't need no more traumatized people coming over here, man, because somehow all these traumatized people end up preying on Black America for some reason. Part of Pan-Africanism, L.A.R.P is Pan-Africanism. Oh, we should have a borderless Africa. A borderless Africa is not L.A.R.P. It's not logical. It's not achievable. It's not reasonable and practical. You see where I'm going with this, folks? What's the Pan-African theory and fantasy, And what you go now? Just eating some M&Ms, That's what I'm saying. Give me, folks, my snack tonight, M&Ms, man. Go to the dollar store and get the bag. It's like $2. You get the big bag of M&Ms. M&Ms are too expensive. Right now, I just paid $3.45 for this freaking bag. It's all gone. It's like I just opened it up and the freaking shit's gone already, man. It's like, what, they put 10 of these things in there now? It's a joke, man. Everything's like $4. You can't get nothing under $4 anymore. My money just goes, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go tomorrow. I love M&Ms, the peanut ones. Get the big bag, the bag ones, the ones that come in a bag. Really nice, really good. Treat myself tomorrow to a bag of M&Ms. The stuff that you buy at the corner store, man, is ridiculous. That's expensive. I just opened that bag up when I started the show, and it's gone already. I got one more left. Was logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. The FDMG was not logical. It was not achievable. It was not reasonable. It was not practical. So that's why it flopped. It flopped. Like, move on, get over it. The school's not opening up. I mean, when I was like in fifth grade, I always wanted to attend Dr. Umar's FMG Academy, but now, man, my heart is broken, man. I wanted to when I was in second grade, I wanted to attend his school, man. That's a joke, folks. That's a joke. That's a joke. I was like, man, I was just a little nickel. I wanted to Dr. Umar, I want to attend your school, man. I wanted to be taught by the great Dr. Umar. Here I am, man, a man in my 50s. All these years later, and I never got to attend the FDMG uh, uh, conscious school, for boys. But it is what it is, man. You got to move on, some of the things. I miss my childhood. My childhood dream was attending Umar Johnson's academy. It never happened, man. It never happened, man. Now I'm too old to go to school now and whatnot. It never happened. The FMG Academy for boys. So, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna crack on Umar, man. Umar's Umar, man. Umar's still my brother. Love him to death. He's a comedy. Umar should get into stand-up comedy. When you look at it, you ought to get into stand-up comedy. If I was him, man, I'd do the comedy circuit, man. That's that dude is fucking hilarious, man. It really is. He's fucking hilarious, But yeah, so moving right along tonight, right? We got a lot to talk about tonight, right? And like I said, I'm gonna go back to doing my thing where I used to Block Talk Radio. I used to do a lot of stuff off the cuff. Then I would basically I was the only one. Look, when I started Block Talk Radio, what would make me call Nation unique, and everybody follows my pattern now, because I was the first one to integrate African politics and geopolitics into the normal discourse on Black social media. I was the first one to do that. If you see anybody start mentioning Africa or even talk about business and development, I was the first one to do that, right? Because when I first social media, I said, this is a shame this platform could go to waste, right? By people mumble and jumble and talk. When I got on, everybody was just hipping and hopping. I'm a badass, blah, blah, just talking a bunch of stupid stuff. Then the people who are conscious were just a bunch of freaking idiots talking and regurgitating a bunch of stuff they've been hearing for like 50 years and whatnot, right? I can't, the only one that came out and talked about science. I talked about STEM. I talked about economic development as far as like not no cooperative economics. We're just sitting around with nickels on. I actually talk about Black people getting into banking, finance, hedge funds, Roth IRAs, stuff like that. Motherfucker, like, man, how the hell you a Black Pan-Africanist, man? You be talking about banking and shit, man. You be talking about hedging funds and whatnot, And I said, man, we got to talk about something other. Man, you an agent, man. How the hell you gonna be talking about fucking your 401k and all shit like that, man? That's what white people talk about. That's what I heard. Really, that's what I heard. You an agent, Colin, man. You're a Rebo. You straying off the teacher. I said, straight off the teacher who? Dr. Boom Shakalaka from 50 years ago who died poor and broke somewhere, and destitute. When I think we got to break the pattern here, So they hated me because I came up and said, you don't know something, Kwanzaa, we gotta change Kwanzaa. Man, how dare you? That's sacrilege, man. You ain't supposed to change the meaning of Kwanzaa, Kala. What are you talking about? When you said Ujama, how you gonna talk about Ujama? You're talking about investment clubs and shit like that, man. How the hell are you gonna talk about that? How you gonna talk about investing overseas and investing in the stock market? How you gonna be talking about a show, Ujama? You're talking about stocks and bonds and shit like that, man. How the hell like I said, I was up against tremendous ignorance, And it dawned on me back then how Black people have not made any damn progress, right? We let dummies lead our community. Like I said, I'm anti-dumb nigga. I can't do dumb nigga. Dumb nigga is not, my cup of tea. When dumb nigga shit, man, I can't do it, man. If y'all want to be doing dumb nigga shit, hey, look, that's on you. But I cannot do dumb nigga, damn, Collar, man, you be talking like you educated, man. You educated, man. That ain't what I'm used to, man. I came up on the tutelage of Dr. Boom Shaka Laka 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 Laka, and he taught me a little bit of Shnaga Laka Laka and Boom Shaka Laka Blaka. He told me how to do things like Boom Shaka Laka Blaka Shaka Laka. He told me how to do that, whatnot, man. What do you got to teach me and whatnot? Well, I'm gonna teach you something that you could use for the better your life and everything. I don't want to learn that, man. It's time to hit the streets, man. Get out there and protest, man. He couldn't tell these niggas nothing, man. He said, yeah, well, that's all fine, but we got to hit the streets, man. We got to bang on the beast. I go, you ever see these niggas about they're going to bang on the beast one night? After they got whipped upside the head by the white man and whatnot, they're like, I just want to sit right here in this corner right here and mind my damn business. Give me my 40 ounce. Give me my Black and Miles or my Newports and whatnot. I'm going to sit right here in the corner and play me some checkers, right? Sit right here in this corner and mind my business, and I ain't saying nothing else, man. After the white man whoop him upside the head, niggas always talking about how they gonna rise up. You gonna rise up when wait a minute, Collar, man. We gonna rise up. What the fuck you gonna do, niggas? If y'all dusty niggas don't sit your asses down to like you gonna rise up, like you gonna do something or not, So like I said, they call me the ringmaster. Why? Because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. They call me Collar the ringmaster, the circus of deadly clowns. When I tell you there's clowns out here, we're not. The black race is full of clowns, right? I would say half of all black men are fucking clowns. It is what it is. Jeffrey, okay, are you Jeffrey from the Fresh Prince? G. Remember Jeffrey? That was a funny character, man. Jeffrey was fucking hilarious. Jeffrey made the show, man. Fresh Prince, that dude was hilarious. That was like, to me, Fresh Prince was like one of the funniest shows one night. And that show was just a bunch of pretty faces. That show was really funny. The jokes and everything like that just kept coming. It was hilarious. And you had Jeffrey. He was a fucking scream, man. The butler, he was a fucking scream. Jeffrey Butler. And he's happily have a last name named Butler. That's fucking hilarious, man. That TV show. They don't make TV shows like that no more, man. When's the last time anybody ever had a belly laugh off a fucking TV show? Never. It just sort of, I guess that was funny. I'm watching Steinfeld. I guess that was funny. I'm watching Friends. I guess that was funny. I'm watching my wife and kids. I guess that was funny. Yeah, I guess that was supposed to be funny too. But when was the last time you had a fucking belly laugh like watching The Honeymooners, right? One of the funniest episodes of Honeymoon. Remember Ralph? He was trying to get Alice back, so he had to do a recording, right? Earlier that day, he had kicked Ralph's mother out. She left, and Alice left too. I said, I had enough of this, right? He said, get out. You're a blabbermouth. He goes, you're a blabbermouth. Get out. Get out. And Alice left with her mother. And then Norton says, you know something, Ralph? After a couple of days, he said, I'm miserable with her. I want her back. And Norton goes, okay, make a recording on a record. I guess you could do that back then. You can make a recording on a record, right? So anyway, Ralph starts talking on the recording device. He says, hello, Alice. This is Ralph. I'm miserable without you, Alice, right? He starts going in all soft, like, I want you back, baby. He goes, I forget. I even apologize to your mother. I mean, she basically, when she says things like about my weight and stuff like that, she talks about your old boyfriends. I should have. What did he say? He goes. The way he said was just so masterful, right? He just kept building up to it, right? But she don't mean to be mean. That's just the way she is, right? When she spilled the beans about the movie and stuff like that, he goes, I should have expected it from her. I shouldn't have been upset. I should have expected from her. Because she the same old thing, Alice. She's a blabbermouth. I saw that on just the other day, and I just started dying laughing all over again. It's like the first. That's what you know a comedy where you can die laughing on shit you've heard like 1,000 times, but it can still make you die laughing no matter what. That's comedy genius, right? But we're not allowed to laugh anymore, right? There's no laughter anymore. Everybody's so fucking. Every comedy show is fucking serious. It's every comedy show is always like fucking trying to send you some message. I don't want to be told a message, right? I want to sit down and watch a show. I don't want to know about your politics. I don't want to know your sarcastic remarks about the president or the Democrats or the friggin' Republicans or whatever the hell you think. Leave the fucking out of it and just just make me laugh, you know? I don't want to hear your freaking philosophy and shit, you know? It's so annoying nowadays, you know? You know, I wish I could do anything to go back to the back in the days, man, where you turn on TV, you got Fred Sanford, you got Archie Bunker, and you got George Jefferson, you know? Three of the most offensive motherfuckers that ever been on TV and whatnot, you know? And so you basically just sit there and watch the shit, you know, and what you gonna just laugh and laugh and laugh or belly laugh, you know? So it is what it is. But tonight's topic, the Pan-African, the theory and the philosophy and fantasy versus the colonization's L.A.R.P, right? And just like I said, when we have this argument, I will put my L.A.R.P theory up against anybody. You know, anybody wants to debate me on this, I'll put my friggin' philosophy of L.A.R.P up against anybody, right? Whatever's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. That's why when Chuck Woe up here tries to ask me all the questions, right? When I tell him I don't give a shit, whatever like that, he don't understand why is that, right? Because I only follow L.A.R.P. What's logical, what's achievable, what's reasonable, and practical. Worrying about Negroes and whatnot is not L.A.R.P. It's not logical. It's not achievable. It's not reasonable. It's not practical. So that cuts down a lot of bullshit of people basically asking you a bunch of stuff. I said, look, yeah, Kala, we like I said, when I said about Black Lives Matter, right, and reparations, right, and all stupid shit, FBA, I said it's not logical, it's not achievable, it's not reasonable, it's not practical. It has to be all of them, or any part of that won't work. Sometimes something can be logical, right? Black people getting paid back for slavery, well, okay, that's logical. You know, is it achievable? Absolutely not. Is it reasonable? No, because you cannot ask somebody to put their political career on that. Is it practical? How might that be done? You know, how might that be done? Is it necessary? Is it practical? You know, handing out money, how would that be done? It's not practical at all. You know, so therefore, the reparations movement, man, I think it only has logical. The logical is the only part that it fastens. It's not achievable, it's not reasonable and practical. It has to be all four of those. It has to be L.A.R.P. Can't be one. You can say something's practical. Oh, yes, practical to do like that, but is it logical? Is it achievable? Is it reasonable? You know? So, yeah, so this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. Well, the average stance to me sounds logical. I mean, it can, like I said, is it achievable? It can be. You know, each part of those have to be worked out. What I go by the African is there's a possibility. You know why, Chukwo? Because the African only requires black people to make it happen. That's why it's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. Yes, with the reason, right? Because if black people really wanted it, it could happen. That's what I mean by it's L.A.R.P. Reparations requires white people and everybody else that's against us. If enough black people said, yes, we want, this is what we want in African, it's very much can happen. You know, it can happen right now where I'm at. No, I can't. I can't make it happen right now. But it's the possibility of it if the the movement ever takes off, yeah, it is logical, achievable, and reasonable practice. That's what people say. That is possible. That's possible. There's land in Africa. There's a large numbers of black people who really would like to explore something new. That's reasonable. And practicality is, it's probably more practical. Black people having their own government than friggin' stuff thing. That's not moving the goalposts. That's the truth. I never said we got the African in the bag. We're not right now. It's not LARP because based on the situation. But yeah, there could be a friggin' thing. Hell, hey, was gonna Mr. Oh no, is that Ndama? Oh no, man, Adama's back. Oh no, man. What did I do to deserve this? Adama is back. We'll just talk about you, Adama. I was like, what happened to that guy, man? Say he's a truck driver, whatnot. That young guy and whatnot. I said, oh yeah. We were trying to remember your name. I said, yeah, I think his name was Adamus. Yeah, Adama. That's what it was. We were talking about you not too long ago, Adama. That's not moving the goalposts, Rico. That's just being logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. Yeah, Africanism possible, right? If black people want it. If like 20, 30 million black people said from every aspect of academia and everything said, yeah, that's the future. But as long as black people keep believing in the American system, like whatever is here in America, they think everything's okay in America for the most part. No, it's not practical. It's not logical. But if black people really wanted it, it can be. My goal is to try to sell the idea and say what can be, what the possibilities can be. That's the whole thing about the Africans. That's why something if I had like 500 more of me out there talk about an African, it could be happy because as you change people's minds and whatnot, then next thing you know, people start acting on this. Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. So what's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. No, everything's not possible because the problem is the African is in our reach. Anything else when that deals with white America has shown you all the time that let me give an example. Integration in America is not LARP. Integration and assimilation is not LARP. You know why? Because logically, most white people still want to remain white. They want their kids to marry white. Integration and assimilation requires race mixing. Well, the bottom line, look, Enrico, what if Africa was developed? What if instead of people leaving the continent, more of us were coming there, building? What if Africa turns like Asia? What if Africans get their shit together and African cities start looking, the coastline start looking like Southeast Asia and Asia? The trajectory would change. Right now, Africa's on a losing streak. The African will happen when Africa starts rising up again. Then it'll be like, okay, and African. But as long as basically the Africa is still suffering from the effects of slavery, the slave trade, and colonialism. And the whole idea with the Africans is to change the trajectory of the continent altogether, from people leaving to people coming back. I believe the African will lead the way of people returning to the continent to build. Well, $9 billion. Yeah, man. That's like I said, if the president is urinating on himself, then it seems far-fetched. I don't know what you're talking about, da homie. I don't know what you're talking about. I do not know what you are talking about, bro. Well, it's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. I am a LARPist. If I would not talk about an African, if I did not think it was logical, if I didn't know it was actually achievable, right? First of all, before you can get to achievable, you got to convince another people that's logical. That is necessary. And it's basically like that. Then basically when people start thinking about it, it's like, well, can we do this? Then you start putting your facts and figures together. I did this before, right? It would take Black America generates $1.6 trillion, right? If each Black person in America, right? If 10% of Black America 10% of Black America, like let's say 5 million Black people, put $1,000 away or $2,000 away, that'd be like at least $14 billion, right? That's enough money to hedge 10 times to build the initial infrastructure of any country you want to, a large country, that would be a hedge. But can you get 4 million Black people organized to do something like that, and basically like this? That's the challenge, right? Is it reasonable, right? Well, if you got land, right, to build a new state, right, whatever like that, yeah, it's kind of reasonable because people build new countries all the time. There's like merging countries all the time. We got new smart cities and city states popping up all over the world. Yeah, it's reasonable. And is it practical? That's the problem with the African. You got to say, I'm working on the practicality. Why would somebody move from one continent to the other? So the problem is, the problem is, the only variable is in the African movement. Is it practical? Is it practical to go from America to Africa when you already got the all the amenities of a first world country? How can you? What do you gain by going to an African? The only thing I can think of is a strong desire to be with your own people, to be in a Black state. Is that practical? It's logical, it's achievable, it's reasonable. It's reasonable. Black people basically want to live around with Black people, but is it practical? That's a question to me. I think it can be. I think it can be practical. I think it can be. But at least I'm honest about it. I'm not gonna sit and tell you, yeah, Africans L.R.R is L.A.R.P, man. It's L.A.R.P. No, there's some variables there. I worked out the logical part. I worked out the achievable because I read the numbers right, and I worked out the reasonable part. I'm looking at the anger in Black America right now, the real anger in Black America, right, and the growing hatred of towards America, white America, Black immigrants. Oh yeah, but let me tell you something. One of the reasons why it's probably necessary is Black people in America are tired of being the only group of people, you know, uh, uh, only group of people in America, right, where we have no say so over who comes around us, right? If somebody makes it clear that they don't like Japanese people, guess what? They're never gonna come to that Japan. Let's say there's this group of people that in their social media they're always mocking Japanese. They ain't gonna get no visa to come to Japan. Well, people can outright hate Black America, right? And we have no say so over not only who comes in America, right, but who represents us. I showed that video where that Nigerian guy acting like a fucking buffoon. We're tired of that, Cynthia Erivo. You got some of these Nigerians who are bringing our beauty standards down, like Cynthia Erivo. I know that's painful to hear, but our women, Black American women, are always seen as beautiful, right? Now we got to deal with Cynthia Erivo types, whatnot, because somebody decide, okay, she's gonna be the face of Black womanhood in America. So we don't have it. Yeah, so Black people are tired of that. We're tired of our music being stolen from us. Our culture. We're tired of people trying to eclipse our achievements and our accomplishment and steal it as their own and shit like that. Black people are just tired. Yeah, it's reasonable. Now, I don't believe a reservation. What the hell am I reserved for? I'm not a Native American. The fuck I want a reservation for? If I want to reserve anything, I want to get the fuck away from this continent. I be like this: either you assimilate into American society, or basically just let's get the fuck out of here. No in between. So people would say, "Oh, Kyle, man, the African L.A.R.P." Yeah, Africans can be L.A.R.P. It's more L.A.R.P. than sitting here trying to think you're gonna blend in with white society. I'm seeing more and more black women, right? Yeah, really pretty black women, right? With like really super mixed race kids and whatnot. It's like, dude, let me tell you something about this, right? The white man, when they say no race mixing and stuff like that, they're not serious. They're all that means is black men stay away from white girls. That's all it is. If they can't stand the sight of a black man with a thought of a black man with a white girl. That's all that is. The same white guys have no problem sticking their dick inside black women or seeing their friends sticking. They have no problem. They think that's cool. You know, yeah, you got this hot black chick or whatnot. She's a black girl's hot, man. They basically, they're all for it. You know, same guys that be white supremacists. That white supremacy shit goes one way. I have never to see a white guy say anything about a white guy with a black girl. You know, never. It's always the same thing. Black men after white women. That's all it's all about. You know, now it's an epidemic where is most black women men for years say, you know something, we'll stay away from your women, same life. And the white men don't fucking obey the same rules they set. They set these rules and they don't obey them. You know? You know, look, the Nigerian Christian problems are not my problem, to tell you the truth, man. I think the Nigerians should stay in Nigeria and work their fucking problems out. That's what I believe, Kala, why these YNs acting out because they can't get girls? Yeah, that's part of it. These guys got guys out there with it in their peak hormone years with testosterone is thing. Instead of being able to get girls, planning for the future, getting laid and whatnot, these guys are out there freaking all that aggression, pent up aggression that they're turning on each other, right? Because a lot of these girls, man, they're like, the best looking black girls are being scooped up by Asian, Hispanics, and white boys, and the females left behind are the ones that's undesirable in the black community, right? And so it's a mess. Black America's a mess. And I curse anybody who told us that we could be Americans. And when I was growing up, man, I lived in an isolated black world when all the females and black men, we were together, we were people and everything like that. The cutest black girls, man. When I was growing up, the cutest black girls were your girlfriends and whatnot. Now, see, these young guys right now, they will never know what it's like to get with a pretty black girl. Never. You see these young guys out here, man, they gotta go out there and mess with white girls. It's sad. They don't have what I had growing up, man. They gotta go out there and risk their life, mess with white girls and when that's dangerous. It's still dangerous for a young black boy to be out with white girls. Now, how you put it, it's still dangerous. That's why an African is important, right? To save the black male and black female race. Thing like that. Because right now in America, race mixing, crime, race mixing, homosexuality is destroying us. So in that case, I had African is great. We can start off new. Imagine being able to have all the images and media you see is positive about yourself. You got patriotic songs. You got your history being played every day. You're living in heaven, I don't know where you live at, bro. I'm seeing a lot of it. I'm saying black middle America. If you live in the hood, maybe you don't see that classic, man. But you come out to suburbia when most black people, most middle class black people are right now. Look, the chances of a black girl nowadays getting with a black guy, if she's cute, whatever like that, it's like accepted by both families that it's okay for a white guy. It's always a white guy who has trouble and awkward with white girls, right? So he gets with a black girl. That's what it is, Black guys be damned when not, white boys, they're gonna the white boy is always gonna get a wife or woman, right? When he can't get his women, right? He's going to dip into the Asian women and the black woman. It's his world. It's his world. There's so many black men out there that can't get women and whatnot, can't find a woman in their dreams or whatever like that. They gotta look outside their race or whatever like that. It's just sad, it really is. It really is, man. I feel for this generation, man. I really feel for this generation. I really do. Immigration in America was not LARP. That was not logical, right? One group of people, one group of men dominate over everything. All the women in America, the white man is the most desired out of them. We're stronger than they are. We're obviously better looking. Everything. Why are they the most desired? Because they're in power. You cannot basically logically justify having another race of people, your arch rival and nemesis, ruling over you. That's not logical. It's not achievable, not reasonable, and thrive and prosper. Not logical. Achievable. You cannot have two races of people that are like almost mortal enemies when not living in the same space. I hate to tell you that. I hate to break it to you. I hate to hurt your feelings, but you know I'm telling the truth. That's why we're going through the shit we're going through right now in America. With that being said, let me open up the lines. I've been talking for like an hour. Oh. Oh. Let's see, folks. Give me 1 second. All right, my Twitch is up. I have my Twitch up. So yeah. So what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical? I stand by LARP. Everything I do is LARP. If it ain't logical, people come to me with an idea, I just LARP it. Yeah, I see dusty broke white dudes with black women. Now, yeah, you see these dusty dudes. One dude I saw. Look, man, I am not anybody stress racist, right? But there's something got to be said about that shit. I was going to the gas station at Wawa gas station yesterday, right? See this white guy out there when I see two black women talking, right, outside of a car, right? And the guy gets out of a car and he starts goes in the back and he had a bunch of baby seats, whatever like that, in the trunk of his SUV, whatever like that. So okay, whatever. And then when I walked past the car, there was a lady standing outside the car talking to another black woman, right? And I said, nah, yeah, she wasn't just a passenger. They're not together. Nah. There's no way he could have got that shit, right? Go inside, pay for my gas, get my drink, wherever. Come outside, right? And he's sitting there talking to the other lady himself. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, get the entire fuck out of here, right? And I'm saying to myself, I walk to the car, walk my car, right? And it seemed like he could have been a nice guy, whatever like that. But I am so sick and tired. Now look at this sister like, you know what you just did? Do you know what you just fucking did? You just destroyed our fucking ancestors, our bloodline. And people say, "College, no, I'm not a racist. I want to see our race preserved for the most part. We can't have every black woman. She wasn't light skinned or like that. She was a dark skinned black woman. But the bottom line is these people to survive in America. A lot of black women figure if their kids are ambiguous or mixed race, they have a better chance in America. So survival mechanism. It's like animals. They breed with certain animals because they want better outcomes for their kids. The better outcome on black women is having light-skinned kids with good hair. Don't let these black women fool you, folks. Black women are way more colorist than black men are. They always act like they're a victim of colorism and texturism, but that's all they crave for when they have children. If you cannot give them light-skinned kids with curly hair, your genes will not be passed on. I'm just dead serious. You have more chance with a light-skinned chick, right, or a racially mixed chick. No. I know we both are, but the bottom line, black women are the ones that bring children in the world. They're the ones that decide what they want, Black women are the real colorists. They go out of their way to freaking have mixed kids and whatnot, It'd be like these basic looking fucking white dudes and whatnot. Guys aren't even fucking good looking and whatnot, All they care about that white gene. They're gonna make a mixed kid and whatnot. It's just fucking sick and ridiculous, It is what it is, It's a ridiculous situation, man. It is what it is. So I don't see nothing, no future. What you do, say principally and everything, if the goal of black people is to mix out their race and fucking thing, who's chasing Puerto Ricans? I don't chase Puerto Rican. Usually Puerto Ricans, black people don't go around Puerto Ricans. It's usually a lot of Puerto Ricans live in the African American culture and community, right? Puerto Ricans live around African Americans more than any other non-African American group. More than Jamaicans, more than Haitians. When I was growing up, I was around more Puerto Ricans than I was Caribbeans, Black Caribbeans. So it is what it is. I never was around Haitians, Jamaicans. The only people outside of my people was the Puerto Ricans. No, the homie. I am not dark skinned. I'm not dark as why does dude keep insisting I'm dark as me? This dude is like from fucking Sudan to about me. You want to look like me? Fine. I am not a dark skinned brother. I am a light skinned brother. Stop with your nonsense. If you like, this guy every time he comes on my show, he's always saying something about my color. I know this guy's obsessed with me and shit. Guy wants to be me so bad and shit, Me and collar, no, dude, man. And I don't think it's no fucking flex being light skinned, but it is what it is, It is what I'm not gonna say I didn't live the experience as a dark skinned brother in America, so I don't know that experience. If I was a dark skinned brother, my life would have been different. Trust me. I hear a lot of dark skinned brothers have to say, what they went through and shit like that. I never went through that shit, I don't know what it's like to be a dark skinned brother. I don't know what that's like, so I'm not going to mock somebody's life to say, oh, I'm dark skinned to make ourselves feel better. It's like, somebody saying, oh, yeah, man, I was gay too. I went, no, I'm not fucking gay. So what the fuck I need to know what the fuck it is? I was never poor, Well, I'm not light skinned, but I'm freaking lighter than most people, What I'm saying is this I was not poor growing up. So I can't talk to you about poverty and shit like that. I was not poor, I was not poor, growing up. I never had colorism issues growing up. I was always like a fucking pretty boy. I was like a pretty kid growing up. He's like, yeah, man, we was growing up, man. We were suffering. No, I would like to, trauma bond with you, but I can't, I don't know what it's like to fucking a lot of stuff like people complain about. I never went through so, but I empathize though. I empathize with people who grew up poor. I grew, and people. A lot of brothers tell me, man, I was growing up. The girls didn't like me because they thought I was too dark. I empathize with you, but that wasn't my that wasn't my experience growing up. So it is what it is. Principal says Pan African and African is a flat blackness speakers. I don't know. Well, yeah, some people don't know any better because I mean, I'm honestly, I in America, I just thought we always thought I was a flat blackness because I just assumed that when you're in America, you just get on code with everything. I had no idea until recently. People just come over here and they're doing their own thing. I didn't know that. I had an idea, but I didn't think though. I'm like this. I mean, I never forget. I told the story the other day. I said, and something things are just coming to me now. Coming to me now years later, right? I remember back, it was like 2003. I'm in this bar hanging out, right? This place called the Edge. I told the story the other night, right? And this dude, right? He had obviously had an accident or something like that, right? He was just like hitting on these white girls, whatever, like that. And these white guys come in. I guess they didn't like that, right? They start throwing ice at him and hitting him with ice one night. And he went and told the security, these guys are doing this, blah blah blah. And the guy's like, man, well, I'll tell this guy to leave all the females alone, whatever. They don't want to talk to him, whatever, like that, whatever. And then I heard the guys in the background, the guys away talking about, yeah, man, we're gonna whoop his black ass and blah blah blah. It's talking about, yeah, we ain't the type of white boys who take no shit, all this kind of shit like that. And the guy was obviously scared, and he asked the security to escort him to his car or whatever like that. And it was a big dude too, right? And I said to myself, man, what the fuck? This dude's soft, man, whatever. And then, but now I see now that he was obviously like an immigrant or something like that. He didn't understand the nuances of race in America, right? And he didn't understand the nuances of race in America and how to defend himself or how to stand up to these racist white guys and shit. And so I said to myself, now back then I was like, man, some brothers soft, but then now I'm seeing that there's a difference between different types of black people because had that dude been had those white boys rolled up against some dudes from the hood, it would have been a different story. You know, this guy he didn't want to get in trouble or whatnot. I guess he's a student, whatever, like that. He's just out down the beach having a good time, whatnot, not knowing the lay of the land, and he basically uh, uh, got got in some trouble with these white boys, whatnot. But I was saying, so why this guy let these guys get away with that? They obviously was hitting them with fucking ice and whatnot. Instead of him going up and say, "What the fuck you hit me for, nigga?" Pop. He went to security and friggin' and security was like, "Oh, whatever, whatever." And he was like, and they were like want to fight him, whatever, like that. And then the dude was like, "Can you walk me to my car, or whatever, like that?" And I'm like, "What the fuck is going on in this world?" Now I'm starting to see it wasn't. I wasn't. Now I'm starting to see. Okay, it was only because I know this guy was either Haitian, a fucking African, or some shit like that. That's the. Now that I'm looking at that right, because that incident always bothered me. I said, how are brothers getting soft like this? Then it dawned on me, not everybody's like us. We got other people coming here from around the world. Not them all fucking tough like we are and whatnot. So it is what it is. I'm like, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? These people, man. Yeah, well, so flat back this don't work anymore because everybody sees white people differently. We people from America, black people from America see the white people different than you people from the islands do, bro. Pan African and African is hard. The people sweet to leadership, no demand for leaders. There's no leaders, principally. We don't have no fucking. We don't love white people. What the fuck you get that from? What the hell do you get that from? You don't know my people very well. We don't give a shit about white people. We've been living like in this country without them for the longest time. We don't need fucking white people. Where do you get this notion that we love white people from? I have no idea. Princess P. One, I don't talk that bliggity black stuff anymore. When like that, you're saying, I have no idea. Hey, Principe, if we love white people, how come I don't see? Do you ever see white people on this platform? No. You ever see white people in our organizations? No. But you do see them in you guys' organization. You see them coming down to your islands having sex with your children. You know, we don't. There's nothing in our world that fucking uh that says that we love white people, right? You guys from the islands, man, you guys can't get enough of them. You know, learn moves. Says, Kala is not about toughness. Some black immigrants cannot afford to jeopardize their immigrant status because you must understand. Well, like I said, okay, if that's the case, though, that's now I'm starting to see why so many people. I used to think back in the day, something wrong with some of these dudes. Why they act like little punks when I maybe that's it, you know. Black American, we don't have nothing to fucking lose. White boy comes up to us doing some stupid shit like that, they get an ass stomped, you know. Why? Hello, how is not that L.A.R.P being tough? I think us being tough is not a is a fucking deterrent, you know. It really is, you know. When people basically, black, look, everyone first, black men in America are the toughest there is. I worked in nightclubs. I worked anything like that. I used to deal with all types of people, Africans, Caribbeans, and whatnot. The toughest people were black Americans. We're the most violent people in the fucking country. We're the most violent, dangerous people in the country, you know, and everybody knows that, you know. Black immigrants are soft, there's, whatever, they're soft, they're weak, you know. Black American people are fucking, especially black people in the South, are the most vicious black people in the fucking world, you know. These people here in Virginia, for the most part, nice people, man, but they're fucking damn near savages, you know? Man, we in enclave. You don't live in no damn enclave. You live in slums, you know? Principally, y'all live in slums, man. Y'all live in tenements and fucking struggling, you know? Because we know the deal, man. Y'all live in the oldest, most decrepit part of Brooklyn. The oldest part of Brooklyn. That part of Brooklyn y'all live in is like 300 years old and shit, man. Old ass buildings and shit, you know? Yeah, well, I don't know if I basically I go to Liberia and I nobody messes with me or whatever like that, you know. I don't, I don't know. I mean, I say Africans act tough, but you don't have to act tough, but you don't have to act soft either, man. You know, like I said, I don't expect if you're a foreigner, I don't expect you to get tough, whatever like that. But don't act soft either. You know, I remember one time I was working in a club, man, and the African boys and Jamaican boys got into it, man. African boys, they were over a pool game, right? Who had the pool table, whatever, like that. The African boys stepped up, and I said, "Yo, man, y'all need to chill." And there was a bunch of Jamaican security guards, right? They came in to volunteer, help us secure the place. There's about 20 African dudes, right? And they all hung out like a clique, like a gang, like a clique, whatever. They call themselves the African boys. They hung out in a clique, and they were just like really flexing on the Jamaicans. Jamaicans, some of the boys with security that work with us, and so not when that they was that was just a fucking mess, man. But when it comes to white people, they fucking don't say shit. Well, they'll flex it on them fucking Jamaicans. I'll tell you that right now. I don't know about boy dressing Chuko. You gotta stop bringing your dates out, man. If you're out there on dates without your man to dress like this, you know. So I don't know about that Chuko, man. I think a lot of these dudes from Africa and the islands, man. That's just creeping up in African islands, LGBTQ shit. I'm not a FBA. I don't know about FBA. I can't stand FBA. I don't know about the FBA shit. I'm not an FBA. All of them black, but Africa reported Paul Robeson. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, Princess P, Like Princess P, he's fucking soft, man. All that Milton talking. Look, it's not Milton talking. It's just basically, just having balls, man. You can't walk around soft, man. That invites trouble. Paul Robeson went to Russia, right? The U.S. government was after him. He came back, and he did come back to America. So what's the big deal? Paul Robeson, I love his when he sung the Russian Volga Boatman. That was the best song I ever heard in my life. I could sing the Volga Boatman when he does that high pitch. When I could get it all the way to about the last 10 seconds, and I gotta catch my breath and whatnot. Build your community. We don't have a fucking community. Chukwo Principe, same fucking thing. There is no damn community, Chukwo. Principe. There is no black community, man. It's like try to tell you. You know, that there hasn't been a black community in 70 years, man. They haven't really been a black community since the invention of the automobile. So niggas start going out there knowing they could drive out to the country, drive out in Long Island, stuff like that. That community should have died, man. I remember I was on the tail when I was a kid in the 70s, right? When did we go shopping? Saturday. Saturday, my grandfather threw me in the back of the station wagon. We went out to Green Acres, right? To go shopping at Pathmark Mall. We never stayed in the damn city, man. What the hell are you talking about, man? We went to Sunday. Sometimes we went to Refuge Temple in Harlem, or we went to Brooklyn Tabernacle in Brooklyn. There was no damn community where everybody just sit there every day and go, get the hell out of here. What kind of mess is that? As long as you had the subway system and you had cars, the IRT in New York City destroyed all that shit. And we used to have communities one time before IRT in Harlem, place like that. We used to all be in like a block radius, whatever. Once subways, buses, and mass transportation came, and ferries and all shit like that, bridges linking man, it was done. Yeah, the Haitians are up there. I want to know what Prince we have to say about his Haitian friends up in Massachusetts stealing SNAP benefits. Man, that's really, really messed up, man. Really, really messed up. How the hell y'all stealing SNAP benefits? How the fuck y'all stealing SNAP benefits? How y'all stealing SNAP benefits, man? The guy got caught. Man, these motherfuckers got caught like, oh my God, man. Like I said, in order for you to do something like that, you basically got to come from a situation where that's normal. No black Americans have the balls to fucking to you saw that video, 150 foot square. Yeah, that dude's cracking on grocery store. Yeah, they got a hole in the wall grocery store, and they was asking for it. Just fucking asking for it. Yo, man, you gotta do something about that, Principe. Yeah, I'm not pushing that. That's like you lied about my complexion. You're lying about my age. I'm not even 60. How am I pushing 70? God damn. This guy's a homie. Where do I get these weirdos from? Where do I get these stalkers from? And people that obsess me and whatnot. I got a female I told y'all about last night, man, wrote a whole expose about me. She exposed the college. Since we got in here last night, let me tell you, let me show you something else, folks. Let me show you something, right? She's exposing the college genesis, man. Let's see what she wrote. And like I said, since I'm so bold right now and like I'm on top, whatever, I don't mind me reading it to you. I don't mind at all. What the hell? Where'd it go? They take it off the fucking thing. Damn, man. I think they removed it. God damn, man, that sucks. That sucks. I think they removed it, right? I was gonna find the last. I should have archived this. So she wrote this whole expose about me, saying I'm not a real businessman. I'm living with my sister and whatnot. Sister gave me a job, whatnot. And blah blah blah. That's Chantel. I know it. And so, like I said, what I need is somebody that could date Chantel, right? Somebody take one for the team, right? And she maybe could leave me alone and shit. She got it out for me and whatnot. Maybe this guy Dahomey, whatever the clown's name is. Hey Dahomey, why don't you date Chantel and whatnot? She probably likes your ass. You know. No, but Dahomey's fucking obsessed with me, man. He's a fucking homo. He's obsessed with me and shit. Yeah, it's just sad, man. Really sad, really sad. Sad. Then you got a Nigerian guy got busted for fucking Medicare for it. Dude, man, motherfuckers be asking for it. All these dudes coming from these third world shithole countries, man. Like, damn, you come here, act right. I don't think anybody should have any fucking business billing or doing any contracting government with the government work, right? Unless you've been here for at least 20 years. That's what I believe. Motherfucker just off the boat, no citizen, like, and they fucking contracting, doing business with the fucking government. It's like insane. Like fucking insane. So they said, well, Kyle, why you so mad? Because when you talk about the healthcare, you're talking about my livelihood. Look, every year we got to go through this extra training on fraud, waste, and abuse. I'm sick of it, right? And I'm saying to myself, why do we got to keep going through all these fucking training stuff and whatnot? How to recognize PII, personal identity theft, secure, cybersecurity. I said, why the hell we got to go through all this training every year? Just extra training on top. Then I'm realizing now that's why. Because they're getting all this fraud and shit like that from these fucking immigrants. So everybody, all of us got to do extra training, extra this, extra scrutiny and whatnot. Extra, we got to send off these attestation about conflict of interest and all shit like that. I ain't got no damn conflict of interest, right? Can you attest that you've never done anything illegal? No, I haven't. What the fuck you asked me for? You know. Now I'm seeing now. Okay, I see what they're talking about now. Okay, now I see now. There's a lot of fucking corruption out here. So that's why the government's cracking down. But unfortunately, they're cracking down on hardworking people like myself. Man, I'm like, damn, I work my ass off. I do everything by the book and whatnot. And I gotta fucking have these fucking Haitians, Somalis, Nigerians, whoever the fuck they are, fuck it up. Because, they always look at all black people the same and shit. But us black Americans, we know better. We know better. We always assume when you're doing any sort of contract work with government that you're being watched. That's what you always assume. Always assume that somebody's scrubbing everything you do, looking at any impropriety. You always assume that shit, and you'll never get in trouble. The moment you get relaxed, even relaxed, thinking, oh, I could do this, I could fudge this number, whatever like that, that's how you get in trouble. But these guys be outright stealing. Holy shit, collar up loan scam ass. What the fuck are you talking about, trust me? I never scammed nobody in my fucking life. I don't need to, you know. I make legit money, I make real good money. Yeah, one of our agents in my agency, the Richmond office, in 2 months sales, she made over $100,000. So that's our agency. That's how much money we make. 2 months sales, she made like $100,000 in 2 months. That's the time. You think I'm gonna fuck that up? Fuck that up. We're doing making money the right way, the legal way. Through hard work. So much for these immigrants. They always talk about how hardworking they are, but they're always scamming. They don't want to work hard. America's like, look, you're not going to come to America and convince me that you're going to have a bunch of mom and pop stores and get rich. No, you got to, if you want to make it in America, you got to get in the thick of this. That's why it's L.A.R.P, right? What's logical is get your fucking ass a job. Be prepared to work hard the rest of your life. What's achievable is if you get a job, you keep it, whatever like that. What's logical, achievable, reason. What's reasonable is, yeah, you working, you earn a wage, right? It's practical as you keep that job and everything like that, and everything will be all right. That built this country. It built the black middle class from Siege. Was she Somali? No, she wasn't no Somali. African American woman. You know, the only non-blacks we have in our agency are whites, Filipinos, and I think there's one lady Spanish. You know, yeah, whites, Filipinos, and Black Americans. We have no foreign blacks in our agency that I know of. You know, nobody said anything like they are, but but it is what it is. I'm honestly, when I'm doing business, the only people I see doing real business, black people, are Black Americans, right? So I would like to know where all these successful immigrants are, right? I don't see them. I'm in the business world. I just don't see them. I really don't see them. Only time I see them is online on about talking about the shit, how successful they are or whatnot. I don't see them in real life. You know. So it is what it is. Yeah, getting a job, right? Be honest with you, right? For like 80% of the people, right? Get a fucking job. That's logical, it's achievable, it's reasonable and practical, right? Stop telling black people to fucking get a business. I fucking wasted so much money trying to do a business, right? I'm grateful for what I got right now, right? Getting a business is not for everybody. Get that guap, get that real money, right? And then have small investments on the side. But you need that initial push of a good job. You have to have a good trade. You got to be willing to work. You got to put in work. You got to put in 40 hours a week. What are you talking about, Rico Miller? You said I was hating on them. Hating on who? No. I said that. I said my personal experience, is I just deal mostly African Americans. I maybe I'm in Virginia. This is an African American stronghold, Virginia, As if I lived in New York or New Jersey, I probably see things a little differently. But down here in Virginia, no. The only people you see is Black Americans, you don't see any foreigners. We don't have foreigners here, So I don't know what this nonsense going. This idea that everybody black is a fucking immigrant, man. Like, get the hell out of here, It's about reclaiming Black America, I have nothing wrong with Honey Flower, You ask her that, I have nothing wrong with Honey Flower, I love her. She's a nice kid, man, but no one's gonna come on my show telling me what to fucking have. No one's gonna tell me who to be on my show. If I want to have my brother Hustle Smart on my show, he's gonna be here. As simple as that. I don't give a damn who doesn't like it, right? Till he does something that crosses the line with me, that's it, right? Because like I said, people come over here, well, he don't like. Look, I don't agree with his some of his tone. Like I said, but she's free to come up here and talk a bunch of stuff about African men, right? Which we don't like, right? And it got my good brother Lois pissed off, right? And last time we was on, he called her a B and whatnot, and I had to kick him off, right? I do this shit for her too. I may call her a B. I told him, man, you better apologize. I'm gonna kick you off, right? I'm always protecting this girl, I kind of sided with her on Frenchie. I thought Frenchie was being too hard on her, right? Yeah, because she always consistently throwing me under the fucking bus. I'm like, damn, I'm tired of this shit, The hell you throwing me under the bus for? All I do is protect you, Can't protect nobody that don't want to be protected. You can't say what who's it? J. Cole said she can't she don't want to be saved. Who created that? Was that Chris Brown or J. Cole? That was J. Cole, right? She don't want to be saved, You can't save her. She don't want to be saved. That was J. Cole, right? I haven't heard that. Those are the days, man. Those are the days, man. I remember when that song was out. Those were the days. He had this group of guys like The Weeknd, J. Cole. I remember that era from like 2000. That was me one of the coolest eras between Chris, Chris Brown, J. Cole, Trey Songs. What the hell happened to our fucking music, man? That 2000 between 2012 and 2000 like 17, man. That was a beautiful time period, man. You know, I was those years I was driving Uber, man. I used to love hearing the music on the radio every day and whatnot. You know, she don't want to be saved. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. You know, that's how it is, man. I basically, hey, look, any woman in my care come on my platform, I'll save them or not. But don't come up here telling me who to fucking have on my show. I don't like that shit. You know, if you got words with Hustle Smart, come up here and Hustle Smart's a man. Tell him what the hell is on your mind. Go up there and say, Hustle, man, I don't like what the hell you saying. Blah, 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 blah. And we have a nice little discourse here, you know. In the end, we cool, you know. But don't sit here. I hate that backbiting shit. You got something to say to somebody, get the fuck up here and say it to them, you know, or shut the fuck up about it. I hate that behind the backbiting shit, you know. That's one thing you will never see about me. You never see me go behind nobody's backs talking shit. If I got something to say to somebody, I'm gonna say it, you know. That being said, folks, I've been on an hour and a half, man. I'm tired of talking, man. Somebody wants to come up here and talk and say what's on their mind, whatnot, you know. What the hell? I got 3 stream yards. What the hell? I don't know. Oh, okay. I got this. I don't know how this fucking thing works. This portrait thing, whatever, like that works. Whatever. You can't save her. She don't want to be saved. You can't save her. She don't want to be saved. Yep, folks. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is, you know. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. The Pan African theory and philosophy and fantasy, right? That's what we've been having for like 200 years, like theory, philosophy, and fantasy. But the reason why we don't have an African is because he believes in L.A.R.P. Was logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. That's what I'm here for, L.A.R.P. And the stronger I go, you know. So I said, I like honey flower, things with African men. Someone has said quiet, quiet loud. Yeah, I had no problem with what she said. That's just her opinion. I let people speak their opinion on this show, right? But then the same time, when you hear something you don't like, when I don't tell me to quiet somebody else, when I let you say everything you want to say about African men, but I'm like that. I used to be offended by Honeyflower's opinion on African men, but now I agree with her, so it doesn't bother me anymore. That's good. People evolve, you know. People evolve. I said, man, people gotta stop being shoes. What she's saying is a lot about African men is the truth, you know, about a lot of stuff she's saying. She's a woman. She's disappointed in her fucking shit. You know, it was a Project Pat and a Crunchy Black for a song. D made "Don't Save Her." No, no, it was actually but it was what was that guy? J. Cole. That's what I heard from J. Cole. You know, save her. All right, Elvis, what's on your mind?
All right, Carla. I mean, by that logic, you shouldn't be offended when these women are talking trash about African American men online. You should
I don't,
just
I
be
don't, I
quiet.
don't, I don't get offended by one statement because I know
No,
one,
you do, because you
no
come and
one,
whine about it.
I one that I know they're not talking about me, right? That's one thing, right? You can't be possibly talking about me. And two is I think a lot of women basically project a lot of stuff, you know, onto black men. Like I said, I mean earlier, I said most black women are the most colorist fucking people in the community. I'm telling it for a fact. You know, they're the most colored because they know it's a survival mechanism. If they have kids that are racially mixed and everything, they figure their kids are going to have a better life in suburbia and a better outcome then if the kids come out dark skinned or whatever like that, I've seen them say it and whatnot, and I've seen it happen all the time. Seeing it today, I just saw 2 examples of that shit. See this lady, she had fucking mixed kids and whatnot. She lived in a suburb, got a nice house, whatever like that. I'm saying to myself, that's what it is, man. These females, they know for the fact of the matter is that kids are going to be accepted more in suburbia. That's the whole thing. Is people want to be accepted in a white society and suburban society, and how you do it. Like my brother, great African, he told me he had to take his son. He put his son in a predominant. He had a son in private school, but the kids started making fun of his skin because he was black, he dark skinned. He said, "Hey man, I can't do that." So he basically started. He put his son in school with more African Americans. He said, "I can't have them around his kids around white kids because my son's real dark skin." And he said, "Look, the kids asked him why his skin's so black when he started coming home crying, whatnot, And so he said, that's a reality, So, but a lot of black women, their notion is, I ain't gonna make sure my kid don't have to go with that because they're gonna have a kid with Rodrigo or Brad,
So, Colin, what is the philosophy of Pan Africanism?
Well, the philosophy, the theory of Pan Africanism is that all black people are united, right? And the only way you could even think like that, you have to come from an area where your tribe and all that was erased, So the idea that black people, it was called pan-negroism at first, It wasn't until the 20th century they started calling it it was called pan-negroism. That means the unity of the Negro world. That's what Marcus Garvey said, the Universal Negro Improvement Center. The pan-negroism, that means the unity of Negroes throughout the diaspora and throughout Africa. In other words, we start calling Africans Negroes, right? Whether they're from Nigeria or not, everybody was a Negro, and then later on, it changed it to Pan-Africanism, the idea, but that didn't jive right with the Africans because what that happened was the power shift moved towards the indigenous people on the African continent. I mean, because Pan Africanism was something really that was supplanted and imposed upon Africans from the outside, black scholars from the West and everything like that. But over a time period, they're working with the West. Well, not the West said, something, we could do better with more indigenous leaders and everything like Mobutu Sese Seko, and Samuel Doe, whatever like that, and other people. They said Milton, Idi Amin, when he overthrew Milton Obote, they said we could basically work with indigenous people because this Pan African or Black unity thing was a hindrance.
I thought it was using Africa as a base
No,
for
that
mutual. Hold on, Colin. I can't even see a sentence, bro. Using Africa as a base for mutual benefit of both the diasporans and the continental African, as in economically, you can work and do business on the continent. They'll benefit from you financially. You benefit from them, whether it's raw materials that you're buying or other things that you're doing on the continent. That's what I thought it was,
no.
in terms of the
No,
philosophy.
at first, which we call you got to understand something. The idea of Pan Africanism was about the unity of Black people, right, and mostly people from the West, right. Now, the extension of Pan Africanism, right, was they say, something, right, because it's nice that we're having these Pan African gatherings in London, Paris, Harlem, and all these places like that, but they said long term we got to basically have a place uh, to practice it, and we have to have liberate. The focus became Africa at the place because initially the Pan African world was basically people working within the British system, the French system, Portuguese system, and whatnot, and they said, okay, the Africans, Black people, get together and start talking about. They were not talking about overthrowing the British and stuff like that. It was just about improving living conditions and unity and everything. No one could even thought of at the time when the Pan African movement started. No one in the world ever thought of Black people having great governments and stuff like that. That wasn't it. They wasn't even on that mindset. It was just about unity among Black people, solidarity among Black people, where we're at. That means if you come to Harlem, we have solidarity. We're not. No one ever talked about leaving the United States. No one ever talked about leaving Jamaica. No one ever talked like that. It was just like it was like a universal. Let's improve where we're at.
Marcus Garvey was talking about leaving the
Oh
Western
no no no
Hemisphere and
no
going to
no
Africa.
no! I think you misunderstood, bro. I studied this, bro. Garvey basically came right. Look, read my novel, Journey to the Promised Land. Right, the idea of going to Liberia and stuff like that was already in motion long before Garvey came here. Right, but it was lying dormant. Right. Some people in America said we should go to this country of Liberia, Freetown, and all these places like that, and build communities. Right. So when Garvey came here, that faction joined the Garvey movement, right? And Garvey supported, but he wasn't the author of that. It was already something in place, you know. Garvey's movement was a whole bunch of fractured movements that came together under one banner called the UNIA, right? Some people basically were like, okay, Harlem is the promised land. Some people thought that we could still go out to the west, Kansas and shit like that. Some people at the time of Garvey went to Mexico, founded a place called Little Liberia in Mexico, an enclave, a little land and border, a settlement in Mexico called Little Liberia. It wasn't all basically let's all go to Africa. Garvey never made that himself. He said no. We're trying to improve our things. Those of us who can go there, let's go there, right? If you can go there and build, let's do it. If you can stay in America, stay right here and build, you can. Garvey was never like, oh, we all got to get up here and get out of
I didn't
America.
say that. Don't put words in my mouth.
I never said that.
One
I
second,
went
Colin.
to see
Even right now, you
Garvey
have.
said,
Let me
go ahead.
speak, Colin. You have a lot of Garveyites, Garveyites in Ghana from Jamaica. They leave and then go there. They want to live on the motherland, want to be reconnected with their continent. Garvey took tangible actions in Liberia by trying to purchase land
Well,
so
yeah,
that
I
he
know,
could
but he
bring
never
some people
purchased it.
back there.
He never purchased it.
So it
And
was an
also,
ideology that he
no, what
subscribed
I'm
to.
saying, hold on. And also, I never heard Garvey say he was a Pan Africanist. He never said that. He was about the universal Negro. We call it all this stuff Pan Africanism. We call Black nationalism and Negro Improvement Association and Black militancy. We just all lump it all together as Pan Africanism, right? But the person who believed in Pan Africanism most was a guy named Edward Wilmot Blyden and this guy named F. 4 McGill. Both became Liberians. F. 4 McGill was like one of the first black millionaires. He was he immigrated to Liberia and formed the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company, and he was a very wealthy man. And he was one of the world's first black doctors. And he coined the term Pan Negroism, that basically means that black people, in order for us to survive, we have to take on a black identity, a Negro identity. Later on, and he was a teacher of Edward Wilmot Blyden. You know, and so, therefore, when later on the term Pan Africanism came about, like the Pan African Congress, of the 1920s when in Paris and London, they call it Pan Africanism. But before it was called Pan Negroism. Pan Negroism just meant black unity. That's all. Simple as Pan Africanism at its core just means black unity. But now here's the thing: the black people in Africa, Martin Delany found, and Bishop Henry McNeil Turner found that Africans on the continent, when they tried to go to them and negotiate with African chiefs, the Yorubas, and they were not interested in Pan Negroism. They weren't. The only receptive they found was in South Africa. South Africa, they found black people who were ready to embrace that because of the war they
Okay,
were
Colin,
having.
let me ask you this, right? If you say it's about Negro unity, that's the whole idea. And you're saying that they went to these different ethnic groups and preaching and asking for unity for black
And they
people.
were and they rejected it.
What do you mean? What exactly did
Well,
they
the
say?
chief
What
basically
exactly
like
was
we
their
have our
response?
own structure, we have our own way of doing things. They went to like Martin Delany with several African chiefs when they were just like, no, we could offer you land, whatever like that, but we there's in other words, they're saying we have a bigger threat, which is the white race. They didn't see it like that. They said No, no, we have our own relationship with the Queen of England, the King of England, whatever the hell that is. I don't think there's any necessary to be unified based on race and color. That's not our reality. That's what Martin Delaney was.
You're talking two different things, Colin. You're saying it's about black unity, but at the same time, you're talking about they were preaching about fighting, colonization or giving from underneath the, you
Yeah, and
know.
what happened? What happened was
So it's different.
they were talking about. They were trying to warn them that look, this is the way the world is because we saw America's manifest destiny. It was clearly about the white race. America's history is about the white man
So it
experiment.
wasn't just black unity; it was fighting white supremacy, right?
Yeah, no fighting to be not to be have at least have a future. You know, because remember something. You have the Monroe Doctrine. America basically started hegemony over this whole Western Hemisphere. You had no chance. And so he warned the Africans, right? Sooner or later, and this was before the Berlin Conference, he said, right? I guess they knew, just like George Washington Williams, right? He went to the Congo, right? There was a lot of African Americans who were going to the Congo, like George Washington Williams in the Congo, and several other people, Henry McNeil Turner. There was a philosophy in South Africa called Amma Malinka. Now, I never talked about Amma Malinka on this platform, but this first time I'm going to talk about Amma Malinka, right? This is Pan Africanism, right? Amma Malinka, because there was several African Americans in South Africa by the time the 1920s rolled around, the Garvey time, and the Pan African and the African Americans that lived in South Africa, right, helped establish the Pan African Congress and the ANC and the Soweto Gospel Choir eventually, Amma Malinka was a belief among Southern Africans in the African Americans were coming to South Africa to wage a race war, some sort of race war called Huru in Southern Africa. That's what Amma Malinka was fanatical. They was very fanatical. They wore paint on the face and whatnot. They basically took pictures of Marcus Garvey and the UNIA, the steamships and whatnot, and said Black Americans got ships in every state. They're coming to South Africa to wage raid. And they start warning people they call race traders and collaborators, the white man, that the black man in America is coming to kill you, coming to wipe you out. We're going to do war against race traders and whatnot. That was Amma Malinka. That was the first instance of Pan-Africanism in Southern Africa, Amma Malinka. Look it up on Google, ChatGPT if you don't believe I. Listen,
It's called Chat GPT.
look up there. I know everybody getting that ChatGPT. Amma Malinka, South Africa. That was a belief of African Americans coming to South Africa to wage a race war.
But Colin, there's a simpler explanation as to why there's resistance to this Western version of Pan Africanism on the continent. It's because Caribbeans.
They're stupid. That's why.
Well, no, Caribbeans and Black Americans invented Pan Africanism for a very good reason. It's to reconnect with their authentic original culture that was stripped of them.
I don't think so.
during
I don't think so.
the
I don't.
transatlantic slave trade.
Strongly disagree with that. As I
So,
studied Pan Africanism, it
mhm.
basically, unfortunately, right. One of the things I think that was missing in Pan Africanism was an appreciation of African culture. There was nothing about learning a language. There was nothing about practicing culture. It was all derived around race.
But toward what end? To
Well,
was it
so
was it
what they
to
thought
unify?
that
But hang, let me just say something real quick. In Western Pan Africanism, the idea is to homogenize all people of African descent into a single social system, a single culture, a single worldview.
I don't.
Imagine Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, South Africans, Kru. We're all just one. We all just have one culture and one
At the thing,
worldview, one history.
hold up. At the time,
This is why it's not workable.
hold up. This at the time, right? Unfortunately, right? Most of the education was done through the West, right? There was no written African language. There was no Thoris and like that African culture,
Right.
whatever like that. So, and 90% of everything wrote about the continent came from without, right? Black people basically saw Africa the same way the rest of the world saw it, as a dark continent.
They were reconnect. Or but what didn't you want to
Tyler, I
reconnect with your
think
authentic?
They saw the fucking continent as something they had to civilize. That's the way they thought.
Really?
I
So
think I
you
think
wanted to
people
reconnect?
I think
Go ahead.
Chuku is on.
No,
I
they
think
not
Chuku
want
is.
to reconnect.
Hold
Are
on,
you
let me say
crazy?
this. Let me say this. I think Chuku is on to something. You have to understand when you do the word has meaning behind it, right?
Right.
The spread to pan something. When you say let's pan this out, it's the spread of Africanism, right? So people who are outside of the continent, they wanted to be connected with their Africanness. So it's
And
spreading the culture of Africa to the diaspora around
I think, yo, look,
the globe.
I think you guys are absolutely wrong.
Okay, okay, Tyler.
I wish it was like that, right? But I'm just trying to tell you the
Why do
well,
you
last.
Colin,
think those guys, Pan Africans, were wearing the green, black, and gold, the African medallions, and other
Oh
things
yeah,
like
well,
that?
hold on. We have the African medallion, but I just think a lot of people now, like which one, I
They
would like.
wore dashikis. They were
Yeah,
showing that they were African in their
right.
culture.
hold on. First of all, that's like the
They
'60s,
wore
right?
African medallions and they were hoteps. They talked about
We
Egypt all
can't
the
hold on. We
time.
can't talk at the same time, right?
Okay, but okay. Can I finish? When can I finish my statement?
No, let me finish what I'm saying, right?
Okay.
What you're talking about two different things. You're talking about the Pan Africanism post, like let's say Malcolm X, Kwame Nkrumah, that era, right? The initial Pan Africanism, right? I'm talking about the 19th century, right? Had nothing to do with learning African history, culture, and stuff like that. They thought Africa was a dark continent. Over the years, right? The late 50s, 60s, when a man named Kwame Nkrumah came around and whatnot, and we start seeing these African leaders, revolutionary leaders on the continent, and we start hearing their side of things. We got interested in the culture and their point of view, right? But up until like the 1950s, right, Africa was just someplace black people thought that we had to bring Christianity and civilization to. That's the truth.
Well, no, Kala, it's much more simple than that. So,
No, it's
Pan
not simple.
Africanism.
That's it. Hold up. The black people thought of Africa like white people did as a dark continent. Yeah,
Okay,
like this.
just give me 10 seconds just to lay this out. So, Pan Africanism is okay. uh, People in the West, black people in the West, they see themselves in a racial worldview. They see themselves through the eyes of the white people in terms of they break the world up into racial groups.
The world is
You're
based on race. The world is based
okay,
on race.
yeah, because you are westernized
No.
in
I
this
just look.
continent.
That's the way.
But
Look, yo.
hear me out. Just hear
Hold
me
on.
out. Just hear me out for a
Donald Trump
second.
just banned all Nigerians coming to this country. What do you think that's about? It's fucking race,
I,
man. That's
I'm
reality,
making a
bro.
different point. I'm making a different point. I'm saying if you're on the continent, okay, if you're in the diaspora, you don't have any alternative other than I'm black. That's all you got. I'm black. I'm a black person, right? But if you're on the continent, you are black. That's true. But you're also Igbo, Yoruba, Kru,
Okay, let me ask
Zulu.
you two
But
questions.
hear me. I haven't finished. So the reason why it's incompatible, this version of Pan Africanism is incompatible with the continent, is because there is a tribal worldview there. We see ourselves based on the tribal group, right?
All
And
right,
you
I
cannot
get it.
homogenize all these different groups into a single group.
Oh, we know that.
I'm
We
not
know that.
going to give up Igbo for somebody else's
Like I said,
culture.
but that's
Do you
why
understand?
I love African American culture, right? Because we don't have that shit. Oh, let me give you an example, Chuko. Right now, I was a staunch Pan Africanist until the first time I traveled to Liberia. It wasn't what happened in Liberia. It was what happened before I got to Liberia. You want to know what happened to me?
You
When
met
we
a
got
girl?
off, hold up. When I got on the plane, I took the Brussels, Air Brussels, whatever the fuck that's called, Brussels Air, right? From Dallas Airport to Brussels, right? I get off the Brussels Air, right? And basically, knowing my flight is bound to Sierra Leone and Liberia. That's it, right? The way they treat us at that damn airport, right? They make sure you go up the steps. I'm like, damn, what am I fucking in a prison and shit? You know? They ushered us to the friggin' thing where we do our boarding pass, the secondary pass, whatever like that. And then they put us at this place where we're at the friggin' end of the airport. We can't fucking go down really where the rest of the people are and whatnot. And you were just completely isolated. They got it so you can't even fucking leave the airport, right? I said, well, this is kind of unusual. I always thought like I had a 6 hour layover. I thought, man, maybe I can go downstairs, maybe take a cab in town, whatever like that. I got a female go to a pub, whatever like that. They had it so you could not leave the fucking airport. That's the first time. The second time they did the same thing. This time they put us in this hallway where you had a whole flight of people sleeping on the floor and everything like that, waiting 6 hours, right? No padding or nothing like that. Sitting in these awkward chairs and everything, and then they take you to the last, I would say, like about half hour before the flight's about to go. They take you to the load you in a bus, take you to over where the gates are to get on a plane. So you have no chance but just to get on that plane, get in line, get on the plane. You get right, so you're right there. So in other words, that's 6 hours just sitting there waiting, right? Instead of you going over to the gate, that's where all the mall is and everything like that, right? They have us sitting in this fucking hallway at the middle of nowhere. It's like the back of the airport, whatever like that. In this whole, and I'm saying to myself, how the fuck? I said, and the way they was like talking to the people, like, oh, like I'm like, dude, I don't know what I told the lady. I don't want to escape into your country. Your country's a shithole. I said that. They basically was like, you know, people like, well, they think we're going to escape into their country. I guess they had people flee inside the country, whatever like that, and not go aboard. So that would make sure that your ass is going to fucking Africa. I said, look, I got my U.S. citizen, right? I'm not, you know, I'm just here traveling or not. I'm not, you know, I'm good. You know, I'm not. You don't have to worry about me fucking skipping. If I miss my flight, so the fuck what? I'll catch the next one, you know. But the way they was treating the fucking people who are from Africa was just like abysmal. I was like, yo, so this idea that, oh, I'm an evil, I don't think that really mattered when you're dealing with fucking white people and power. The Igbos, all that stuff you talk about, Chuko, they have no fucking power.
I thought we were talking about Pan-Africanism, not
I know
white
what
people.
I'm saying. That's why Pan-Africanism, if it was Jews right, and people saw themselves as black, you would have some fucking power, you know? All that tribal shit like that, you have no fucking power.
But Colin, let me ask you a question. Imagine a world where there's only black people. Do you think that we will all be unified? It would be a world of just
whoever said we have no unified.
I'm
I don't want to
asking
be
you a
unified
question.
with everybody. I don't
I'm
want to be
asking you.
unified.
Okay, but I'm just asking you a question. Do you think
No.
a world
No.
a world with all black people will just be one of racial solidarity?
No. There's always gonna be conflict. You know, everywhere you go, Chuko, that's part of life. It's where the sun rises and falls. There's gonna be conflict, murder, everything. There's always gonna be evil under the sun. So you just have to deal with it like you deal with it. There's no perfect world. There's no utopia.
Right. But Pan-Africanism wants a world of racial solidarity among all people.
That's why I said
This is the utopia that this version of Pan-Africanism.
No, I don't know where you're. That's the fantasy version of Pan. Like you see the title. That's not the L.A.R.P version of Pan-African. That's what I'm doing the show. That's why I'm smarter than you and everybody else. I knew you guys were going to say stupid shit like that, right? That's a theory, philosophy, and fantasy of Pan-Africanism, right? I'm talking, the colonization is talking about the L.A.R.P of Pan-Africanism. See the difference?
But there is a workable form of Pan-Africanism.
No. The workable, I just told you, was logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. You got to take it on a case-by-case basis.
But hear me out.
Hold on. What you're talking about is fantasy. That's nonsense. It doesn't work.
I'm not talking about that. On the continent, there is a different form of Pan-Africanism. It's not to do with cultural homogenization. It's to do with economic and political integration. So imagine all the countries on the continent unified behind a single currency backed by African gold, minerals, oil, and resources.
How many years have they been saying that?
How many years have they been talking about? Oh, we're all one big Negro.
How many years they've been saying that? They've been saying we got to be one currency, one military. They've been saying that for fucking 50 years, right?
That's what Traore is working on. Traore is working on that.
Okay, Traore, 36-year-old dude is going to bring the. Okay.
So you don't have faith in that.
This is what Africa basically leave the continent in the hands of these people, and this is what it is.
Well, it's better than being a permanent underclass in America. Would you rather be a permanent underclass in America, or at least try to have your own thing?
I'm not part of Africa. Is the underclass of the world, man. Come on, let's be honest.
Right, but the only way we're gonna get through this is we figure out. We got to figure out how to play a positive sum game that we can all benefit from.
The problem is, right? Like I said, what's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. Africans don't want to give nothing up. That's the problem. They don't want to give nothing up.
But you said it was about unity, Carla. You said Pan-Africanism was about unity. You didn't say anybody had to give anything up.
I never said no. Well, unity means one. There's no such thing as a unity. That just means basically, if you're basically black, you should be naturally that black people build together one another. You don't have to like each other. You don't have to like that, but you recognize that you're strength in numbers. You don't have to love each other. What's this unity shit, you know?
But you just agreed that if everybody was black, there would still be conflict. There would
No, there's
still be
always going to be conflict no matter what you do. What are you talking about?
right.
There's conflict among black Americans. There's going to be conflict no matter what, but you got to know how to deal with it. That's what civilization is for, you know? That's what agree to disagree. That's what all the philosophies for. That's why you have learning. That's why you have stuff like this. That's what.
Kyla, has African Americans ever had to give up something to unify with another group of
Oh
people?
yeah, I think we do have to give up something. We basically, black Americans, have to give up a lot. You know, we have to basically, for the most part, we have never been a native as people. We always basically shared Black America, whoever comes here with us, right? Our HBCUs, everything like that. You know, whatever we have in America, we just open it up to everybody
So what do
else.
you want Africa to give up? Their HBC, their
I never
colleges,
said,
and
you know,
what?
I said, look, not even just me. We don't need nothing from Africa. I don't need nothing from Africa.
No, you just made a statement that Africans don't want to give up
No,
anything.
no, I would
What
say
don't
like
they want
this.
to give up that you've given up
If you
for
want to give
them?
me, y'all, you want to give me a second, I'll tell you, right? I said like this, right? I said, look, you know, I made a suggestion one time, right? I said, look, if African countries, right, basically said, you know something, we basically need to come together and build a united aviation airline system, right? We need to do so, right? We need to have uniform inspections of planes, stuff like that, standardized salaries, everything like that. And we need friggin' an aviation authority, right? Just like we need a port authority, right? Why you all got all these countries in Africa who are not synchronized in the shipping thing? You got ships coming in, right? If a ship comes into Ghana, unloads in Ghana, right? Why can't that ship go to Cameroon to pick up some stuff and go on to another destination? Because it's not coordinated, because there's not one shipping authority, right? To have
Kyle,
a
those are different countries with different
hold on. That's what
laws
I'm
on their
saying.
books.
Oh, this is what I'm saying, right? Now, Asia has it like that. They have one regional shipping authority that all the countries agree with, right? They give something up. African countries are so scared that whatever graft and corruption they're getting, they don't want to give nothing up. You got
Color.
states that should be combining together. Man, you know what I'm saying? I believe that Burundi and Rwanda should just be one fucking country, you know? That's
Color.
Pan-African, you know?
Let me ask you a question, Color. Can you have Pan-Africanism without Africa? Can you have Afristan without
Yeah,
Africa?
yeah, I mean, yeah,
How do you how do you delete Africa from
First of all,
Pan-Africanism? Go ahead.
Hold up. Pan-African, as far as me, I'm concerned, right? If it serves my notion, right? If I get black people in America, right, agreeing that we're of African descent, I can have Pan-Africans right here. I don't need that. What do I need Africa for? You know, Africa would be nice because it's a land base or not, you know. But if Africa is not pulling its weight and it doesn't want to develop, it doesn't want to build anything, what good is it? You know.
So you want to do Pan-Africanism here in America?
No, I'm saying Pan-African wherever we are. There's black people that move it. There's an African American community now, a large community now in Thailand, right?
So why call that Pan-Africanism?
Well,
Call
so,
that
hold on, it's whatever it is.
Black Americanism.
Anywhere where Black Americans live. That's what I said. Pan African to me means Black America, and then other people who join us. That's what I believe.
What color?
Now hold on. Pan African to you might be different, but I said Pan African to me means.
I mean, you're Kyla, man, damn. You know, you're such a supremacist. Everything has to revolve around African Americans, right?
No, I'm saying everything I do has to. I'm saying
That's main character syndrome, Colin. You want to
Right,
be
you're
a
a
main character.
supremacist, bro.
I'm saying I don't expect you guys to do that because you guys got your own thing going. You know.
You talked about this Afristan on your show for like a year and a half, Kyla.
Yeah,
And the key factor there was it has to be in Africa.
And hold on, I would like for it to be in Africa. That's the ideal place for it, right? That's the ideal place for an African is in Africa, right? That's like this. But if it can't be in Africa, right? Because whatever African reason,
Why can't it be in Africa?
I have no idea. You ask Africans that.
No, don't say that. You haven't made any tangible actions to have it in Africa and been denied.
Yes, I have. You know, so
no, you haven't, Colin. You never went there asked anybody for a specific plot of land.
But I will. You know, I will.
Okay, then. So don't say that you have if you haven't yet.
I will. So what I'm saying is this. So my whole thing is what I do is I test by me doing this show for a year and a half now. what I've been doing is testing their response, right? And I
Who is them? You think I can stop you
no,
from
no,
having an
no.
Afro
I'm just
stand
testing.
or green light you having it? I'm not the authority.
Look, I'm just testing the responses, and whatnot. And I would say, on the whole, it was like I would say like 50-50. You know, that's between and ain't just Africans, African Americans
Oh,
too. Whatnot. You know, I
Carla,
think
you're smarter than that, bro. You got to
I
go
think
on the
about that.
continent,
I
go
think
to the
about
30s that can give you land and ask them and see what they say.
you know. So, but I'm saying is this: so the idea of an African right is our version of Pan African because we cannot be fucking talking about Pan Africanism if I don't have what if I don't get back what I feel like I lost over 500 years, which is land. That's the most important thing, you
So,
know.
Carla, let me ask you a question, right? You talk about giving and getting and getting something and giving up something, right? So, if you go to a tribal chief or even a government and you propose your Afro stand, right? And they say, okay, Carla, we agree. We're going to give you this land, but on one condition. You have to prove to us within the next 5 years or 10 years you have the means to develop it. What is your response to that?
First of all, we do have the means to develop it. You
How?
know,
What is it? Where's the means?
we got the fucking money. You know.
Where? Where?
Well, look, Elvis, let me tell you something. I know you're low IQ, right?
Fine.
But check this out. Black America, even in home equity.
No, I'm not talking about black. I'm talking about you. You're the one that's
And I'm saying
representing
like,
them. You got to show them that you have the means to
I don't have
develop
to.
the land.
Look, I'm saying it like this: how do you raise money? Stocks, bonds, mutual funds, capital. You raise capital. In fact, I'm looked up with like all kinds of venture capital. People look at ideas. You put it out
Tyler, you
there.
don't go to the bank to ask for a
I
loan
don't
without a business plan.
Elvis, I can't just I'm not going to go do that, right? I ain't going to do that, right? If somebody wants to know how my suggestion, what's my information? Let's scroll on the screen. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Anybody wants to know how I plan on doing it or whatever like that, you email me, inbox me, or go to my social network, the BAOAfricstan.com, and I'll explain these. I'm not going to talk about it on the air right here.
Okay,
No,
but
I get
Colin,
it. I'm not saying you should tell me, but I'm
I'm
saying
not
you
going to
you
tell
should
you.
already have
Hold
it.
on. All of our people, basically, we already have it fucking mapped. It's just a matter of just doing it. You know what I'm saying? I did this show because I wanted basically because no other platform will give me a platform to talk about it. So I had to build my own platform. The only reason why I'm here is to promote this idea of an African. That's the only reason why I'm here, right?
respect. But Colin, I have a question.
So the rest is nobody else, not even Dinosaur and I will let me
Tyler,
talk.
Donnie's give you a platform, plenty of
But now,
time to
hold
talk
on. But
about
he
it.
does not talk about the African. He never let me talk about the African.
Okay,
Never.
but Colin, so for
So I
Africans
had to
on the
get. So now I got my own platform that's growing and whatnot. And the more I keep talking about it, the more people are talking about it, the more it becomes real. You know,
but
I
Colin,
started an idea and go real. Once people like it gets critical mass, millions of people are talking about it. Yeah, it'll happen. You know.
But Kyle, to Africans on the continent, there's 54 sovereign nations, and we have our ancestral land in
So,
different regions of the
so,
continent.
so.
How does it benefit us to buy into Afristan
Well, the
when
bottom
we
line,
have
look,
54
hold
countries
on.
to choose
I
from?
feel like this. We had our ancestral lands there too, right?
Right.
All right, that's end of discussion. We're just taking back what's really ours. What's
So
ours.
Afristan will be your new ancestral
Yeah,
land.
yeah. It's up. It'll be justice because it will be what was really supposed to be ours, right?
And I understand that, and
And
that
so the
makes a
bottom
lot of
line,
sense.
is that's not up for negotiation. After that, if there's no African, there's no Pan African. There's no unity. Nothing. That's
So
what.
so Afristan is the pinnacle of Pan Africanism.
Well, my Pan version of Pan, like I said, my L.A.R.P. Like Pan African was doing Jubilee, fantasy theory, and fucking celebration. That's the other side. The colonizations Pan African is based on what's logical,
Tyler,
achieved.
you don't have the leverage to make that demand to the Africans.
Well,
Africans are not the one that's calling for unification. It's the
okay, maybe
diaspora
not,
that's calling for
but
unification.
or maybe
So
not.
they're
But
not
the
asking
bottom
you for
line is, look,
anything. You're asking them for land.
I'm just saying that's my position, right? When people ask me, Colin, man, how come you don't come to Burkina Faso? I'm not interested. You know.
So what are you offering, Tyler? Land for
Hold on,
unification? Is that a good
hold on.
trade?
Bottom line is this: people come to me because my voice is growing stronger. Even Afrodamas, one of my top nemesis. Carla, you got to come to the Gambia. You got to come here. Look, the bottom line is, as my power and influence grows, it's going to be the same way. People are going to want me there, but I got my line in the sand. You want me there? You want to talk to me? This is what we talk about. I'm not compromising with nobody. We're not. This is what I want. This is my end game. You know, as simple
I'm
as that.
Kyle, I'm looking at this from the angle of a businessman. I already have my ancestral land. How
You can
does it
have your
benefit
answer. I don't
me?
look. I don't want
But
your
hear me out.
ancestral land.
I'm a
Hold
businessman.
on,
I'm
hold
a
on, hold on, hold on,
businessman.
hold on.
I'm a
First
businessman.
of all,
I'm a
first of all, I
businessman.
don't want nothing. I don't want nothing in West Africa. You know,
Okay,
nothing. You know.
fine.
You know what I'm saying? My ancestral land, where I come from, is
Africa is full,
hold on, hold
Kyle.
on, hold on,
Africa
hold
is
on.
full.
No, it's not.
Africa is
No,
full.
it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Don't you think, Chuko? Don't you have to map this out? I got areas of tens of thousands of square miles that are unoccupied. Nobody there. Whole parts of Zambia, Angola, where
They're
Angola.
unoccupied for a reason, Kyle.
So it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter. So you guys can talk all you want when the land is there. We could do it. You know. So it doesn't really matter. You know.
So why are you running away from West Africa
Okay,
now? You
no,
both Congolese in West Africa?
no, I'm saying the fact that West Africa, whatever you guys gonna do, hey, you guys don't see me going any place. Hey, y'all can have it. You know, let me go to places like Congo, Angola, Zambia, all these people that I've been talking to for the years. Whatnot, they're like, man, come on down here, man. This is what it is. But if I can't make it down there, I can only make it as far as Liberia. But sooner or later, well, the day I start traveling to Angola, like I'm doing Liberia, that's why I'm getting myself ready. I don't give a damn if I'm 100 years old. I'm gonna do this the rest of my life. By the time I get to the Southern Africa region, right there, it's just gonna happen.
Wouldn't
You
it
know,
benefit you to have allies in West Africa, Kyle?
what for? You know, what for?
So you're just going to be a rugged individualist in
Yeah,
Africa. That's what you're going to
look,
do.
the bottom line, look, I'm looking for allies outside of Africa. To tell you the truth, you know.
So why go to
Look,
Africa?
hold on,
Why
look,
why even go to Africa?
I'm
Why
gonna look.
why go
Well, that's
there?
my ancestral homeland. But I'm saying I'm looking for real people that can really help us out. You know, I'm looking for Singaporeans. I'm looking for fucking Thai people, South Koreans, so that
Well, why not build Afristan in
for that, you know,
Singapore?
like
Part
that.
of the
You
problem
can
is
build it in China.
you're trying to build Afghanistan by yourself. You don't have a strong team of people who are capable behind you to help you with it.
Yeah, we will though. You know, we will though. We got the manpower. You know, I got faith. We got the manpower. You know, once you basically go like this, and once it's a done deal, and once we basically create our own municipality, we got our own tax base, we're good. You know.
So having
Yeah,
allies in the biggest country, the largest country on the
yeah,
continent,
but
the most
One
populous
second,
nation
Nigeria, hold on,
on the
Tyler, you
Nigeria,
continent,
keep saying
hold on.
we, but we only know about you. Who's the we?
Nigeria can't get itself together. You know, it's attacking Burkina Faso and that. So, I mean, come on, man. Half the country's fucking falling apart, man. Come on, man. You know.
There's millions of us in the diaspora.
Yeah, I was saying, look, go back and fix Nigeria, man. What the hell?
Okay. All right. Okay. I got you, Colin.
Fix
No,
Nigeria, man.
no,
Hey,
you
look, if
got it.
y'all
You
fix
got it.
Nigeria,
You got
man.
it. You got it,
And
Colin.
also, like I said, if we build the African, then I'll be like Elvis. Liberia is all yours, bro. It is all yours, man. You know, it is all y'all. Y'all can have it.
Liberia's all mine now, Carlos.
Yeah, you can have it. You know, what I'm saying. Then I'll relinquish all claims to Liberia. I'll be like, okay, you know, y'all can have it. You know, I, you
Well,
know.
are you making a claim on Liberia right now that you have to
No,
relinquish?
not right now. I'm only claiming because my ancestors, what they built and established,
Oh,
right?
okay.
My ancestors did build that country, so that's all. But after we get in African, we'll be able to say, you know something, boys, we'll pass it on to y'all. See what y'all can do with it. It's all y'all's.
Chuku, what state are you from in Nigeria? Is it Abia or Anambra?
Imo State.
So did your ancestor build Enugu State?
Did my ancestor build in Enugu State? Well, the Enugu State is part of Igbo land.
No, I'm saying when you say your ancestor, you have your ancestor village, your ancestor place.
Yo,
Oh,
hold up.
You know,
Umucheze.
That's
Umucheze is
debatable.
my
There's
ancestral
no.
village.
Hold up,
right?
It's in
That's your
Imo
Hey,
State.
ancestral village.
you guys, be
Yeah.
quiet. I will say this. That's not up for the fucking debate. The black people who came from America, built fucking Liberia. That's not.
Yes, but they're not your ancestor. That's what I can tell you.
They're my people. They come from my lineage. They're my blood.
Yeah, but not
They're
your
my blood.
ancestor.
They're my blood.
I can say the same thing that my ancestors are Black Americans because they came from Africa.
They're my kinfolk. Why? Because they actually came from here. They carry my culture and everything to the continent of Africa.
Well, Kala, didn't you say that your people are from the Congo?
No, I'm talking about the people that built the culture that we know as African Americans went to Liberia and Sierra Leone, right?
So anything any African American does, it relates to you. You are him, he is you.
Well, no, that's not necessarily, right? Not necessarily. Which we call
Not when it comes to the
there's
bad things. Only the difference.
There's African Americans that live in Dominican Republic called Samana. There's African Americans that live in Baja California called New Liberia. There's African Americans who live in Brazil, Guyana, Suriname, which we call there's African American communities all over the damn planet. So I don't have none. I know they're different people because they assimilated with the local populations, but they still carry our culture and everything.
So wait. You said they're different people, so they're no longer African Americans,
So
right?
they're still African Americans, but they're not African Americans like the people who stayed in the continental United States. There's something they're African American derived, but they're not real, truly African Americans because their culture didn't keep up with the rest of us.
So they both are and aren't African Americans.
The African
That's
Americans.
what Tariq Nasheed said about the Liberians.
No,
That
no.
they're no
What
longer
Tariq is trying to say is,
FBAs.
if somebody I have a lot of Liberian. My wife's, her family, the Wilsons, they're African American descent. And which we call I got a lot of my boy Sam Cooper. All these people basically, I consider them my cousins. This is what I do with Liberians. I consider them my cousins, right? Now somebody like Dollar Bill, that's my blood. That's my brother, right? Hustle Smart, my brother, because we stayed in this country together. Everybody else that derives from us, your cousin or a relative, simple as
So
that.
let me ask you, Kala, are the Gullah Geechee and the Louisiana Creoles the same ethnic group? Because they each say that they're their own ethnic group. How are they?
No. They're just
How are
basically
they
a subset of Africa.
uniform?
Hold up, the Gullah Geechee are just African Americans that basically have a high African cultural retention. That's all that is.
What about the Louisiana Creoles who were a former French colony before the Louisiana
But it's
Purchase?
still African Americans, right? Because they derived from the United States when the
Even
American
though they
culture.
have a French culture and
It
French
doesn't matter. It
Creole.
doesn't matter. The French amalgamated into America. You go to Louisiana, you got the parishes and everything. Louisiana is an American French culture. That's all it is.
But they say that
I
they
don't
are
give
their
a
own
damn what
ethnic group.
they say. There's a bunch of freaking people running around, and the people that's doing that are these fucking mulatto people who are trying to fucking hijack the Creole culture.
Well,
Trying to hijack.
they've delineated themselves
You can
from.
delineate all you want, but truth is the truth. You cannot fucking delineate from fucking who you are. Your blood, your DNA, your blood is who you are. You can try to delineate all you want. That's all. That's such social media driven. People. I'm a Creole. I'm not African. Get the fuck out of here. Shut the hell up with that shit. They're a bunch of liars.
So Creoles, Gullah Geechee, you're all the same guy.
What you got? I'm my family's Atlantic Creole.
Okay.
That's a Louisiana Creole, right? Layer Creole. The bottom line is these people, all the people, black people, Creole, Atlantic Creole, French Creole, all the fuck Gullah Geechee, all the fucking same, all black folks. By the time we start moving into cities and stuff like that, all the black people fucking mixed together and we became one freaking culture and one people, called African Americans,
But Kyle,
Simple
like,
as that.
you don't think that you see yourself through the eyes of the white man and just
I don't
every
fucking
black
see.
person
How do I see
is
myself
one
through the
group?
eyes of a white man? I don't see
Okay,
myself.
you don't perceive any
You see
differences.
yourself through the eyes of the white man
No,
because
I'm Igbo,
I
Kyle.
don't
I'm
look.
Igbo.
I don't know shit about how the white man sees me,
Right.
whatever like
Okay,
that. What are you
all
talking?
black people, you said all black descendants of slaves are the same group of people. There's no.
We are because the
Okay.
music, everything we do, the music, everything like that, the foods, everything like that connects us.
Even with different colonial origins.
Yeah, we all okay. If you live in the United States, right? United States, right? America, right? The 13 colonies, right? The 13 colonies. If you are the freaking part of 13 colonies, right? You would technically, and that's what it means by African American.
So
right?
culture makes people your people, not blood.
What are you talking about?
So if a person shares the same culture as you, that means they're your people. They're your relative. Not that they're biologically,
if they were black,
related to you.
if they're African slave descendant in the United States, particularly the 13 colonies, right? That to me defines what an African American is, right? The people from the 13 original colonies, 13 original colonies. That's the oldest Africans in this North America.
So slavery makes you African American. That's
Well,
the unique
hold up.
identifying
Hold on,
feature.
hold on. Our ancestors, I am not fucking ashamed of one fucking thing, right?
I'm not.
You're
I'm
trying to
not.
be, look, my ancestors came here in chains, in bondage, and whatnot. But guess what? Out of all the people in the world that could say they broke chains and persevered, we did. So I don't care. I'm proud. Whatever my ancestors were, I'm proud of what the fuck I am right now, and I'm proud of what we are. Because I'm honestly, I don't see any other group of people, particularly black people, that I want to trade places with. I'm just serious.
So, Colin, you're espousing Adolf's, rhetoric because they see
Oh
themselves as
no,
people who
I
are
don't look.
descendants of slavery rather than.
I never look. I'm like this. Adolf's people want people want to get away from. They say the descendant of slaves, right? But where did slaves come from? Where the Americans said, I would never say I'm an American. I would say I'm an African person. I'm an American with an African slave story. That's it. I am not going to deny my ancestral continent. As simple as that. They do. I don't.
So does your origin start at the point of slavery, or do you have
My
a
ancestors'
older origin?
origin started 50,000 years ago when my DNA was first conceived. My culture and my identity right now, like people change, right? The people that crossed the Atlantic and had the experience in America, right? The people who were socialized in America, right? Under this system are African Americans. Simple as that. That's all. And we all come from
So
the same place. We come from the mother continent.
what
Simple.
is the role of your African origin in that?
That's what I come from. That's all I come from. That's all. That's all we know. That's where I come from. I'm not going to be a people that said, "Oh, what do you think? I just dropped out of the sky?" I say, "Look, my ancestors came from the African continent, right? Whatever it is, and we're here in America. We learned the American way of doing things and saying things, whatever like that, and we became a unique people. Simple as that. So that's what I'm proud of. I'm proud of it. I ain't gonna be running away from it. I'm not one of these Negroes that's ashamed of his fucking heritage. When I'm proud of it. I'm proud of everything, whatever. The fact that we was able to overcome this shit, whatnot, and become, whatever it is, man. The bottom line is we're U.S. citizens, and till we have a nation of our own, this is it. We just have to be Americans. It is what it is, man. Whatever my people are, I am. That's what I'm saying. My people are wherever I love being around my people. Really, true. Well, there's nothing more satisfying when I'm around my own race, and stuff like that. When I'm around my family, my friends, especially during the holidays, stuff like that, I'm around my family and everything like that, and I'm seeing beautiful African American people, and we're all happy. When I always want to see my people happy. That's all. We're happy. I don't give a damn if Africa stands on the fucking moon. Long
So,
as we're
but if Africans have the same feeling, you call that tribalism.
I don't call it tribalism. I don't think Africans have that feeling because if they did, they would be in their own countries. They don't have that. What I'm saying is Africans, they basically
So,
bring their tribalism over here, and
so
we don't want
Khaled,
to hear it.
so America is your country.
I'm living here, and
Yeah, I'm living here too. So, in what
no,
sense?
look, Elvis. I mean, look, I'm living in this country, right? The United States, wherever it is, however it happened, I was brought here and whatnot. Out of basic humanity, right? A turn of events, right? The United States said, you know something, we can't make up for what we did to your ancestors, right? We're not gonna pay you reparations. That was out of because America was broke, right? It's for the Civil War, right? But what we are gonna do, the humane thing to do is we can't guarantee you anything, right? But we're gonna guarantee you that you will have a place in our society.
So
Now,
citizenship in exchange for slavery. Is that what you're saying, Colin?
no, not same for reparations.
No,
That was
integration was the
So
reparations. That's what I was
citizenship
saying.
for reparation.
that's another thing you guys understand. The white man never intended for it to integrate in his society. That integration means race mixing. That's not gonna happen. So basically, they said you could come here, right? It was Black America who changed this country out of our naivety, right? Because if I would have been back then, we would never had a civil rights movement. Because I was like, these people are racist, whatever it was that Black people believed in this. Look, Black people actually, out of every group of people, actually believed in this country. They took these words of Thomas Jefferson and all that literally. that all Americans are created equal. They really believe this shit, you know.
Thomas Jefferson also had children with a 14-year-old
Well,
slave,
hold up. But
and he kept them in slavery.
regardless, right? Like in the Wars of 1776, enough black people believe he is a founding father, and they want to be part of it. That's sad, like this. Not me. I'm like this. I'm an American, but I'm not a Thomas Jefferson American. I'm here. I'm grateful to be inside the United States. I am, man. You know, I wouldn't have what I have if God forbid, if I ever got deported and I couldn't live in the United States, I'd fucking die. You know.
But do you know how many other immigrants are in the United States that didn't have to pay the high price of 400 years of chattel slavery?
Yeah, that's fine. But the thing is, though, look at this, though. When you talk about immigrants here, they're like invisible. You know, we
Really?
are. Hold up.
Is Obama invisible?
Hold up. We are the culture here. You know.
Is Obama invisible though? Is Kamala Harris invisible?
Obama was something that was thrust on us. Now people like having the regrets because he basically came in a time where we still believe all black people are black people. He couldn't get elected again. You know, he couldn't get elected again. At a time when Obama came, we were basically like, "Oh, he's black. He had a black wife." That shit cannot fly right now, 2025. Trust me. You know?
How come there's never been a descendant of chattel slavery as
because
president?
I don't think. Look, bottom line is this: like I'm like this. There's nothing to me is spectacular about being in the White House of the United States, even in a fucking thing. For God's sake, look at fucking Joe Biden, man. The guy was a fucking idiot, you know. We black people really don't think highly of this fucking government, bro. You gotta understand that. We don't.
Well, how come there's never been descendants of chattel slavery on the currency? Currency. What about the currency?
We don't.
You don't think there should be a Negro on the 20 or 50?
I don't care. I don't care. We don't care about that shit, you know.
But you just said this is your country.
I know, but
would it not feel like more like your country?
I do not care about seeing a black person on a fucking thing. I don't want to see a black person on a thing. Matter of fact, where I live at right here, why not? I'm cool with my mayor. He's white. 2 mayors in Virginia Beach, Chesapeake are white. I'm fucking cool with that shit because they get shit done. We're not tribal like that. You know, we're not fucking tribal. We don't care about shit like that, you know? You think we do. Like, oh,
you don't care about representation. You don't care about that.
No. You know?
You don't care about political representation.
Okay,
that's
so
not important.
Tell me what political representation did to Gary, Indiana. Tell me what political representation did to fucking Baltimore. Tell me what political representation did to fucking Atlanta. We're starting to see the fucking pattern, right? People like, oh, we need political representation, and the fucking people, and because people come with that mentality, man, they run.
All Kyle is saying that black people are incapable of ruling themselves and governing themselves. So leave it to the white man.
No. That's what it sounds like.
Black people, hold up, black people. I'll say right now, in not just America, in Africa, are not capable, do not have the intelligence, right, to choose their own leader. We could. Oh, look, if I chose,
so who has the intelligence to choose your leader? White people.
Oh no! I said if I chose leadership, right.
So you're the smartest. You're the smartest black man.
Look, if I had a slate of leaders, if they ran, they couldn't get elected, right? But I'm gonna tell you right now, I look at Africans right now, and if I could, I would just spend every election on the fucking African continent, right? You know, and that's it. No democracy, no nothing. Africa's 100 years away from that shit. Black America could be like 30 or 40 years, you know?
Don't you have bigger fish to fry than what's going on in the African continent? Don't you have to worry about what's going on right here in your midst?
I don't look. I worry about everything that's going on in the world. I don't limit myself to America. You know, I look at the African continent, right? I look at what's going on in Liberia right now. They had a fucking protest. This guy Mulu had a protest, right? The nigga ran, coward ran. You know, Elvis's boy, he ran. You know, he had the kids out there throwing rocks at the police and whatnot. Same fucking story, right? Because he wants to deliver a letter to the president. You know, a bunch of goons or whatever. That's how they do in Liberia, right?
You're so, I don't want to insult you, but it's literally enshrined within our Constitution that you can go and petition your government. That's what he was doing.
That's another fucking thing I'm sick and tired of, right? I'm sick and tired of people who come from the fucking bush, right?
There you go.
Our Constitution and whatnot. You didn't write that damn Constitution.
Yes, we did. The 1985 Constitution was written under Samuel Doe.
All they did was
the 1985 Constitution was written under Samuel Doe.
All they did was borrow from fucking the original Constitution.
It was
You
written
guys,
on the Samuel Doe. That Constitution reflects the
you
native
guys
people.
do not have the fucking intelligence, the civilization.
The Constitution is written. It was written by native people, Kyler.
Where do you get the idea of liberty from? It didn't come from an African.
Where did the African slaves get the idea from? Did they get it from their ancestor, or they got it from the white man?
They got it from the white man.
They got it from the white man, of course.
Why are we bragging on white people?
Blesses everybody on a panel. Listen, y'all have to stop harassing Colin, man. The only hope for Africa is to bring a remnant of Africans to America. At least 10% of Africans need to come to America to be saved. Outside of that continent is a continent of chaos, disorder, and lacks the ability to produce a thriving government. Africa is a mess, and y'all have to admit that it's a mess from everywhere, from east to west to south to north. It's really, it's just a mess. And that's why I'm pushing. That's why I'm pushing
black people, or compared to the white people.
10% of Africans to come here, really to be saved. Like Elvis, I'm happy you're here.
If you had any power, they may be meaningful, but you don't. You're just
no. But I'm petitioning for, those Christian Nigerians to be brought to America, man. I mean, Africa's just a fucking mess, and I love Africa. But that shit is a mess, man. Y'all are about 200 to 300 years of hardcore evolution from having a suitable society that's livable. Elvis knows, Chuku, you don't want to be in Africa. You just tell the truth. You don't want to be in Africa because it's
all they want to come here and cosplay us. Use off everything you see in America is because we built this shit.
The whole concept of liberty.
What if you built
the whole concept of?
Explain to me what have you built since slavery?
Hold up, the fact that you can get a paycheck, right?
Did you see
what was under duress?
Years ago, no black man got a paycheck.
But the thing is, even so, if it was under duress, we actually built something. In Africa, there's nothing being built by the African.
Most of those countries are very young countries. You've been
around before Jesus Christ was on. Africa been around before Jesus Christ was on the earth, man.
I'm talking about
they've
just
man.
Been around since the 1960s. As
man, no. Africa been around before Jesus was on the fucking earth.
1776. Colin was just giving you examples of when African Americans had the opportunity to govern themselves, to build something great that mirrors the white man's, civilization in all fields. He was giving you Gary, Indiana. He was giving you Atlanta. He was telling you your people lack the capacity to govern themselves. That's what Colin was telling you.
Before we adopted liberalism, we always built.
Just shut up about liberalism.
No,
you had the power
before 1970,
and you ran it down to the fucking ground. And now they're ghost towns. Now they're poverty-stricken places. You're not different than the African.
Can you please tell me what? Can you tell me what a Quran
give you a shield?
Can you tell me what
give you a veneer that you're in a successful society? But when you have the opportunity to build on your own, you feel just like the African.
Elvis, what has a Quran man built outside of a hut in the last?
You are no different.
1776. Would you agree that slavery is the best thing that ever happened to your ancestors? That's the best. That's the highlight of your entire career. Let's keep it real.
No. Chuko, you don't listen. To make the hardest steel, it has to go through the hottest fire.
So you're
trials and tribulation. Trials and tribulation always promotes evolution. Yeah, we're
okay. Show us what that hardest steel is building right now. Show us a community or a state or a city that's ran successfully by the hardest steel that went through the fire of slavery. Show it to us.
Since 1970, we've been in chaos, and that's what it is.
Oh, you've been in chaos, so you're fucked up just like the Africans.
No, but the Africans have never built a fucking Lego.
Show us anything that African American has built, and they're maintaining today.
Your highest productivity was enslavement.
Don't show us anything with white people building the infrastructure and maintaining the college.
The African does not have a George Washington Carver. You don't have that. You never had it, and you'll never will have that. someone who can
Listen,
actually.
listen to this black crab mentality.
I mean, he's an
No,
idiot.
you don't. No, you don't have a George Washington Carver. You don't have a Booker T. Washington. You don't have a MLK. You don't have a Malcolm X.
You're a happy
You don't.
domesticated slave. You're
Yeah,
happy
because
to have been domesticated.
I mean,
Listen,
come on,
you
bro.
don't have Listen,
I
Kwame
don't want to go to the extreme and say something that I'll regret tomorrow
Kwame
morning.
Nkrumah had to
So
come here to be educated to even understand what Pan-Africanism is. Like the African mind is a blessed mind, but God didn't imbue it with the knowledge of society. You got to understand that.
Show us the society that the African American mind has built and is maintaining today.
The African American,
excluding white people.
Nicodemus
the African American mind has been assimilated into the
Show
white
us
society.
where is it today? Is it still active today?
Elvis, you want me to play the top 20 black businesses in America?
We're not talking about businesses. All of those businesses are using the infrastructure of the white man.
Kyler, can you play that thing about the top 20 civilizations?
Top 20 black communities in America?
Yeah, so
you have to show that it's maintained by black people. The power grid, the fire department, the police department, the people who build the roads and the bridges, they're all black people, Kyler.
I posted that in the chat. 20.
No, it's okay, Kyler. We don't have to play it.
I posted that in the chat.
You want to take credit for what the white tea people built. You want to take credit for what the white tea architects had you build. The white tea architects forced you to build.
Whether it was under duress,
that.
We built it. The White House was built by African Americans.
Okay.
Look, Monrovia is Liberia hasn't built anything in Grand Jita. I was looking. I'm on Focus for Liberia. I'm on Spoon Talk. I seen Samuel Doe hometown. It looks like a forest.
This is we sick boss talk. You're happy to be a house.
Elvis knows the truth. Elvis knows the truth. The Kron man, they can't build. I mean, but when they come to America,
show me what your people have built, brother. Absence of white people. I'm not competing with you and telling you I'm greater than your people. I'm just saying, show me what your people have built and they're maintaining without the white man.
Yeah, can you build a civilization without the white man? Can you build a civilization without the white man's whip and lash
your
on your
people
back?
are out there slaughtering.
I'm asking you, sir. I'm asking you a specific
70,000 a
question.
day.
1776. Answer that question.
Can you build a civilization without the white man having you enslaved?
Answer that 1776.
Yes, of course.
Okay, what civilization
it was a reason.
without the white man enslavement?
It was a reason they chose.
Hey, hold on. You guys want to look the richest black neighborhoods in America, right?
Yeah, show them.
Here we go.
Black neighborhoods across the United States.
This is a red herring.
Interested in knowing
moving into a home that's built by white people, that'll make it a black development, Colin.
We have developers that build these communities.
That's a lie. Show us the developer.
Yeah, we do. You know, we got look right here. Hold up, Crystal Lake, right in Portsmouth, Virginia. All black neighborhood mansions when that was built by one of my late husband or one of my clients. She said my husband built 20 homes over here. Nice.
That's homes, what I said. 20 homes. That's a nation. That's a nation.
No, but the whole neighborhood sits on the lake, right? These are affluent black people, right? That got everything in there. Whole black.
Have you seen Ikeja? Or Banana Island, where wealthy people built, and you try to disparage it.
You guys got one freaking place, Ikeja.
They got a lot of places like that in Nigeria, in Abuja, Maitama, Busupe.
Hold up. We built this in America. You know, we didn't have.
So what does that mean? This is the white man's country. You probably building on the white man's land.
This is your fault, Carla, because you don't embrace America. You allow random tethers to.
You just can't deny the fact that you guys are under the shade of the white man. We're not.
No, I don't think so.
Don't forget to hit
so you feel
Elvis.
You will always be under the shade of the white man.
99% of Africans want
under
to
the
come
shade
here.
of the white man. This is house Negro
talk.
Baldwin Hills. It's been here since like the 1920s.
If you were watching BET,
Chuko, you have a homeland. You don't want to be there.
2009.
I have a home in my homeland, sir. Do you have a home anywhere outside this country?
Chuko, you got a home there, but you don't even go there. You probably got a random Olawande living in your house. You ain't never in Nigeria.
Sir, my family is living there right now. I'll be there in a few weeks.
Oh, did you see John just showing us? He's walking around this place in Nigeria. That place looked terrible, man.
Open sewage.
Early in the morning. I was like, that should look terrible, man.
Colin, you got to show us that you can build better, Colin. You got to show us that you can build better and maintain that.
If you take time out, Tyler, this is before I leave. If you take all African Americans and move them out of this country, we will build a new Liberia. That's what an African American
without being enslaved by the white man.
No.
The white man has to enslave
you. They let you have Gary, Indiana, and you couldn't build shit.
No, look at Liberia.
They let you have
without slavery.
They haven't
Atlanta, and now it's
Liberia. Liberia hasn't built anything.
Sir, you have no track record of building anything without being enslaved.
Liberia.
You have no track record of building anything without being enslaved.
Liberia was built by African Americans. That's proof right there.
Monrovia, nigga. Lower Monrovia was built using money that the U.S. government
brings to Liberia. The African mind knows because he can't build anything, he wants to take. You heard what?
Show us what you built, brother.
You heard what Kaizo said. Kaizo said the African man.
Comparative analysis. Show us what you built.
Kaizo said the African man can't build.
I hear everything about the African. Fine. I give you all your points. Everything you say about the African is true. Show us what you built and maintain in this country. Where the fire department is now ran by the white people. The electricity grid is now ran by the white people. The sewer system is not built and ran by the white people. Show it to us.
The Caribbean, Monrovia, Barbados, Bahamas, all those places was built by black people.
You're an idiot. Those people were enslaved, and there was white infrastructure that was built before the people got their independence. What are you talking about?
Barbados has been under black rule for the last 60 years?
Oh shit! Wow, no, that's such a long time. Before then, there was nothing in Barbados.
Barbados looks better than Africa.
Yeah, because the white man built it, you idiot.
There are 54 sovereign countries in Africa. Which country are you talking about?
All of them look like shit. All of them look like shit, Chuko.
This domesticated slave is a happy house Negro in the white man's land. This is not even your country, sir. So this is not your country.
Nigeria was created by the white man. You live in the nigger area. Come on, man. It was created by a white man. Nigeria is not even a real place.
Sir, you're a permanent underclass in the same country that enslaved your ancestors.
I'm living real good, Chuko.
I'm eating good too. So, but Chuko, I didn't have to be a slave for 400 years. That's
I'm about to go get me some wings, Chuko.
Shout out to you.
That's eating good. In this idiot's mind, going to buy wings from a fried food place, it's living good. It's actually killing you slowly, you fool.
Hey, Elvis,
we got off the topic. I thought I was gonna be a topic. I said, look, I made my point, right? Pan-African theory and philosophy versus like Chuko gave me a bunch of theory and fantasy and philosophy that I said, look, I am a LARPer. See that LARP sign? That's me. All the stuff Chuko and Elvis is talking about is theory, philosophy, and fantasy, right?
Those Africans.
I am a LARPist. You know,
I'm happy for Chuko and Elvis. I would rather them here in a viable, workable society than to be,
we want to be under the white man's shades just like you, and then we can compete on an even playing field.
You know, it's better than being in hell.
Yeah, I agree with you. So we're here now too, man.
So we're
eating good just like you're eating good. It just shows that you're no different or you're no better than the African because they can come here and do the same thing you're doing.
Better than African. I'm just saying we're more evolved. I base everything on evolution. You know, you're about, like Carla said, about 75 years away, and then you'll be like me.
How are you more evolved? Are you smarter than the African?
He's more evolved.
Come here and go to universities and get doctorate degrees. Are you smarter than them?
You can't just get on a plane and go to.
Massa was having free cops in the slave quarters. That's how he evolved.
Elvis, you always judge somebody by where you come from, right?
Where do you come from, Carla? You came from the Congo, right?
No,
no. Don't deny it now. That's where you come from, Carla. No, that's where you come from.
I am from North Carolina.
No, Carla, you come from the Congo. You're just a guest in a white man's society.
That was my ancestors came from the Congo.
No, that's where you came from.
Yeah.
Don't claim Liberia to be your ancestral land, but you're refusing to claim Congo.
Yeah, hold up. No, my ancestors 400 and probably was better than
we got to stand on truth, Carla. We can't just make stuff up. We got to keep it real.
You're running away from the Congo because you're embarrassed of it, but you want to claim Liberia because you think you can be proud of it.
The white man had owned Africa, right? And y'all didn't build shit when he was there. And you haven't built shit once he left. So what's the difference? The only country in Africa that wasn't colonized was Ethiopia.
The African has built nothing in that continent. You're a fool. Ask Carla. Carla comes and wax about Liberia, how there's projects going on. He's even showing you videos about things that are being built.
Have you ever been to Africa? Have you been to
He's never been to Africa.
On YouTube.
So you're talking about that of which you don't even know, sir.
Man, is nothing being built in Nigeria by the Nigerian. That stuff is
1776.
being
Can I ask you
built
a
by
question?
What are you
Chinese.
talking about?
It's being built by the
So
Arabs.
what's Dangote building, sir? What's he building there? The
Or,
biggest oil refinery in the world is being
oh
built
man, y'all
is
gotta
in
stop with
Nigeria.
this
So
masturbation, man.
okay,
This is
what oil refineries do FBAs have, sir?
I
listen. You don't
wanted
own
to
no.
show him,
Listen,
What
America.
Chuku,
what
You don't.
let
sectors?
them
What
show us
sectors?
anything they've built without
What
You
white
don't.
sectors?
involvement.
You
They have
don't
nothing
have
without the
any.
white team man. Without slavery,
Listen.
they have nothing.
Yo, let's be honest with you, right? I'm a fan of Dangote, but everything he built was built by Turks,
Yeah, come on,
South
man.
Korea, that logistics,
Tyler, show us
Listen,
what African American has built that hasn't been involved with white
It's
people.
not one thing. I can show you Stephen
it's,
Hightower.
it's not.
We're
Oh,
talking
okay.
about a business. We're talking about
Hightower
infrastructure, Colin. What are you
right?
talking about business?
You had Robert Johnson.
Hightower
What did he
Petroleum.
build?
You had Robert Johnson, BET. You have.
We're talking about something tangible. You think a TV station is an infrastructure thing?
Reginald F. Lewis.
Singing and dancing in front of white people is not infrastructure, sir. You got
Listen,
to
but
think bigger than that. Being an
listen.
athlete is not infrastructure. Okay, let's keep it real.
Stephen Hightower, who built water treatment plants, oils.
Was it all black workforce that built it and engineered it, Colin?
He's an all black.
Was it all black people that built it and engineered it?
Yes.
That's a lie. You don't even know that
Hey,
information. You just saying yes.
Elvis, this guy got engineers across America, bro.
You're a liar, Colin.
If you go to Grand Jita, there's nothing. I mean, this is
Look,
2025.
I'm not arguing with you, brother. I'm just telling you, if you think you're better than me, show me that you're doing better. Show me.
Look, the Bible says to compare is foolish. But what I'm trying to tell you
That's what you've been doing this whole time.
Oh, okay.
Sir.
So you've been comparing.
What sectors in American industry do you control?
Nigerians get DEI.
A specific question.
I'm going to tell you the truth, Chuku. A lot of y'all get DEI.
Sector do you control?
Y'all get DEI engineering degrees because you can't build shit. So all
This
these
guy is
degrees
regurgitating or MAGA talking points. He's a black man. He's a black man. He's a white man in a black man's body. So
You know he's up against the wall because he brings out the white supremacy talking points.
Right. That's exactly what he's doing. DEI, is that really a talking point for a black man?
No, I'm saying they get fake engineering degrees from American universities because they can't build anything.
So how they get the fake engineering degrees? They don't go to class. They just give it to them.
If your name is Olo, they just pass you, man.
They just pass you. I mean, man,
this is crazy.
We don't know when you start being serious and start being a fool. I don't know.
That's why you're a black crab in a sunken place, sir. That you've already lost.
Okay, but I'm in my home.
We're walking over you.
I'm in my home.
This is your home.
It's like a person who didn't build anything goes to another man's place and say, "I'm in my home."
I'm in my home.
The house that you live in, it's not your home. The road that you drive on is not built by your people. The schools that your kids go to is not built by your people. The fire station is not built by your people. No, none of the infrastructure around you is built by your people, but sure, you're in your home.
How were your people enslaved in your home? How you speaking? Your entire culture is a white man's culture, sir.
I am a red, white, and blue American, man. This is my home, man. I ain't going nowhere.
This is your home.
I ain't going nowhere.
Sir, your great grandmothers were treated like ghetto gaggers by a massa. This is your home? They were having freak offs in the slave quarters. This is not your home.
You watch too much corn, man.
I'm just keeping it a buck.
Like Colin said, right? Says I'll give him this point. His ancestors fled from their quote unquote homeland and ran to Africa. Maybe some of your ancestors were among them too. 1776, they fled and went back to Africa because they knew that the white man has been beating their ass for hundreds of years, and they were looking for reprieve
out of
in
that
Africa.
continent as a remnant, man. You know, that's what.
So Colin's right. Your ancestors fled America to look for safety in Africa.
Listen, so slavery was your salvation.
This is not your home.
Slavery was your salvation, right? Slavery saved you, right?
This was the land of your captivity.
The Israelites were enslaved for 400 years, right? Joshua, Joseph, the 12 tribes, right?
So you were Hebrew. Hebrew.
Everybody goes through a time of tribulation, right? But what is the result of that tribulation?
Permanent underclass is the result.
You have
integrated into the burning house is the result, sir.
Your people fought in the Biafra War, killed millions of people, right, to build a viable society that hasn't come to fruition, right? It's really, I mean, Nigeria is it's a place of chaos. I feel sorry for anybody being born there.
We're not arguing against your points. You got to show us that you're doing better. That's the thing. Show us you're doing better.
I cry for Nigeria. Nigeria is the first part of hell. Like right before you go to hell, God sends you to Nigeria before He sends you to the earth.
Are there millions of your people in prison? Millions of your people
There ain't
have
no
felonies
million
that they
people.
can't find
We
decent
don't
jobs.
have a million people in prison.
Oh, you don't have a million people in prison? Okay,
No,
We
sure.
got some thousands,
we
but not millions.
we got thousands.
You got thousands.
Come on, come on. There's no
Go on
million.
Google right now and type in the black prison population.
It's not a million, Elvis.
I
Why
just
does
asked
30?
somebody to go there and type in the black prison
It's not a
population.
million. Come
Do
on,
that,
you
Steve.
trying
I
to
know
say like
Steve. You like to do the research.
there's not a million people in prison, man.
Okay.
Listen, man. All I can say, man, is and there's no shame in the game because God doesn't bless everybody with the same mental
What did
capacity.
God bless you
Slave,
being under the nuts of white man? You see that as a
slavery
blessing?
was your blessing, sir. So
389,000.
you
Like
embrace slavery as your blessing.
if you listen to Frank Zanu, he said that the African never built anything before or after. He says it, and he shows with credible data that the African mind is a beautiful mind.
He also said that you
Boy,
haven't built anything after slavery, sir. So you got to take the good with the bad.
he
What
said
have you built?
after.
What have
He
you
said,
built? What have you built since they took the whips and chains off of you?
"Don't worry. What have you built?
No,
What have you built in
we're giving you all
4,000
your points. Now
years?
you gotta rebut. You gotta rebut us,
You're
right?
the
But what
magical
have
What
you
have you
built
Negro.
done
in
better?
four?
Show us what you've done
You're the
better.
magical
What
Negro here, sir. I'm not the one saying I'm the
what
magical
what
Negro. That's
what have you?
We get it. Africans, everything you say about African is true, right? What have you
Yeah.
done? What have your people done better?
I mean, what type
Show
of
us the proof.
clothing have you made? Nothing. I mean,
What African Americans are making clothing?
come on, man. There you
What are
go,
you
man.
making? You think
You're
There
wearing
you
Sean
white
John
people's clothing.
was tailored by black people? Is that what you're
Sean
saying?
John, Pelly
You think
Pelly,
you
Cross
think it was
Color.
tailored by
You,
black
you
people?
you got Diaper Dan. You got
You
so much.
you're talking about one man. Black people, many black people never wore anything by Dapper Dan before.
Listen, man.
Black people are wearing European fashion designers. What are you
You
talking
just have
about?
a name of a black person in front of it,
Listen.
but it's made entirely by the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Indonesians. It's not built by African Americans.
Africa still wears what Adam and Eve wore. Fig leaves, man. Like this is what you was wearing prior to colonization.
Notice how you have to reach into white supremacy talking
Right.
points whenever your
That's
back's
all he
against the
has.
wall.
We're
You're
wearing
just a
fig
chocolate
leaves.
covered white
Ask
man.
Kyle. I'm sure when Kyle goes to Liberia, his wife is wearing the fig leaf.
I said before.
No, we're talking about now. We're not talking about before.
African
What
Americans
was your
brought
ancestors
civilized.
wearing before they got on the slave ship?
African Americans brought the
Were
light
they
of
wearing Sean
liberty
John and
to.
FUBUs? Okay, I guess that's silenced it.
But you heard what Kyla said. You're all about 75 years away from being us, and that's a beautiful thing.
What
That
is us? Being underneath the white man's nut? That's what we're 75 years away from? Maybe we got to
listen.
voluntarily bring ourselves into slavery, get whipped for hundreds of years, get our culture taken away from us, and then maybe we can amalgamate to some new group and
Right.
then live underneath the white man infrastructure and claim that we're greater than any other black people on the planet. That's the way to go. That's the path to our redemption,
So
right?
if we just submit to 400 years of slavery and get sexually assaulted and get passed around and domesticated like animals, like cattle on a farm, and then we
Hey,
can
did you
express
see?
pride onto how
Did you see what
superior we are of
Jonathan
people
Miller, right?
over our ancestors,
After
right? That's how
after the
we do it.
stream after the stream was over, Jonathan Miller gave us some live pics of Nigeria. You got Dookie walking in the sewer. You just got a bunch of like. Listen, it's so unsanitary that your immune systems have to be really strong, man. Because what he showed is like it ain't a flex, man, brother.
No, fine.
And
I give you that, right? I give you that 100%. Show us the sanitation that your people built that wasn't built
listen,
for you by the white man.
listen. You have African Americans that built
No. Show us the sanitation that your people
the
built that
What
wasn't
Alaskan
built
pipeline,
infrastructure?
for you by the white man.
the
What
Alaskan
infrastructure
pipeline.
projects do you build? You built the Alaska pipeline?
No, I said they worked on it.
Oh,
African Americans worked on it.
they worked on it. That's
Everything
an
in the
achievement.
society was
Can I say
built
this
by
real quick?
The people that
white.
worked on your house, Chuku, the people that worked on your home back
No,
home in
no,
your village,
but
they can claim to
everything.
their kids that they
See,
built
see,
it. Is
Right.
their
see
achievement that
those
they had.
African Americans that went to Liberia, they had the blueprints in their mind, like
Look, bro,
Carlos
if
said,
you can't
and was
buy the
able to read.
cement, right? If you
They
can't
was
buy the cement and the bricks to build a house, you ain't building shit.
so
You just a
so so
laborer.
who
Yeah.
You
built
just a laborer.
Monrovia? Who built Monrovia? Those people built it.
No, the white man, the American government. Even our president said that they took loans. Our president said they took loans from the United States to build it.
There's not one white man
Who built our Freeport, Colin? Who built our Freeport?
Talk, man. Elvis is cooking, Colin. Let him cook.
And everything like that. Let me see.
Who built our Freeport, Colin?
The Freeport was built
Colin,
in
let Elvis cook, man.
No. Let me answer. Who built the Freeport?
That was built in 1943.
Who built the Freeport, Colin?
But the
We're talking about the
you keep skipping it. Just answer. Who built the Freeport?
With friggin' black Americans.
Who built the Freeport?
The friggin' I told you, the United States government.
Okay, there you go. Who built the airport?
But that's the port. We're talking about
those are major infrastructure. Major infrastructure. When the blacks was there for over 100 years, they didn't build no damn Freeport.
Grangita still has huts to this day.
I give you. I'm not even arguing with you. I'm not here to defend anything. I'm just telling you. Anything you claim that you built was built by the white man. They had to give you the money to do it.
And what infrastructure did you build? 1776.
What infrastructure? In collaboration with the dominant society, we built.
Can I say something?
So you were a construction worker living in pay. Okay, you built the Empire State Building.
Yes, there was African Americans who built that also with the Irish. The Irish.
I guess the black workers that helped build the SoFi Stadium, they can claim that they built it. That's their project.
Was at the Twin Towers, the building of the Twin Towers, 1974.
Anything that black people helped work on, they built it. That's their achievement.
It's called being a part of the construction project.
It's called being a menial laborer.
When you build a house, right?
You're working with your hands.
Mexicans built my house and my condo, but I own them. Just because you build something doesn't mean you own it. Do you see the difference?
Now you're moving the goalposts, right?
I'm moving the goalposts.
Okay. No. I guess the Mexican that come on his roof and help repair his roof, they can claim that's their roof. They own it.
They built it.
Yeah, they own your roof.
I paid them, but they built it. Just like in Africa, you pay the Chinese and they built it.
Don't be stupid, bro. Nobody claimed something that they were paid to build. If somebody come and build a service for you to remodel your bathroom, that's my bathroom. I built it. That's my bathroom.
When I did construction, I would put my initials on certain bricks and stuff like that.
That's what idiots like you do who are fools.
Listen, if I built a house, I don't own it, but I built it.
You bragged about building the White House, but who owns the White House? You bragged about building the White House. Who owns it?
He didn't build it. That's the point. You're a laborer on it. So, Steve, I know you work in construction, like you said, right? If you go and build a fence, you took part in the labor of that fence. It don't mean that you built the fence. You just took a little bit of, you just played parts in putting a couple bricks down.
Well, that's part of. See, because you haven't built anything,
you don't understand that you started from the foundation and you ended it.
It's a collaborative effort.
Having your labor stolen from you doesn't imply ownership, sir. Do you see how being enslaved for 350 years, you don't own any of the things that you built?
Dude.
Do you see that connection?
There's so many towns. Like I put in the back chat in one of the videos, 20 communities that African Americans built in this country by
it's
themselves.
Like an electrician claiming that he built a house because he ran wires through it.
He's an instrumental part of building the house.
Okay, all right, bro.
Do you want to live in a hut without electricity? The electrician, the mason, the foreman.
Can I say something?
You're American, Steve. Talk, man. You act like you on a green card or something, man. Talk.
Okay. I just like why we got to keep coming on the end of that line, man. I don't get it.
Line about what?
Because even you 1776 said that I don't agree with it, but you said we had to go through things and to build, and they asked you a question: what have you built before the white man? Before you were enslaved.
But that was when you came off the ship, right?
Right.
To a new world, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was like year 0, right? So everything else proceeding from 1619 was a collaborative effort between the peoples that was here.
So you collaborated in being enslaved for 400 years. That was a collaboration.
Let him finish.
This is your collaboration.
Let him finish.
How did that work out?
We have so many intellectual titans that came out of this community, man. That's something y'all don't have. And see, it creates jealousy. Y'all are like the 12.
I
You know,
don't think
Joe.
they're jealous, man.
When you look at African Americans, we're like Joseph, right? And y'all are like the 11 brothers who were jealous. Y'all are jealous,
you know what
right?
Joseph was? He was the vizier of the pharaoh. Meaning he was the medium of the pharaoh to the people, right? The people went through him to get to the pharaoh.
Yes, but y'all are like
Are you the people that we go through to get to the pharaoh who is the white man?
No.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the
Are
jealousy
you
that
are
the
you
brothers
ditching
had.
out welfare like you know like Jacob was giving out the greens and the wheat to the people? Are you ditching out food to the Africans?
Listen, y'all were jealous, right?
You're not like
From day
Joseph. There's
one.
no parallel between you and the only parallel there is
No,
you were enslaved like Joseph was enslaved. That's the only parallels, and it stops there.
We are the vanguard, the chosen group to lead the black civilization into the modern era, right?
No,
We're chosen. We are the chosen group. You know,
okay, a nigga that's doing Uber at 3:00 in the morning, yeah, you're leading us. You're leading the global black people.
And that's DoorDash. But check this out.
DoorDash or whatever the hell you be doing. You're leading us, bro. You're at the boardrooms and we're taking instructions from you to be our leader.
But check this out, Elvis, right?
Oh my God.
You don't have the capacity to build.
Nigga, you have the capacity to build. You're doing DoorDash at 3:00 in the morning. What are you building? What are you building?
Listen, Elvis.
Don't call my name, nigga. What are you building?
You got a white man's name, Elvis, and a white man's last name, Morris, right?
Yeah. Black people don't got white people's name. All of their names are black names.
But you know your ethnic group. You know where you're from. And you chose.
I have an ethnic name. Elvis is not the only name that I have. Most Africans have multiple names.
Elvis.
Yeah, that's my name. Yeah, go ahead.
Everybody in the world knows the African isn't built like that.
Oh my gosh. I don't get it, bro. You just want me to talk and waste my time.
Did enslaved Africans build anything, sir? Did enslaved? So what the hell are you talking about? Anybody can be enslaved.
Even if it was by force, it wasn't the white man building it. It was the black man building it.
What does it have? Okay, what is the magic about being enslaved and building something?
Listen, it happens.
Right. So okay. So
slavery happens all throughout the world.
Under duress, that makes you a magical Negro. Building something under duress makes you a magical.
It was built by you. Whether a Mexican is getting paid.
The architect? Who was the architect?
Whether a Mexican is getting paid $5 an hour, he is actually building this shit.
Okay, there was two people. There's two people involved in the building. There's two people involved. There's a slave and a slave owner.
There's an architect whose mind the idea comes from.
In Africa, y'all aren't building shit. Y'all aren't the architects, and you're not the builder.
You're an idiot. Have you seen what the architect did in Ghana? The buildings that he built, the cathedrals that he built, that was built by his mind and built by the laborers of black Ghanaians.
Have you seen that? Some African architects.
I gotta leave because y'all are just making up lies, man.
Okay.
At this point, I look at Grand Jita and there's a bunch of jungle, right?
Fine, I give you that. I can see that. Show me what you built and what your people are building. You're maintaining.
Those African Americans built schools for y'all to learn. And y'all still have. They built an education system. They gave you a government. They gave you a constitution, right? And
if the African Americans can build schools in their own neighborhoods,
you
right now today, where they're very wealthy,
you got brothers
compared to what they were before,
fighting like taekwondo.
Show me schools that African Americans have built.
Right. So come on, man. It's not even.
Show me a school in your neighborhood that the African Americans build and they're maintaining.
Listen, man.
I'm listening.
Even God knows. God is like,
no. Don't go to God. Don't go to God. Now God can't help you right now. Show me the schools. Just schools, not even fire station, a police station. Elvis, just schools.
Elvis, come on. Let's
tell me to come on, bro. Just show it to me.
Elvis, you know we're like 38 levels above you.
Fine. Just show me the levels. That's true. You know how you prove that your level's above me? You got to show me you're doing better than me. Show me the infrastructure you built, the school you built. Show it to me.
Everything in America was built as a collaborative effort.
As a collaborative. You had to catch yourself there for a second.
I didn't say we solely built it. I said a collaborative.
So why are you claiming that you built anything? If you didn't conceive it, if you didn't go and made the cement.
Americans built America.
Yeah, you're just a laborer, brother.
Your labor was stolen from you. Stolen labor. That's what you're right. That was your collaboration, having your labor stolen. What kind of
somebody telling you to go and fetch something? Go get me that hammer. Go get me that nail. Go take that plank right there and put the nail in it. You think that's you building?
Working
You're like
for
a
no
robot.
money.
You're like an
Working
AI
for
that somebody
no
has
money.
to impute things into so that you can get an outcome. You can't think with your own mind to conceive and architect things. You just have to go there and hit a hammer or pour cement into something. That's
Massa
not
having
building.
freak offs in the slave quarters. That's your
Musa on here?
collaboration.
I don't think they were freak offs, but okay.
Yeah, it might have been a cement, Steve. You know what I mean, man.
Is Musa here?
This is his collaboration.
Yeah.
Forced
Hey,
labor.
Musa, right? If you Musa, if you
L, bro.
Forced labor and sexual assault.
Musa,
You call Musa. Let Musa speak, bro. You call on him. Let him speak.
I'm asking him a question.
Go ahead,
I
Musa.
gotta chime in now, man.
You install air conditions, right?
Been cooking you tonight, man. What's
You
going
ain't
on,
cooking
man?
me, man.
Elvis has been cooking
man,
you, man.
you got cooked, bro. You got cooked.
Elvis and Chuku, they've been cooking.
Listen, everything in this society.
If you are saying, hold on a second, 1776. If you are saying that we are builders, then you guys showing proof without white people assisted. What have you built in America? You got to show that, man.
But from day one, the Europeans was here.
Proof of that.
But time out. From day one, the Europeans was here. You act like it's Africa,
exactly
like we was there.
Trying to make.
It doesn't matter, man, because your people are claiming that they built America. How can you build America if you were the laborers?
Donald Trump even said it, right?
Yeah. Trump said that's the truth. Nobody can challenge it.
Listen.
Hey,
Donald
Musa,
Trump said that you get your vote. That's why he said it.
Musa,
but
if you,
Donald Trump don't really give a damn about you.
Right?
And I like Donald Trump. He doesn't really give a damn about black people.
If the White House was built, right, by black people, that's proven, right? All that stuff was built by African Americans, right?
But are you the architect?
You know what white people did, bro? They didn't want to do the hard work. They didn't want to go in the sun and be breaks and things like that. That's the difficult part. They didn't want to do that part of it.
And by the way, who owns the White House? Who owns the White House?
Hold on.
Right, who owns the White House, man? Hold on, bro.
We got to do guests.
Dollar bill. Okay, Dollar Bill's here, man.
You gotta take that L.
I'll behave. For Dollar Bill, I'll chill out.
If a Mexican
let Dollar Bill speak. 1776. When Dollar Bill's talking, no disrespect tonight, bro, because I'll be on your ass. Pause. But go ahead, Dollar Bill.
Guys, we cannot keep just trying to destroy each other. And see, the whole thing is, white people are looking at this because they don't see us any different from each other. Africans have built societies and cultures, and people in America, Africa and America have built. They built Tuskegee Institute. We built the HBCUs, and there was some. So, guys, let's stop trying to destroy each other and fall for the devil's bait. That we have to, just say that one person is better. We're all African people. And so I don't, I like you guys to try to see if you could build. When I talked about Ubuntu, people laughed at me. Man, I got people in the background saying Ubuntu is for Bantu people. Well, the Bantu expansion is one of the largest expansions in African history. And so together, brother.
Now, let me ask you a question. Musa says he ain't Bantu. So what are we gonna do with him?
Listen, that's fine. He can be whatever he wants to be. But the whole thing is, how are you gonna move from where we need to be as a people in our race? Instead of us trying to denigrate each other and try to, put one up on each other and play these little pissing games with one another, how can we take what we know now and create something where African people are not on the bottom of the totem pole, but now we're lower than the Chinese and everyone else. And so us trying to make ourselves look better than them, than other Africans, and other Africans trying to make themselves look better than us makes us all look like fools.
You're right, Dollar.
What these people are trying to say is because
let's shut up, 77.
No. What these people are trying to say is we didn't build those stuff, and it don't matter what you tell them we built. They're gonna say we didn't.
No, you came up here and said they didn't build anything. You said you were 36 levels above them, and you came up here with the arrogance.
I'm just saying, in the mindset of building. Grant, since the American librarians left Liberia, nothing has been built. built.
That's not true. Carla would tell you that that's not true.
It's not true.
It hasn't been built by the African man.
Listen,
the African man doesn't even collaborate and help building this shit.
Dollar Bill, I'm not even going to engage him, right? Because I don't want to say things that I think would embarrass me.
All he likes to do is espouse white supremacist ideas.
Okay, white
what
supremacy.
Black people can't do. So stop the nonsense.
But
now,
why? We're in the year 2025.
Why don't you just say what? Listen, what are you doing right now?
We're in the year 2025.
What are you trying to build?
We're in the year 2025, right?
What are you trying to do for people in your community? What are you doing?
Listen, like I told you it's rugged individualism.
That doesn't work.
I told you, hey,
rugged individualism doesn't work. It's not even working for white people because the majority of white people, okay, are out here. They're struggling to survive. If they didn't have any, if their parents didn't leave them any money, okay, and didn't have any wealth, they're doing worse than black people.
Y'all are going off subject, right?
No, because all you want, you know what it is. All you want to do is try to make other black people, okay, feel like something's wrong with them because you want.
What I'm saying, and I pointed out areas in America, 20 communities built by African Americans, right? I pointed out the Caribbean, right? I pointed out
whatever you want to say.
Several areas built by black people. When I pointed Africa, there's nothing being built by black men.
That's not true.
That's a damn lie. That's
not true.
If it's not death and destruction in Africa, there's nothing being built.
Listen.
You had the Rwanda massacre. You had the massacre. You had the massacre in Burundi.
Listen.
You have the massacre in Sudan. You got the massacre in northern Nigeria. The only thing the African-minded man can do.
What's going on now in Russia?
Listen to this black crab bullshit. Exactly, okay, Dangote Industries Limited has an IPO in the first quarter of 2026. I'm buying Dangote Industries stock in Nigeria. All Nigerians can buy into that stock. So what are you saying? What oil refineries do black Americans own?
Chuku.
Go ahead.
What is the flex that we have to flex against each other?
He's the one talking about massacres in Rwanda and trying to talk about Nigeria.
My next door neighbor is from Burundi. Massacre in Burundi. Massacre in Rwanda.
Talk to your boy.
Massacre in Congo. Massacre in the Sudan. Massacre in northern Nigeria. Massacre in the Sahel. It's just.
I don't have control. If I did, I would have put him down already. Because all he does is come here and stir up other black people against each other. He's a provocateur. That's what provocateurs do. Okay, they're agents.
You're actually Dollar Bill. It's like this. When I was doing my thesis on this topic right here, to be perfectly honest with you, he came up here and defended me. The rare time he took my side, because I say like this. My whole thing is, I said there's a Pan-African theory, philosophy, fantasy. Then I said there's L.A.R.P. That's what I believe in. L.A.R.P. was logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. I said the reason why Pan has not worked because we focus on theory, philosophy, and fantasy. Right? When people start saying stuff like, Carla, do you believe that, but no, I understand that Africans are going to keep their tribal identity. I understand. I came to that conclusion, right? Now, but this thing is, we can rise to a higher level. For example, I gave an example, right? And I always have these examples, right? Okay, let's say you have, you want to build auto mechanics throughout West Africa, right? You want to build auto mechanic system. It's hard to change parts and cars and whatnot because a lot of times they come in foreign languages. Why don't we agree on one language in West Africa that all the auto parts instructions are going to be in that language? Everybody has to. Let's say
Swahili. You laughed at me.
No. It has to be a language. Hold up. It has to be a language. This is what I'm saying. Hold up. That's not logical. Because when you go to West Africa, right, they have certain languages that are unique to those areas. So you have to take a language that's used in that area that some of the languages got a lot of words similar.
Swahili.
No, Swahili has nothing to do with West Africa.
It doesn't
all East Africa.
It has
doesn't
nothing
matter.
to do with West
It's
Africa,
not
bro.
just East Africa. It's
It's
in
a
South.
mixture of
Nothing to do.
Arabic.
It has nothing to dollar bill. It'll never basically go over in West Africa.
You
Never
listen.
go in West Africa.
You listen. You speak English, don't you? In West Africa.
Yeah, but West Africa's got their own languages. They got like hundreds of
Well,
own their own languages.
This is the thing that
300.
this is the thing that I've deviated from the glorification of Africa, man. Like in the diaspora, we kind of put Africa on this level of being like some type of godlike thing that has to be deified and praised and worshipped. But when you look at it for the reality, right?
They don't have to
When you look at it for the reality, Africa isn't really that great a place.
It's a wonderful.
All right, let me give you everybody. Let me give you another example. Hold on, let me give you another example, right? Where I talk about L.A.R.P, right? Now the Ethiopians, right, said, you know something, we're in science, right? This white guy talked to the Ethiopian, said, you know something, in the English language, you have nitrogen, oxygen, sulfur, and all these other things like that. What they did was they came up with the periodic table of elements written in Amharic, So now the Ethiopians, instead of saying nitrogen or oxygen, H2O, they had the same atomic numbers, everything, but they changed the names to reflect their language, everything. I said that should be done throughout Africa, right? People changing a name. Now, some languages that basically like this. Now, Amharic could probably be used by several other languages. You'll say you have people speak Oromo, or some people who speak.
More people speak Swahili in Africa.
Yeah, but nobody speaks in Ethiopia, though.
So why you want to recreate the wheel?
No. My point I'm trying to make is, dollar bill. When I'm in Africa, nobody speaks Swahili, right? They speak different.
Yeah, but only one section of Africa. There's 54.
See, that's what are we talking about? Fantasy, man.
There's no fantasy. More people look it up. More people speak Swahili than
on the eastern coast of Africa.
Igbo language is central to Igbo culture. You cannot swap it out for Swahili.
Oh, come on, bro.
It doesn't work like that.
That's the part about
you speak English right now, True.
That's the part about the new Africans that come here. They're so proud of their tribe, but they never want to be there, right? They never. If I had my own country, right, that my forefathers bled and built, I would want to be there, right?
But your forefathers built the white man's country. This is not your country.
Well, but listen, because you guys, different tribes, traded us. We were sold by you guys, so we had to create a new reality based on what you guys did.
Can we ever evolve from that?
Can we
evolve?
Certain tribes were instrumental in selling us to the so-called white man.
But there was no us in Africa.
Do you know that white people sold each other? You know the Romans and the Greeks.
Oh, there you go. This guy watched Spartacus and come on here with this bullshit, man.
Do you know that white people in fact, the word slave,
comes from Slavs.
Dollar bill is right.
You're talking as if slavery didn't exist amongst white people.
But these guys, Dollar Bill, know where they're from. And don't want to go from they want to sell the African dream to us, but they don't even want it for themselves.
This is what I think you do. You are scared to confront your real.
No, Dollar Bill, you scared. You're 80 years old and never been to the continent.
I'm not 80 years old, idiot. And
I'm at 82. You never been to the continent and you don't want to go there. So shut the fuck up, man.
That's a lie.
You don't want to go to Africa. You, Umar Johnson, all y'all Pan-Africans just want to wear kente cloth and talk shit.
Umar Johnson has definitely been to Africa multiple times.
For 10 seconds.
I don't have any. First of all,
he left the plane running on the runway.
Let me just say this to you. So I want to get you straight and the rest of the fools. I've taught many people from Africa. I've taught many students and many a teacher I have taught from Africa.
But Dollar Bill, you haven't been there.
Could you shut up for a minute?
You haven't been there, nor do you want to go there. Because if you wanted to be there, you would have been there by age 80.
I interact with Africans from the continent all the
Everybody does that.
Do you know any Africans from the continent other than the ones you speak to?
I know people from the continent.
Where?
And they don't want to be there.
Where?
1776. Why do you brag?
You know?
Why do you brag about never leaving your plantation? Why is that a flex?
Because the Africans that I meet don't want to fucking go to Africa. So why would I want to be stupid?
I go to Africa every year.
A nice.
You go there for vacation, and you don't live there.
Family in June. You know,
all you Nigerians live in Texas.
All you got,
there's no point in arguing because it's not going to change anybody's opinion.
But the thing is, the whole thing of Africa being this big flex, like that comes from Rastafarianism, like Africa being some type of Zion and shit like that. It's a rough place.
This whole idea of never fleeing your plantation, and that's the flex. We never fled. That's your biggest flex. I'm still in the land of my ancestors' enslavement. That's the best thing you got. How are you not humiliated? How are you not humiliated by that?
Chuko, your people got crushed in a fucking war. You got beat by the white man and by the African man. So shut the fuck up, Chuko. The Biafra war, you got your ass kicked.
All right, that's I mean, there's no point.
You got your ass kicked by the white and the black man. Your dumb ass got surrounded and crushed. You ain't shit, Chuko.
Sir, you have a slave name, and your great grandmother was a ghetto gagger from Massa.
The Igbo people got trained down. I don't even want to get into the gutter with this guy.
Your genome right now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it be, man.
Your people got ran down on
him, so it's not going to change him. So it's not worth it.
Brainwash. You can't do nothing with a brainwashed Negro, okay, who doesn't like his own self.
Listen, man. Listen, I'm telling you.
He don't even like African Americans. He can't like continental.
He loves a white man more than a white man loves himself.
But Chuko, you came here. You love the white man because you have a home and you chose to come
make
in.
Money. I'm here to make money, sir. I'm mining vibranium. I'm sending money home every month.
Chuko, I deal with real Nigerians
to keep my chips up.
I deal with real Nigerians to keep it real.
What are you doing?
Who say they don't want to fucking ever go back to Nigeria. That's how fucked up it is.
I am a real Nigerian and I do want to go back to Nigeria.
It's not going to fix it.
So when
it's not going to fix it because,
listen. Trying to get people to interconnect that come from different
come on, Dollar Bill. The whole topic of the show is being L.A.R.P.
You don't want solutions to
L.A.R.P.
All you want is problems.
But you don't want nothing with your life. But Dollar Bill, you're fucking pushing 100 and never been to the continent, man.
61 years old, idiot. I'm not 100.
How old are you?
I'm 61 years old.
So you're on 60% of your fucking 100 and you haven't been there.
My father's 90 years old and I'm only 3 years older than Collar.
Okay. When are you planning to go to Africa?
Why are you worried about my business and what I do?
No, I'm asking you a question. When are you planning to go?
And be a real social worker.
When are you going to get your Ubuntu popping in Africa?
Dollar Bill, I stopped engaging with this dude because you came on. I got respect for you, so don't engage with him and get him get yourself in the gutter with him, man.
Listen, you got Dollar Bill who never want to go to Africa. You got Elvis who don't want to go to Africa. You got Chuko who don't want to go to Africa. Right? So you have a whole panel of people who ain't going to Africa selling you Africa. I'm not a dumbass.
Who's selling you Africa, brother?
He's crazy.
Do you ever hear me come on this platform and say, go to Africa? Never. When you come here and you want to be disrespectful and get in the gutter, sometimes I ignore you and other times I might engage with you.
Your people destroyed Liberia, fought for something that they didn't know how to handle, and you don't even want to live the dream that Samuel Doe gave you.
Look, first of all,
that man gave you a dream. And you
I don't want to get into it with you. Dollar Bill, I mean, you just got to permit me. Let me go in on this dude, man.
Going on him, man. He
all right. So let me tell you the difference between you and I, right?
You know your ancestors.
No. Let me tell you the difference, brother. Let me tell you the difference. When you're beaten into submission, and you're held in the basement of a man's house for 400 years, and he comes down there and feeds you a little crumbs and a leftover from his plate every so often, and after 400 years, he lets you back up to in the yard so you can go and plant his garden for him and get a little sunlight. You think you're better, you think you're better than those people who are still in the basement. That's your mindset. So you're talking about Chuku people losing the war. They still have sovereignty over themselves. They have their own state. They govern themselves. You have never left the prison of your captor. You've never left it.
How did we get to
You've
the
been
prison?
working on their plantation. You continue to work on their plantation. So the greatest thing. That's why. Look. Let me speak, bro. Let me speak. That's why I like Kyler, right? I disagree with Kyler, but what I like him for is. Look. Just hold on 1 second. I like Kyler.
You know the Kron people was.
I'm speaking, brother. Let me speak. Let me speak. Just hold on.
One at a time.
I like Kyler because he has a desire to leave the basement, to leave the front yard, to go out on his own and be free and build his own house.
You hate
For you, you're just glad. No, hold on. You're just glad that you have master's house over your head.
Elvis, you're envious of Kyler because he's do something that you're fucking afraid to do. He goes to Liberia. He helps Liberians out. He married a Liberian. He's the real fucking man.
Who got married? A Chinese woman?
Look,
did I marry a Chinese woman?
Man, Elvis, you're a fucking punk. You ran away from Samuel Doe's dream.
Now you're getting emotional.
No.
Usually I don't see you like this, but I think I just got to you. Now you're getting emotional. You're calling me names.
That's your kinsman.
You ran.
Look, Samuel Doe is your George Washington who fought for your country.
Samuel Doe is not my George. You don't even know what I think about Samuel Doe. I thought Samuel Doe was a fool. I thought that he had power, that he had the means to transform the people's life, and he went against his own people and killed his own people.
Is he from your tribe?
Being from a tribe don't mean I agree with your actions. If you're going to focus on Liberia, I spoke against Samuel Doe many times. He's not a hero of mine. But you're so tribalist, you're assuming that anybody that's from my ethnic group, I agree with them.
When he did that coup, he had you in mind.
No, he had
He was thinking about all the little Elvises from the Kron people who were being oppressed.
Yeah, you're just a fool. You're like like saying Nat King Cole,
just like Thomas Jefferson and the founding father. Samuel Doe was your founding father, and he said
he's not my founding father, bro. I mean, you're so stupid and uninformed.
All right, let's bring the conversation back. Let me ask you a question, Novus. Right now, I want to play with your permission. I was going to play some videos from our friend Morlu, who he has a 5-month delay on his program. Remember he said he was going to storm the thing back in July. They backed out. Now I guess he had his march. What do you think about that march he had? And he ran.
Well, guys, I gotta go, man.
All right, Dollar Bill. What do you think about that?
All right, Dollar Bill.
Peace out, Bill.
What do you think about that?
All right, man.
Thanks for having me, Dollar Bill. I gotta bounce.
Yeah. What I gotta do with me, Kyler?
That march. What do you think about the march?
I don't think anything about it.
He basically said, and you could tell this guy is a punk, right? He basically is like, they're using I argue that they're using the same tactics of rice riots, telling people one thing, because all the people, just like the rice riots, these young people throwing rocks and whatnot, they don't know any better, right? And the police basically, they got the really good police on the road. They crushed it, and then all of a sudden he ran. He fled. Then today he turned himself into the Liberian National Police. You heard about that? He turned himself in. And he said, he's on his way. He said before they put a warrant out for his arrest, he turned himself in. So I'm saying, is this the end of this rebel rousing and stuff like that? What they want to do is make some of the countries make a tremendous progress. Just the other day, Liberians, for the first time, some Liberians got new desks. They're made in Liberia, and they're made by suspending the salaries of lawmakers, everything for 1 month, right? And they pay for these desks, right? Thousands of them across the country. The president's sitting in one wooden desk, and they'll basically say these are what our students should study on, right? No more people studying, sitting on the floor and stuff like that. So all across the country, everybody's students are getting desks and everything. This country,
that's not true, Colin.
Well, so what is the truth?
It's not all across the country.
Yeah, I know, but you know
what. Why can't you say you know when you just said the opposite?
Hold on. Check it out. Hold on. If you do a lot, right, and that's your trajectory, eventually, you got what we call managed expectations. That's a problem you don't have, right? It's not possible to get every last single thing, but you know what I'm talking about.
Well, you just said it. You just said everybody across the country is getting this. That's what you said. That's not what I said.
He's saying it's a start. That's what he's saying.
It's the move in the right direction.
Okay, well,
I was always trying to point out.
Until you said something wrong, I spoke up. When you're saying the right things and you're saying facts, I don't try to correct you.
Moving in the right direction, But everything I see this current government doing is moving in the right direction. He has the backing of so many powerful people. You know who just entered Liberia yesterday? You know what there? AJ Johnson, the actress AJ Johnson. They welcome Liberia. So more and more black people are starting to discover Liberia. All this right here is
Who AJ Johnson? The AJ Johnson I knew, he died.
No, it's a female. She's a
Okay.
female that played in Baby Boy. His mother, the mother.
The buff woman.
Yeah, well, they say it, but
The muscular woman.
She played.
Okay, good. Yeah, because there's a comedian named AJ Johnson. I acted in. I got the hookup. He passed away.
Female. Anyway, she basically went to Liberia. They walked to the airport and whatnot and said, "Welcome to your homeland." And they gave her a brief. Said, "This country was founded by your ancestors, African Americans. You know, welcome here and whatnot." So Liberians will make a real big push to connect Black America to that country, right? And everything's going. And these things like these disturbances, it's not going to stop us, you know, because we understand.
I mean, what did I got to do with me?
I'm saying the fact that you got these people that just held over from the rice riot days. They're still out there. They're still doing the same thing, but they're losing. People are turning against them.
But Kyle,
I guess when Weir was in power and those people were protesting, they had two massive protests under Weir.
It does not matter about.
So what are you saying? They have the right to protest.
It does not matter who's in power.
That's what I'm telling you. People have the right to protest, and their right should be afforded to them to protest their government.
Hey, Kyle, could you
hold up? Let me say this. You know what a protest is, Elvis? A protest is when you live in a civilized society, right? Two people basically agree that, let's say, this country, America, is great. Our community is great. We agree on everything like that. But you know something? I don't like the way you did this way. I would do it this way, right? You could
sure. That's how protest. That's how protests are, Kyle.
Protest basically a direction of a country that you both believe in, right? But what you're talking about is not protest. That's insurrection.
Okay, Kyle. All right.
That's the difference. You guys confuse protest with subversion, sedition, and insurrection.
Okay, Kyle.
You know.
Check this out, Kyle. I don't know if you got some time to show some videos because Chuko, Elvis, they contend that African Americans didn't build anything in this country without the European, right? And that's categorically false, right?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
What did you say?
Show me something you've built and you're maintaining in this country without the involvement of the white man.
Listen, you had colored schools.
Yeah, dozens of black communities.
You talking about you talking about past tense. I said maintaining today.
But it was. If you build something and it got destroyed, that's different than never building it.
Okay, all right. Why did it get destroyed?
160 HB2.
Your name is 1776, right? Why? Who destroyed it? It's the 1776.
I said we're in a state of regression.
Oh, so you destroy you destroy the things that you built. So you couldn't maintain it like Zanu says, right? There's no word for maintenance in the African language. I guess it's the same thing for African Americans.
We built the Negro Leagues.
Do you still have it? Are you maintaining it today?
Yeah, you got the AME Church still being maintained. You got the Church of God in Christ. You got churches still being maintained.
You talking about churches? Those are that's infrastructure? Church? A building that people go to, that's infrastructure?
But these churches were built. You act like the white man was building shit for us. The home.
No, I'm saying you talking about building a church as infrastructure?
Just like those people from Louisiana and Mississippi went to Liberia and built houses based on what they had in those areas, right?
I mean, you make weak arguments, bro. They're so easy to knock down. I feel stupid even trying to knock them down.
But to this day, Monrovia is something built by African Americans is the only thing fucking standing in your country. Show me something your people built.
Who's maintaining it right now?
It's not, man.
Steve, you're a smart young man. Good question. Who's maintaining it?
What you talking about in Liberia?
Yeah, no. I'm talking about in Japan. What the hell do you think I'm talking about?
It's that country.
What? Got your tongue?
That country is done since 1980, man.
Okay, bro.
It's done.
So then tell your brother Carlo to stop going there because it's just a hellhole. You should never go to Liberia again.
I mean, he's going there for economic purposes, man.
Okay, all right.
Investment, but it's your country. You know, he conceded that, you know,
No,
we
no,
lost that in
It's
1980.
Kyler's ancestors' country. That's why he's going there. It's
But
not
he
my
said
country.
Kyler said he feels like a kinship or soul tied to the country based on his ancestors. But he conceded that it's your country. You fought for it. You shed blood for it, right? So that's your country. And Kyler says that. He said he'll help out any way he can, but that's your country,
Yeah, so
right? So not only didn't build before the African Americans came, you didn't build after you took the country.
that's
That's
what I
all
said.
I'm saying.
Ask Kyler that question. Kyler goes to the country that you've never been to. Ask Kyler. Have they
Oh,
built anything since?
I watch Focus for Liberia.
Ask
No,
Kyler, my friend.
I have heard Carla talk about things they did last time you went to things they were building in
But
Liberia.
those are foreign contractors building there. It's not the
Okay,
Liberian man.
tell me which one is the
All the
foreign contractor
Liberian man
building
wants
them.
to do is own a club and drive a motorcycle. That's pretty
Fine.
much it.
Tell me the building construction that was built by foreigners.
And get a government job.
Fine,
That's it.
fine. Tell me it. I mean, you come on, you regurgitate white supremacist talking point.
No,
You
but
talk out
it's
of your
not.
ass without proper research.
I'm
You're
telling
really a
you.
stupid person. You know, sometimes I want to engage with you like you're intelligent, but you're really a stupid person.
Listen,
You know, you've been
Elder.
spoon-fed hatred,
Can
and you're
No, I
trying to
don't hate.
can
espouse
you
it on
I
post
people
in
don't
the
that you
hate.
know
back
nothing
chat
about.
1776 that
I don't hate anybody.
your
You hate
sources?
yourself, your very own self, starting with yourself. You hate yourself. You hate the
Listen,
fact that you're black. You think you're inferior just by the virtue of you being black.
listen,
You think that about yourself.
listen, man. All I'm
Don't say
saying,
listen. You can't rebut it. So you say, listen, man, listen, man.
listen. Like I said, man, y'all contend that we didn't build stuff, and you know it's false.
Don't say y'all. You brought up the conversation. You would never hear me being ignorant or ignorant and coming on this platform and saying
No, your
African
boy,
American didn't do this, they didn't do that.
your boy
Never. That's not my
Chuto,
steez.
your boy Chuto
You
said,
came up talking this
"Oh,
nonsense, and I'm saying, okay, fine. I can see your point. Show me what you
okay."
built and maintain. That's all I'm asking you.
I said churches,
The churches,
schools,
don't mention churches, you idiot. Churches are just buildings, man. Show me the infrastructure that your people building and maintaining.
but Liberia don't have uh uh modern churches.
Oh God.
I'm telling you,
Oh boy.
y'all don't have
I guess
churches with
Kyla Weiss goes to the church, goes to a hut church, right? She goes to a church in the hut. They're not modern churches.
with air condition.
Yeah, they,
Windows.
bro. Let me tell you something. 776.
Yeah.
You know, it was. I would say when you go down Tubman Boulevard, right? Tubman Boulevard, from like 12th Street to like 23rd Street, you would swear you was in Manhattan. That's
Yeah, because it was built by African American. I'm not talking about Monrovia. I'm talking.
And the natives are maintaining it right now, though.
Those are all basically new buildings. So I would love to take a credit. I know Syncor, there's a lot of stuff that's been there.
Oh, he says new buildings.
You're talking about 45 years, right? 45 years since our people have been there. You got a lot of American librarians who still build like that, but it was when you look at to maintain something like Tubman, you really have to see Tubman Boulevard. You really have to see the restaurants, the nightclubs, the friggin' tall buildings, the hotels, the office buildings, whatnot. It's amazing. It's so friggin' amazing. And all that was not built before 1980. I just have to say
Who built Club Monserrato?
That was built that was rebuilt now. Whoever owns it now rebuilt it, but it was built back in the 1940s.
Was it built by the native man?
No. But I'm saying, but now look who runs it. You know, the native man runs it.
Okay.
And also, just like Nana's Lodge, owned by my guy Musa, he's a native guy. A lot of native people in Liberia are very modern. So they basically, a lot of them grew up in Liberia. They know the assignment, whatever like that. It's not like people think the native people.
I seen this club ran by, I think, Tubman's great granddaughter, right? A sports bar she runs, right? That's still an African American that's running that, right? Right.
I don't think Baku Tubman. I don't know if she's.
Do you know what the name Baku means? You know what tribe, what ethnic group that comes from?
Rebel, but I'm saying
what I'm saying just an idiot, man.
I don't know. Look, she's part native and part American Liberian. You know, she's not all in American Liberian. You know. So
I mean, is there any American Liberian that doesn't have any native ancestry?
Yeah, some of them do. Like my boy Sam Cooper, like that, but it's very rare. It's like this. This is how it is right now, Liberia, right? almost all native people in the coastline of Liberia, the coastal areas, Monrovia, have some sort of Congo ancestry. Either by marriage, culture, whatever like that. And like I would say, majority, except for only people that don't really have native ancestry, are like the Coopers, and the Cooper family. And I would say like this, maybe I would say the Johnsons. The Johnsons have native, but their natives are only ancestors only go to the Massaquois, the Vi people. The Johnsons are with the Vi people. That's
Okay.
about it. Johnsons and the Coopers are two families that have the most so-called American Liberian blood in them. So that's it. The Coopers are very, very. They're like they were like the elite in Liberia. The Cooper family. They were like the elite. So it is what it is. But no one talks
Not
about.
only that, Colin, but the Cooper family was colorist. They were heavily mixed, so they didn't want to. They didn't want to
He
mix with
always
dark
got to
skinned
take
people.
a shot, man.
Well,
He
yeah,
always
but,
got to
but
take
yeah,
a shot.
that's
I
true.
mean,
But
if it's the truth, the
we
truth.
look at them now. But they were just a matter of fact. I don't think Zubin Cooper's a colorist. I don't think Zubin's a colorist.
I'm
I
not
think
talking about the younger generation, Colin. I'm talking about the older Coopers that wanted to mix with people who were
maybe
also light skinned.
maybe back in the days and whatnot. But that would like that. But so the Coopers people basically, and they were very very light skinned people. Very light skinned people in Liberia, right? Some of them look really pale, and everything like that. So that I would say like that. You look at the Coopers, they probably they like I said they're the stereotype American Liberian. They're like the stereotype, like the 1%, right? The rest of the American Liberians people were people from Congo descent, and they were also people from Barbados and like the Goodridges, the Padmores. They were friggin' Caribbeans. And then you got people that were friggin' from up country that will come from the Gullah Geechee people and stuff like that. The stereotypical Liberian is somebody who has a lot of light skin. He has all this American. No, that's only like 2% of the population. The rest of the people look like just regular black folks. Regular black folks. It's like living in the South. Like living in the South. Coopers were exception. So that's what I see. My boy Sam Cooper, Sam doesn't like to say a lot, but I know he's like around a quarter Gola. He don't really emphasize it enough, but he is. He's like, but he just like, but my boy Sam, he just has so much bitterness towards the native people. And I told him, man, I said, look, you gotta get over that shit, right? And he tells me I'm going soft and whatnot. He tells me I'm going soft against a native. I said, nah, man, because I said, since I've been to Liberia, the people who've given me all the respect is the native people. The so-called American Liberians, man, they fucking run for me in Liberia. They're scared to be with me. But the native people, they're all cool with me.
Why do they run for you, Colin?
Because they think I'm starting. Some of them think I'm starting some shit. That's not like that now. Last time I went there, when I first went there, they're like, oh yeah. Some of these American Liberians are literally they were until I start coming in. So
Tyler, it's a clique. In that society, you have to be in the club. That's why a lot of people who went and visited Liberia, they came back to the United States because they realized that they were outsiders in the minds of those people. You have to be part of that cabal. You have to be part of that social class. Not just because you're
so
related
what
to
I'm
them
saying, there are a lot of
ethnically means
American
you're part of them.
Liberians. A lot of American Liberians know they still got the power, right? They still own everything. They got the power, influence. But their whole
Okay.
thing is they want to make sure that they're not attracting too much attention because they think the native people are going to rise up against them.
Can I ask a question? How many of the American Liberians are actually like people who are like slave descent?
Mostly people live in the upriver. The people
Okay.
who live on the St. Paul River and
Just Congo people.
these people basically were upriver people live on people who lived in Monrovia were like free blacks. People who live upriver
Okay.
were slave descendants. People live up the
The
St. Paul River.
poorest
But but
settler
Carla, is
class were
there
the people who were enslaved people, who
Oh,
live
okay.
upriver. When you say you live upriver, it means that you live in an undeveloped place. You don't live on the coastal
Yeah, but
Monrovia.
But
they end
Carla,
up
my question
look,
is
they
this:
actually end up being good because they opened their own mills and farms, and they began to compete with the people in Monrovia. And that's
Carla,
what True Wig Party was created for upriver people.
we know about Monrovia. Is there another city that the natives built in the hinterland
Well, yeah,
that's it's
Ganta.
and is at the
Ganta
same
is
level
a
as
real, right
Monrovia?
now, Ganta, the native people in Nimba County could take credit for Gabanga and Ganta, right? Those are two native, pretty much city in Liberia, right?
Have you been
Ganta,
Have you been to Harper or Kip Palmer's, Carla?
no, I haven't gone down there yet. I have not gone down there yet. I
Or
haven't
been to
gone.
Greenville and Sino?
I have not. I have no. As far as I've been is to Grand Bassa. Like as far as the end of Grand Bassa. But that's as far as I've been. And like I said, 1706. You go to Ganta, that's an all native area settlement, right? Whatever like that. It's on the Guinea border, right? Because you walk across the Guinea. Because I did. You know what I'm saying? You could just go right across the border to Guinea,
I'm
and
about to
also
look it up real quick.
Ganta.
See.
It has Jackie's Resort Hotel. They got their own independent power grid that's connected with the country of Guinea. Whatnot. They got a lot of businesses up there.
Well,
They
Carla,
have
how can you say they have the independent power grid? Just say they have the power grid that's
they have
not
a
from
power
Liberia.
grid, right? But they're also part of the Guinea, the power pool up there. You
Yeah.
know, so they power sharing across the border. That's why they got so much power. You never see a blackout in Nimba. You never see any blackouts or anything like that. They got nice highway systems up there. Nimba is a really, really beautiful place.
I'm gonna
And
look.
that's basically all the mono people. They've always been independent. They've always been independent. Same thing with Lofa. Those two groups of people always been independent. They're up there doing their own thing. You know,
Look at Ganta. Looking up. I'm going on YouTube. Look up Ganta.
well, Gonta's a nice town.
That's dude. I mean, you just want to hate on the Africans so bad, and you've never been to
No,
Africa.
well, like I said, the bottom line. Look. I'm the first one. I was throwing shots at native Liberians, but I give credit where credit's due.
No,
They
I'm not
first.
talking to you, Carla. I'm talking to
No, I'm just
1776.
saying for myself. I give credit where credit's due. I was actually surprised. I thought when I went to Liberia, I said, "Oh man, George Weah ran the country, man." I was just expecting the worst. And I got there, I was like, "Holy shit, man! George Weah ran the country," and I said, "Shit's running pretty good, man." I was like, "Damn, man, this country's functioning." I was surprised.
Elvis,
I was expecting the fucking all hell to break loose when I got there. I was like, 2 days went by, and I was like, "This ain't too bad." I was like,
I'm
"Holy shit!"
on Emmanuel Y. Corto YouTube channel. I was trying to look up this area.
Elvis, can you break down like the tribes in
Yeah, I mean,
Liberia?
what do you mean?
Like, because how many Mende speaking people do
Yeah, the
tribes?
Mende are the majority of the country in terms of
Okay,
collectively. So the
okay,
Mende make up about 54% of the entire ethnic groups, and then the crew make up like maybe 46 or so. And then
okay,
you have the Day people, which are the Vai and the Gola people.
okay,
They're their own ethnic groups. So the Mende are the majority, mainly because of the Pellet people, who are the largest ethnic group. They make up 21% of the population,
okay,
followed by the Bassa people, which is the largest Kru ethnic group, about 18% of the population. So with the Kru, you have the Bassa, the Gribble, the Kru, the Kran, the Sapo.
But this,
Those are the
I'm
main
looking at the
Kru ethnic groups.
Ganta. I'm looking at the Ganta market.
I
Ah,
mean, so who were the people who
the
were like
Ganta food
originally
market
there?
don't look like
The
that.
original people of the land are the Golas and the Vais.
Okay,
They're the original people. Not the Vai, the Kisi, the Kisi, the Vai, and the Gola. Those they were there first, and then the other ethnic groups kind of migrated into Liberia from other places.
okay,
Like with the Kisi people, they came from a place called Kisiduku in
Hey, Steve,
what is now Guinea.
Steve,
okay.
look up the Ganta open open market, right?
It's still Africa. I don't know what do you think? You think it's gonna be like the United States where everything is Americanized? It's Africa. You're gonna
No,
see African shit there.
I still see vestiges of the colonial. You know,
Tyler,
I,
you
I could, I could.
sometimes.
Well,
What do you
there's
mean vestiges?
Of like the American Liberians, like
No, that's not true. That's what you don't understand. American Liberians settle in certain places, mostly on the coastal place. Ganta is way up in the hinterland.
yeah,
The
but
people
they
that went there with the Methodist missionaries that set up churches and other things like that. It wasn't,
yeah, because I see a
you know,
stone church. I know the native man ain't built.
that's the Ganta United Methodist Church.
Yeah, I know he ain't built that.
That land is owned by the family, the not the families, but the Yaya. Kala's friends, great African. That's his ancestral family's land,
All right,
along with his sister Paul.
Main Street on Ganta City looks livable.
That's what I said. His standard is the white man's America. Not many places are developed as the United States of America.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to hold Africans to that standard,
This
it's
is
not gonna be
called
good.
Liberia and Ganta, just
All I know
beyond
is
the paved
the
road.
highway up there was paved, and it had the line in the middle with the the yellow line in the middle. It felt like I was driving in New York or something like that, except for it wasn't an
That's
expressway.
that's the Paca Peen to Ganta Highway.
I asked this question to the
in Ganta,
FBA.
Liberia. This looks rural.
I asked this
Bro,
question
just
to the
read that shit to yourself. Steve is trying to ask a question.
I ask this question to the FBAs all the time. Like, 1776, why are you so concerned with what's going on in Africa?
No, I'm just kind of looking at it to see where they are in evolution. I just believe in
Hold on,
evolution.
You said you would never.
Evolution.
we got a
You said you would
returning
never.
guest. Hold on, we got a returning guest. Bantu Mandinka.
Oh, Bantu Mandinga been going for like a damn while, man. What's up,
Yo,
Bantu?
hey, I thought
This
you
is
was dead, Collar, man. What the
I just came back, yo. I've been this is 21 straight days, man. What are you talking about?
Ah, shit, I just see you going live. I was like, oh, shit.
21 straight days. Nobody gets my notifications, man.
This is
21
called Gritty Ganta. That's the name of the crew, Gritty Ganta.
Hey, man, Pan-African, Pan-Scamism is dead. We at the funeral. Forget about that
Oh,
shit.
I thought you was a Pan Africanist,
Oh, yo, check
Bantu.
this out. Yo,
Hey,
Bantu
I threw
Mandinka.
that shit in the trash, homie. Hey,
What happened,
Collar,
man? You come on, Bantu
Collar,
Mandinka.
you to blame for it, bro. You don't hear you pass this shit every day.
I gotta hear.
You
I
helped
gotta
me
hear
throw
this.
it in the trash,
Yeah,
bro.
I gotta
Thank
hear
you.
this, man.
Thank you
How
so
am I
much.
to blame? How am I to blame?
The only thing I'm going to say, are you still with your Nigerian girl? You left her. That's probably what it is. That's probably why he said
Hey,
for Africa now.
Elvis, I got so many Nigerian girls. Which one, bro?
Okay, all right, bro. All right.
Yo, Bantu Mandinka, why you say Paris dead? Why you say I'm the reason? I gotta hear this, man.
Collar, come on. You come on this show and bash Pan-Africanism like a madman. Nigga, I changed my name.
You changed your name. You no longer Bantu Mandinka.
I changed my name to Madman 999, nigga. Shit.
You probably gravitated to that FBA movement.
I
Sooner or later, you're gonna
gravitated
be
to the FBA. Shit.
exactly.
I've been bashing Pan-Africanism so bad, I had to change my name, bro.
Know what I said? Hold on, that's what I said to my good bro. I said, look, sooner or later,
I was trying to get on the show when Dollar Bill was on, but y'all got me blocked from the chat.
I'm like this. Check us out. I said the Pan-African movement got to show and prove, right? You can't
show and prove
Pan-Africanism and you don't have an African stand. You don't have nothing to show for
it. It's
it.
time to throw that shit in the trash, like Colin said.
I'm looking at schools in Ganta.
This guy is like doing research. He's such a hater. It consumes him, man. That shit consumes him.
What I've been saying all this time? We have to have an end game and we have to stick with it. If we don't have an end game, Pan-African's gonna lose, man. Because you tell people
this is what
end game is America, man. You're gonna lose.
1776 is Dusty Brother, man.
No, they have orange.
Yeah,
orange.
It is.
Orange and brown dresses.
Dusty Brother.
That's him. That's why you no longer see Dusty Brother, because he changed his name to 1776.
He was in the chat room always messing with me. I forgot all about him, man.
But you blocked him, but he came back.
This is him. 1776 is Dusty Brother.
I kind of figured the pattern because you say the same stupid shit,
Yeah.
I don't even know what. I'm looking at this school. I'm looking.
You try to play coy like you don't know what's going on.
I'm doing research on Ganta. I mean,
it's Dusty Brother, man.
They have a school with an open air school. I mean,
oh my gosh!
You know who?
I mean,
you know who basically came in here tonight? Adama. I'm sorry he didn't call me. Adama say what's up, Colin. And then you have a Tolliver.
Yeah, I see all the shows you've been doing. I'm like, God
Yeah,
damn, big mom.
Ganta has reached Jamaican civilization. It looks like kind of like
Oh my
Jamaica.
God.
Y'all still
1776. Are you ever gonna go to Africa?
Yeah, I'm gonna go there one day.
Okay. Where you
We'll be,
going?
we'll be waiting for you, man.
South Africa. I'm gonna go to South Africa.
Yeah, of course.
No, actually, you're safer in West Africa. South. That's how you end up getting murked down there. That place is
South
dangerous.
Africa is really dangerous, brother.
It's
Yeah,
like
it's
everybody.
gonna
Look,
be
I had
dangerous in certain
Liberia.
parts. Certain
Right?
parts.
Look, I had
robbery.
Liberia. Hold. My wife's friends. She said I was in South Africa. She said I stayed there for 6 months. I wanted to get out. It's so dangerous. She goes.
Yeah, South Africa
I
is
see
dangerous.
several Liberians told me that they said they didn't like it.
It depends on where you go, man. Not everywhere is
They have
dangerous.
a Western.
So South Africa is dangerous. South
They
Africa
have
is dangerous. They'll kill you.
no, they got some nice hotels in South
Yeah,
Africa.
but they, you know what they do? Hold on, in South Africa, they see you coming to the airport. Okay, you just got off or not? They see you like this. They see when you check in. They're like, okay, blah 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 blah, and they trail you to your hotel and they rob you. It happens all the time.
Yeah,
Y'all back to summon Losey. Y'all back to summon Losey.
yeah, no, South Africa. I'm
Yo,
saying, you know me, Steve. I don't speak shit
So
unless it's
where's
true.
all this Pan Africanism y'all keep talking about? They robbing niggas in South Africa. So you
That's true. That's the
But
Pan
as soon as
African.
you get off the motherfucking plane,
I'm gonna go to the.
Yeah, they rob you at the airport. They rob you. They follow you from the airport. You know,
where's
They
all
got
this
the
Pan
Pretoria
African love,
Hotel.
bruh?
there is no Pan African love.
They got
Oh,
some nice
I
hotels
never
in.
said there was. Look,
But
I
oh.
Bantu,
never said
you
there
was
was
a Pan
Pan
Africanist. Who made you a Pan Africanist?
Look, I never said
I
there was
was
love.
raised
I
in
never
it.
said there
That's
was love.
why. That's like most, most FBAs is raised in Pan
Stop
Africanism.
it. No, y'all
Stop
keep lying about this, man.
lying about that,
You
bro.
know you're
Before,
California niggas, so that's probably where it came from,
yeah,
man.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
my elementary school had a fucking
picture of
a
Africa
cultural exchange with Nigeria. Shit, the
Wow,
fuck?
that's
instead of
great, man.
instead of
So
us
that's why
fully
you got all the
assimilating
Nigerian
into
honeys, huh? You like those
Oh,
Nigerian women.
nah, nah.
that Pan
Bantu was a
African
cool
dream.
brother, man. I'm sad that he left the Pan. I just hope he won't be a
Bruh,
xenophobe now and
that
start
shit is
attacking
in the
Africans all the time,
garbage.
man.
Yeah, that Pan African
Now
dream,
you don't
man.
gotta be Pan African, but I hope you're not gonna start hating Africans, man, because he used to
Uh,
be a cool brother, man.
yo, how y'all doing tonight, man? How y'all
Hey,
doing, fellas?
What's
What's
up,
up,
David?
Dame?
I guess I'm the only Pan African on the panel. So if y'all
Hey,
got any shots, y'all throw all the shots at
Yo,
me.
I'm a Pan African, but I'm
I'm
a
Nah,
larp.
aiming
yeah,
at
Hey,
you,
Oh,
Dave,
here we go,
Dave.
hold
I
on,
caller.
got
hold
Here
on,
we
my
hold on. Let
go.
me get
darts.
Dave. Hold on.
I got
Hold on.
my
Let me
arrows
take
ready.
all the bullets.
hold up. So
Because I was really
let
like,
me
I
build
got
with my brother
lineage in
Dave.
this movement.
Oh, let me build with my brother Dave for a second. Now, I said there's two Pan Africans. There's a theory, philosophy, fantasy, and there's the college nations LARP Pan Africanism. I'm a LARP. You
Yeah.
know,
Man,
I
I'm a
think,
part of what we call the
no,
LARP.
for
you try
me,
to create your own
no,
Pan
hold up,
African leg. Man, get
No,
the
I'm
fuck
saying
out of
hold
listen
here.
to
up.
LARP. Listen to me. Yo, Bantam, if you became a LARPist, right? You go back to Pan Africanism, but you was going to the dusty Pan Africanism, right?
Yeah, like I don't know about the
The
dusty
fuck?
Pan
It's
Africanism.
dusty Pan Africanism right now, you know? Everybody waiting for a reparations shit, you know? I
How
mean, this is
crazy
dusty
as
Pan.
fuck. A dusty Pan
That was
Africanism.
dusty Pan Africanism,
No,
right? Like dusty Pan.
for me, I look
See,
at
that's the problem with that
no,
these dudes be saying, like, what is Pan African? This nigga say, oh, it's a dusty part, it's a LARP part, it's a this part, it's a that part. Man,
no,
Pan
come on.
Africanism
no,
is
no.
a dream.
Hold on.
No,
Let Dave talk. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the problem with it, because I hear a lot of you guys talking about Pan Africanism. I think my problem with y'all is y'all don't have a real definition of it. You
I
know, you
do.
don't practice it every day.
Oh, my definition of Pan
Dollar
Africanism.
Bill said it's
Hold up.
Ubuntu.
Check this out. Hold up. Dollar Bill got his own way.
Bullshit.
Right now, you know, I don't think Dollar Bill's Pan is LARP. You know, I don't think it's LARP, but
Put it.
that's his way. Hold up. My whole thing is this. My Pan African is like this. I say I want an African, right? But it's not LARP yet. The African is not LARP yet, right? But what is logical is, you know something? We already have a relationship with an African country, Liberia, right? Building a relationship with Liberia is logical, right? Right? It's actually achievable. I'm doing it all the time. It's reasonable, right? Because you can establish such a project, and it's practical. Why not? You know, why not? You know, why not? You know what I'm saying? You go to any place else, right? Why not go to choose a country? So Liberia, me building with Liberia, that is LARP. You know,
Man, that's a goddamn fantasy. Quit
Yeah,
fooling
that's what
yourself.
it is, man.
I go to Liberia every friggin' year. and I'm
It's
Stay
building.
there.
it's continental porn, man. And I was brainwashed into this Pan African shit, man. You know, like
Yeah, you
Bantu
could. Oh, you
Manduka
could like
said,
this.
man.
You know why? Because it's never become real to you. You never touched African soil.
We
Once you touch
we would we
African
would have
soil,
the little medallions, the little African
that don't
medallions.
mean
See,
nothing.
they
That don't
always
mean
try,
nothing.
they always try to
but
push us out. Well, you never touch
Yeah,
African soil.
Fancy
see,
Benzinga,
Man, don't get
man.
me started.
Yo,
If you
Fancy
touch
Benzinga,
man.
African
man.
soil,
Yo,
you
Fancy
like that shit
Benzinga,
so
you
much.
got
Stay
this. Yo,
there in
you
it.
got Fancy Benzinga,
Stay
you got
there
this
in
in your
it.
passport. You got
You
The
got
this.
a
African
wife.
the
Nigga,
African
stay
man
there with
is
your wife.
the African man is duplicitous. He wants us to sell away our American birthright for a
I got a
fantasy.
Oh, I'm not
passport.
saying give up
I
your
got a
American
passport. You
birthright.
want to take me to Africa with your Liberian fantasy? Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's
man.
go.
Come on,
But I'm
man.
gonna go to
I can
Africa.
go there.
I'm not like
Get the
Dollar
fuck
Bill.
out of here, man.
I'm gonna go to Africa
That's
before I'm
why. That's why.
70.
That's why I'm saying like there's like y'all was never Pan African in the first place. You're not even. Y'all don't even have a firm definition on it.
Oh,
That's
Pan
all
Africanism
of the
is
Obviously,
stuff y'all
Kyle's still
talking
trying to
about.
work
Oh no,
out a
no, no. Answer
definition.
my
but
thing. All
say
the stuff you saying
go
is
ahead,
not
Dave.
Pan Africanism. All the
Say
stuff you saying and talking about Pan Africanism is
But,
not Pan Africanism.
but Pan Africanism is a fantasy of a global black man that comes together in one accord.
no,
But
let
that's
no
Yeah,
no
not
no no no
yeah.
no
true.
no no no. Hold on, hold on, hold
That's
on.
not
Let
even
Dave.
it
No, no,
either,
no.
That's
bruh.
not even
Let
realistic.
That's
no.
not
Let's
even
see.
it either.
Hold on. Let's see what Dave's definition of Pan Africanism
Okay,
is.
my definition and what I was raised up in, I always looked at Pan Africanism first from just just camaraderie. All right, if I just look at it from first this.
That's
All right,
how
you
we
black.
always looked at it.
I'm not letting me finish, bro.
All right, go
You
ahead.
black, I'm black. We supposed to have. I'm supposed to just off the strength, just look out for you, even though we got different cultures or whatever. Now my Pan Africanism was always my bringing was always from the economic point. It's like this. Let's say Bantu Mandinka, he got him a gas station. If I'm in Nigeria, I got oil. I should make sure you got gas in your gas station. And then if we got a gas company, somebody maybe we got a corporate office. That Pan Africanism, I always looked at it from an economic standpoint.
Okay.
Other niggas is, you understand me? Economics and business and organization. That's how I looked at it. You ain't gotta like me, but it should be black people on top anywhere they at. That's it.
But
Yeah, I
how
mean
but
that
how can that
sound nice and everything, but
but when you look at the continent,
everybody else
You don't
everybody's
definition
you
is
don't
black.
not
like
going
that?
to
You
be
don't like
like
that
that.
concept?
Let
You
me
don't
say this
like
real
that
quick.
concept? You don't
If
like
you
that
look
concept of a
it,
Nigerian being in
but it is an
I
with
mean,
immature concept.
oil and you
listen,
just
it's a
being in
beautiful
America?
concept, but
Yeah, I
listen,
always
Kyler,
Nigeria
drop the
can't
link,
even
man.
send their
Kaiser want to
oil.
come up.
I
Kaiser
don't.
want to come up. Drop the link, Kyler.
Yeah, bring up Kaizo. That
I
brother's
looked
on
at it
point.
like don't
Oh
go to the white.
shit,
Of course you like Kaiser. You
Kaizo,
gonna start talking about the low
the number
IQ.
one Pan African
Kaizo.
master.
I
Of course
always
you.
Yo, Frank Zanu and Kaizo. Yeah, I fucks with them, man.
Oh man. Of course you like Kaiser. I mean,
I
Kaiser's
always
cool. Kaiser's a good dude, but
I always
Kaizo
look at
crazy
it.
as fuck.
Kaizo say, stay away from that African. He gonna steal your shit.
What'd you say, Dave? What'd you say?
No, I said I always looked at it from a business standpoint and an organizational standpoint. I don't have to like you for
Yeah,
us
see,
to
but
get
that
for both. Listen, hold
that's
up.
a
You're not
all right,
letting me finish, bro. I don't
all
have
right.
to like you for us to both be on top.
But so just skin color is the only thing that
Just
unifies us.
yeah, skin color unifiers. Wherever you at and wherever I'm at, we should be on
But
top,
see,
and we should help. And
I just
hold up,
watched.
and we should help each other be on
that's
top.
what
Where
made
I
it
just,
so
but
easy for niggas to scam because it's like, oh,
scam.
this is about money, this is
Yeah.
about brotherhood, and give me $5. Man, fuck you.
And then I just watched a documentary with a Congo person ran up on another black person and put two in his ass. I mean, so how was that? How is melanin the only thing going to unify us when it
Well,
doesn't
as a
unify the
concept,
continent?
yeah, it's beautiful. We are one, one love, how the Jamaicans say it, but in reality, that shit don't
right
work.
now, if you look at it, Pan Europeanism on the rise. Donald Trump want more white people here. You know what I mean?
And you're,
Kyler, what you watching
Donald
in the
Trump,
background, man? We hearing your shit.
Donald Trump doing more deals with Europe.
I
So it's
mean,
like, you know.
Who's watching another live in the background?
My fault. That was me. I'm sorry.
Hey, Steve, you be over here watching multiple lives and shit?
But Kaizo is on point, man.
Where's Keizo?
I'm in that Afro spirit with John. So I was listening to them. They have that talking.
What's the deal? I heard Kyler talking about Honey Flower. What did he do to him that he was talking about? I missed that part of it.
Where's Honey Flower?
But this thing, but this gone to have good areas, and it got some real,
It's
damn.
Africa, bro. What are you talking? I mean,
See,
gosh.
the Honey Flower that day, I guess when Hustle Smart was up here, and then when Dollar Bill and y'all had a disagreement, she was posting stuff in Telegram about Kyla.
This shit
He hates
happened within the last 2 weeks.
yeah, like 2 streams ago, and she was like, "Oh,
All
Kyla,
I say was, look,
Like I missed the whole shit.
two grown men are fighting. I don't get involved. I don't go club security no more. So I let them go at it. I'm like, hey, look, I can't stop it, man. It's like two dudes, man. They just go at it with each other. I'm
Fucking
like,
ironic that I caught you on a Pan African show. Fuck.
but yeah, like they was upset about that, and I was like,
I found a gang in
She
Gonta.
left the Telegram group, but she came back, man. Ja brought her back.
It's called Gritty Gonta.
now, I have nothing against Honey Flower. I really don't. But what I don't is I let her say things, right? Because she pisses people off when she talks about African men. And they say, I said, no, don't talk to her. She's a lady. Whatever. I protect her, But at the same time, man, there's other people like Hustle Smart. I think he needs to be said with because he's just saying what he says. I don't agree with what he
But
said.
I agree with you said, like, when
1776 is dumb shit he says. I'm like, he's a person that got to be heard. I'm like,
there's a lot of people that come up here and say the most outrageous things, but
they gotta be heard.
you hear them out. You hear them out, right?
We cannot sit there and hold say, oh, we're gonna silence them because they're still out there. I'd rather have them filter here, and you could deal with them, right? But people are like, oh no, why you let them? Look, I know how to deal with it, right? Because, like I said, one thing I never lose control of the show because everything stays on top, right? Tonight, I think we had a good thing, right? Because we were talking about Pan Africans, right? And then everybody kept falling into the trap. Pan Africans this, but I said, no, that's fantasy. Thinking black people are gonna stop being like true. Come here. I don't want to give. I do. I don't want to give.
Oh yeah, I was trying to get on the show so bad when he was
Dude, man,
talking
nobody wants to
about
take away your
buying
dusty ass
some
fucking.
motherfucking stock in Nigeria.
Oh yeah, man.
I'm like, nigga, you gonna buy that shit in Naira? Get your bitch ass.
He lose all his money, man.
I love Nigerians, but my homeboy,
I wouldn't invest in that shit, man.
his name is Kwandi. Kwandi told me Nigerians are known for lying, man. And every time I meet a Nigerian, they're fucking
It's
lying,
not a
man.
surprise. Anybody who is a friend of yours must hate his own people like you hate your own people. Man.
Hey, the word I heard somebody say online about Nigerians, they gave them a new name. They call Ligerians.
Yeah, man. They always trying to sell you a fucking dream like Morpheus, man. Just lying all the time, man. They
Fucking
always got
Ligerians. Oh my god, I was dying laughing.
Nigerians got a global propaganda thing, man. You got everybody in the world think there's top businessmen. When you look at the fact, Dubai said, you know something, man? We invited Nigerians over here 5 years ago. They cost us. They said they're gonna bring all this education. That was told. They looked at the cost of social services, and they said, "Yo, last year they deported like 500 of them. Y'all gotta get the fuck out."
Nigeria is the epic center for all of the extremes of Africa. You have extreme wealth, extreme poverty. You know, you have extremes of everything in Nigeria.
The worst thing about Liberia, I like Nigerians is this.
Extreme killers too.
Hold on, let me tell you something, right? Nigerians are very proud people, right? But
that shit is fake. They got fake pride.
Let me say this in their defense, right?
Who hurt you, Bantu?
I just think basically with them, it's like they don't have what we call class and coof. They like putting on airs. You know what Nigerians remind me of? Nigerians remind me of black people back in the 60s who first got a little bit of taste of money. And they was showing off airs like they're better.
We don't show off.
I'm telling
No,
you,
not like
y'all be
no.
Man,
blasting these
Before you was
motherfuckers
born.
worse than
Look,
me,
right
man.
now, hold,
I
now
think
you
Steve
look,
is a
Y'all
look,
be
peasant,
trying to
man.
tell
look,
me to
look,
be quiet, but this
I'm a
nigga.
tether. I'm just saying,
look,
like we
I
don't.
know a lot of
You
black
you
people. Hold
got
on, I know a lot
dual
of black.
allegiance, man.
Hold on, I know. That's what I'm saying. I think Steve's a fucking Haitian. You know,
No, okay, here we go again.
Steve is the most Dallas person on the show.
But
He
I'm asking a question.
consistent.
Like, so you
but
saying black Americans?
that being side point. Let me say this. Steve, back in the days, black people used to do that, right? Now you got brothers. I know brothers with a lot of money, right? You would never know they have money because that idea of flashing and stuff like that's died out. People only like wearing jewelry.
So dudes don't get them a new car, go right around
Yeah,
the
but
hood and
there's
whatnot.
a lot of dudes that basically will get an SUV. They'll get an economy car, whatnot. Sometimes they
No,
do
Carter, they're
Tesla.
getting the Scat Pack, the
Yeah, but
Hellcat,
Exactly, they're making all that noise
$300,000
and
cars, and running around the
flying down the
hood.
road. Like that's why,
you don't see brothers stunting like he was back in like.
Colin. Every black. It's so common
Oh,
now.
yo, let
Like
me ask you a
a
question.
Charger.
Hold on. Does anybody still buy rims? No.
Colin, no, they buy Chargers and
Nobody
Scat
still
Packs
buys
and
rims. Nobody
Hellcats
puts
and
money
flying down the
behind that
road.
car. Brothers don't get into cars like we used to. You know, it
People
just
still
They
buy
Colin,
do,
rims,
Carter.
man.
The
What the
Scat
fuck is you
Pack, the
talking about?
Hellcat, those are the things that black
I
people
don't.
like
I never
nowadays.
see it. I don't see
come on,
brothers
all right.
doing the cars up. When I
Man.
first moved
And
in,
those cars, they're Dodge, but
Colin,
they
I
cost
just
like
seen
since you
cars.
don't have no
150,000. They cost a
rims,
lot of money for them now, especially
Nobody
Listen,
those
buys rims no
Scat
more,
Packs
bro.
and Hellcat.
man. Where you live, people don't buy rims. What do they
man,
buy,
that
Colin?
shit got phased out and like rims
Yeah, I
got
think
phased out
maybe
in
on
like
the West Coast,
'07,
the
man.
Ram culture is still there, but really,
But
I
the
don't see
point,
rims like
but
that
the
too
point
much.
I'm
Like
saying is, you said
Ain't
we
last
no
don't
time I
show
had a
off,
rim
bro.
cultural
That's
was
just
East
that's
07,
Coast.
straight
Is
man.
up.
that what you trying to say?
You gotta come,
07.
bro.
Hold on. The point I'm trying to make is, you said we don't show off. Really?
Not like Nigerians, bro. Not like
No, no.
Oh man.
Oh, that's what you
Nigerians
trying
Nigerians.
to
are
So
just
say.
Negroes don't go to the bar and try to buy up the whole club and compete
Nigerians,
with each other.
I don't know about that.
Nigerians are
Yeah, we
over the
Okay.
show
top, man.
off way more. They got the show off shit
Yo, they
from
show
us.
off. They know how to show
All
off.
the
Like a
time,
real,
man.
you know.
All right,
All
bro.
right, yo, Kaizo, what's going on, brother?
What's up, Kaizo?
Yo, what's good? What's good? I just wanted to
Hey,
come.
Zo, what's good?
Excellent.
Shalom, brothers. Shalom, brothers. I
Excellent.
wanted to
Islam,
come through and
Islam.
say that the only businesses that I want to see Black Americans or any Black people doing, including Africans in Africa, is we got to get ourselves a steel mill, man, because
Yeah,
that's what's holding us back. I mean,
I said that. I said we
yeah.
don't use no steel.
And this is why, like the Pan African, shout out to the Pan African, they love, they love to. And here's the issue I have with the African mind, right? Globally, but generally, more specifically, African mind, right? The African likes to make a relationship with the colonizer. First is the European colonizers. They invited them in. Secondly, now is China, right? The Pan African mind, unfortunately, some of them, right? Actually, most of them, they think China is a salvation metric for Africa when
Oh,
China
not
hasn't done
me,
any.
bro. Not
And
me,
no,
bro.
But
China
see,
China
never
hasn't done.
used.
Not me, bro.
Kaizo, what you got to
China,
understand, the root of
Hold
that
up.
is
Stop cutting
Well,
them
laziness.
off. Let them finish.
let
right?
Kaizo finish.
Yeah, let
China
him
hasn't
finish
done
right quick.
one industrial project in Africa, not
Not one.
even one,
Not one.
right? All they've
Not
been doing
one.
is building roads for themselves, bridges for themselves,
Siphon off
ports
resources.
for themselves,
Yeah,
right?
everything
Not a
they
You,
single
doing is for
industrial project. You won't
themselves.
see a single integrated steel mill in Africa built by the Chinese. And even the few fake steel mills they've built is for themselves. They own it 100%.
you
So
see,
China
Elvis
is not
dropped off.
trying to, yeah, China is not trying to help you guys
What do you mean I
become
dropped
better,
off? I'm here. What do you mean?
right?
You,
So
you,
my
you
issue
you
is,
spitting that hot
Kaizo, let me ask
fire.
you. Hold on,
Kaizo
everybody. I'm
spitting
gonna
that
ask
fire.
Kaizo. I want to build with Kaizo a second. I don't have to drop
but
it right now. Let me ask Kaizo a minute. Kaizo, now I said you heard my philosophy of L.A.R.P, right?
mhm.
You heard it before?
I haven't had it before.
Okay,
Just
L.A.R.P is a colonization philosophy of what's logical,
mhm,
achievable,
right.
reasonable, and practical. I always put
I
L.A.R.P
agree with that.
on everything I do. I look at if it's
Mhm,
logical, achievable. You gotta be honest with yourself, right? Now, when we talk about the
100%.
African stand, right? The only thing about the African stand is it couldn't pass the practicality test for me, right? Because why would
Mhm,
somebody, after all that, right? Still though, why would somebody leave America, the country's already built, just to go to another country you're trying to build? When I just stay here, like that. So,
right.
well, it's practical now, but it's logical. One nation, it's achievable if we pull our money together. It's reasonable because black people always complain about racism, right? But is
Right.
it practical? That's the thing, right? Now, I say Pan African has Pan African theory, philosophy, and fantasy. And then I said it's LARP, right?
Correct.
And the question I wanted to ask you, I forgot what I was going to ask you. I was like, oh yeah, you talk about the steel mill. I had the same thing, right? I said a LARP Pan African would be like this. Now, recently, the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, went to Liberia. Ross Baraka. He went to Newark, New Jersey, right? Newark, New Jersey have abandoned steel mills.
Oh,
Abandoned steel mills, right? Africa needs steel. What if Pan Africa, a LARP would be? Why don't top businessmen from the African continent get together and form a United Steel Corporation to buy those steel mills in Gary, Indiana, Pittsburgh, Newark, and stuff like that? Supply Africa with steel so all the money's not being wasted from China, right? And eventually move production to the continent. Wouldn't that be a LARP version of Pan Africanism?
That's great.
100%.
Providing jobs.
You're probably a job.
Hey, Kenzo, let me ask
what do
you
I know?
this.
But what am I? I'm just a college genesis. What I
Did you have you told Kala about your Zumani shit?
Yeah, I heard it.
I think he's heard a little bit. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he's heard a little bit about it. I mean, I think that the reason why we can't do it, Carla, is unfortunately because we are Azamans, right? We don't have the capacity to do LARP. No, I'm being serious,
This
right?
is what I've been saying for the last hour or two, and Elvis cut me off.
Fucking Zaman.
Yeah, we don't have the capacity to do that. What you just said, LARP, right? LARP requires you to not be a Zaman because Zamans don't think in logical or practical, achievable steps. A Zaman, right, is hungry. Instead of going to the fridge, checking their pockets if they can buy food, the Zaman's like, well, the government doesn't have shops near my house, right? So that's how the Zaman thinks, right? So the solution is simple: check your pockets, go to your fridge, go down the local supermarket. But the Zaman saying, well, the government doesn't have it easy for me to achieve my food. So the Zaman isn't thinking about practical steps. So yeah, 100%. I didn't know about the abandoned steel mills that are accessible and cooperating
they're there.
with mayors.
They're looking for
some people propose Newark has a port too.
Because
Newark has a port. Yeah,
because one of the issue, right, with the steel mill is, well, okay, there's abandoned steel mills, right? That means they have the equipment. If they have the equipment,
still there, just to be dust off a little bit.
Exactly, we just have to dust it off, ship it to somewhere.
Now we got the abandoned steel mills. What's the next step?
The next step is getting it to a peaceful, secure African place.
Probably go to the Trump administration and say, "Hey, this is what we're going to do." But you got to have people organized, on a high level.
Correct. Correct. I'll look into this because this might actually. Shalom, I didn't even know about that.
The Trump administration could probably sponsor this.
They would. They said they would. They said, yeah, you got these.
He's
something, Dave? The black leadership was proposed this years ago. Yeah, black people were out of work, whatnot, and the black leadership just whatever they went and went with the Democratic Party, whatever they abandoned stuff like this. They were supposed to be working on this like 30, 40 years ago.
Carla, if we can get some of these abandoned steel mills, right, in a peaceful, secure place in Africa where we negotiate a good land deal so they don't just come take it, this is exactly what's going to change Africa. If you really think about it, right, like we can't manufacture anything, right? The only thing we manufacture in Africa is iron. We get used scrap metal, then we beat it.
This is how it works, right? You first basically produce the steel right here where it's cheap, right? Then you eventually move the production to the continent, right? Right now, Africa needs a supply chain of steel, right? And instead of going bankrupt buying the steel from China, you produce your own steel here, right? Put your own steel from here, and eventually start building mills on the continent. Same thing that Japan did,
Correct.
Your own steel mills on the continent, after you basically create the market and the demand and supply chain, then you build your own steel mills on the continent.
But like,
let's buy these steel mills that we have here in America,
But the thing is, like Booker T. Washington said, you're supposed to send a talented tent to universities to learn engineering, and once they graduate, they're supposed to go back to their home country and then build that industrial infrastructure, right? And that's like he was saying, within us, I think 99% of Zamans or black people are fucking lazy, man, right? And we like shit to be done for us than us do it for ourselves. Because most Africans, every time you go to the university, they're majoring in engineering, right? But you don't see any manifestation of shit being built. Every Nigerian you see at the University of Maryland has an engineering degree.
Fucking 1,000 engineers can't build
Every
shit.
black, every time Nigeria goes to a HBCU, there's civil engineers and electrical engineers. All these fucking engineers, but you don't even see Legos being built. So I said, hey, that got to be just laziness, or they cheating on their test.
Reverse engineer other people's shit. That's why.
No, it's true. I mean, yeah. I mean, even I'm an engineer as well. I'm trying to build, but these other Zamans don't want to do it because they just. I don't know, man. I legitimately think I'm being so precise, right? If Carla, if you're hungry, right, you're gonna go to your pocket, go to your fridge, find food. The Zaman is out there thinking of who to blame that there's no food in his house, rather than actually just building it, right?
1776. We had this conversation last night. Remember?
Yeah.
We had this conversation last night.
Because everybody I went to college with, I just took up social work. But every African I went to was a civil engineer, electrical engineer, something engineer. And then I was like, how are y'all all engineers, but I don't see shit being built?
But you're telling me then education has failed us? Because I thought the whole point of education was to solve our problems.
Facts.
And we can't solve our problems.
There you go. There you have it.
See what's going on. So they can't even solve. They can't solve the electrical problem in Nigeria. You can't solve the civil engineering problem.
And one of our professors told us, professors told us that the Congo River can provide the waterfall electricity with electricity.
I seen a documentary on that shit.
Just one river.
Yeah, the Congo waterfall
River could light up the whole goddamn Africa.
So why can't they engineer
These bitch ass motherfuckers running around with AKs blowing each other brains
why
out.
can't they engineer a dam big enough and large enough to supply
I used to argue about the curse of Ham, and I used to be, this is a lie. But as I get pushed,
You want to talk to me about Pan-Africanism, man.
I'm like, damn, man. Like my neighbor, he's from Burundi. He said his whole family got killed in that fucking genocide. I ain't even know Burundi had a genocide.
Come on. All right, Bantu, but let's be real now. Ain't no Pan-African leaders on the continent right now.
That's why we at the funeral, bro. I'm just saying.
Real. Ain't no
I bought roses and shit,
No Pan-African presidents right now, bro. Come on, let's be real.
Because within our culture,
let's be all the way real. All the way.
Within our culture, we have a sellout culture. We always have like a sellout motherfucker in the black society.
Ain't no Pan-African leaders on the continent. So I understand y'all be blaming them niggas so much. I get it. I'm gonna take the bullets. I'm gonna take the shots. I know you blaming us so much, but we ain't got no leadership on the continent. We ain't got no motherfuckers talking like that. Even in government, we ain't even got a representative seat, my nigga. So you know what I mean? Like, come on.
Well, I mean, hey.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So
are we at the funeral or not? Shit.
We out. No, we still out here though. We still out here. We still moving, but you know what I mean?
That shit dumb, bro.
I mean, but it is what it is. We ain't got no leadership out here.
You just say ain't no leadership, ain't no nothing. What are we grasping at here, man?
You know what I mean? So, if we ain't got no Pan-African leaders right now in office.
Well, you guys get behind me. I can deliver that for you.
Yeah, I like the law. I like Pan-African L.A.R.P.
Man, it was logical, achievable. I gave it, like I said, if people in the business said thing, not only that, what that steel business do, it would actually bring black people and Africans to actually work. The reason why patterns don't work is because
we're not getting money together.
We're not building nothing together. Let's say everybody had stock in the steel industry, this United African Steel.
I just told you my idea. I just laid it out to you. A Nigerian drill of oil. We got the oil company. It's on the stock exchange. You got the gas station. We don't have that.
Andrew Carnegie developed steel like in the 1920s. That's like.
Yeah, but he had capital. We could do anything we want if we had capital.
Listen, man, all I say
capital. That's the key.
Get Singapore's blueprint and follow that, capital, man.
Getting the stock, private venture capital, going to stock market, raising stocks and bonds. We can raise trillions of dollars.
You talk about Pan-Africanism, Bantu. I get it. I understand you
We
want to
need
shoot it up.
Hey,
Hold on, hold on. I know you got your K. I
hey,
know
you
you
know
want
I
to
was
shoot it
over
up.
here waving the red, black, and
I
green.
know. No, I
College just
know. But
bashed it.
let's
Fuck it.
Collar's still on it.
We gonna
Collar's
blame
still
it on
Look, I am
Collar.
the
not. Look, I ain't.
BAI
Look,
Hey,
I am not.
nigga,
Look, I am not
it's
hold
your
on. The
against.
fault,
BAI
Look, I'm
symbol
against
is
I'm a
red, black, and
reborn
green.
again
I'm against.
FBA, nigga.
Collar,
Fuck you,
Collar. The
niggas.
BAI logo is red, black, and green. So he's
I'm a
still
still red, black, and
Pan-African.
green, bro. I said,
He's
but I
still
don't like
red, black, and
foolishness.
green. I look at Collar. Collar is just frustrated. He's been in the movement for over 40 years and he hasn't seen nothing move and he's mad. I understand Collar. He's an OG. Collar just want to see a deal broken through. And you
I
understand?
want to see something, man.
You
I
know what
want to
it's
see
like,
something.
Dave. Hey,
Look,
you
you
know what
want
it's like,
something to
Dave. I'm
have
gonna tell
30,
you. I'm gonna tell you what it's
35
like.
years of disappointment.
I'm gonna tell you what it's like. It's
bruh.
like a nigga trying to hold on to white Jesus. You just don't want to let it
No,
go.
this is
You
not
know what I'm
white
Leave,
Jesus.
saying?
leave, leave white
This is
Jesus
not white
alone,
Jesus.
man.
Nah,
Leave,
this is
leave
not
See,
white
Jesus
we
Jesus.
alone.
got one.
Come on,
Listen
this
at
ain't
him.
not in the white Jesus. This
Pan
is not white
Africanism
Jesus.
is just like white Jesus.
No,
Leave
no,
You know,
no,
Jesus
you
no,
need to
no.
alone,
put
Don't do
man.
that
that,
Jesus
shit
bro.
ain't did nothing to
down,
Come
leave
nobody.
on,
it the
bro. Don't
fuck
do that,
alone,
bro.
and
Jesus
move
ain't did nothing to
on.
Come
nobody.
on, bro. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
My thing is
Don't
like,
do that.
Kyla, can you live like if you move to Liberia, can you live in that society like under that leadership?
Well, when you got money, you can live any place because that shit that the society has do not affect me. Like, look, I have my own everything where I live at. I have my everything. So my basic day to day needs, I'm taking care of my food, whatever like that. So what the people who's dependent on the government, the people that need social service, whatnot, they are affected. I don't. As long as basically the stuff that doesn't affect me, the government of Liberia are really good at taking care of the people like if you're a foreigner or you're a visitor or you're Liberian money that could live in the United States but could move back, they're very good at making that segment happy. You know, now they got to do is make sure that the people who don't have money have the same sort of thing because they figure the people that have money will get to them later. You know, but the people who they want to come there, African Americans, Liberian Americans, and all these other people, and the foreigners, whoever like that, the people who spend the money like that, and people that build the economy. Because, like I said, that's what's keeping Liberia afloat. The people that's coming there spending money. So as long as those people are taken care of right now, yeah, it's good for somebody like me. But if I was a Liberian, it'd be a different story. If I was Liberian and I didn't have a passport to come back to America, yeah, it'd be a different story. I would say it'd be a different thing. Because I'm not beholden to that, So
Don't try to make excuses, man. Just go over there and stay.
well, I could go there, but I got a business here. What am I gonna do with my business, man?
Transfer your business over there.
Oh
They
yeah,
got they
okay,
got
yeah, okay,
internet,
yeah.
man. They
I'm
got
gonna tell you. I'm gonna
internet.
tell my clients that come to my office, right? Yeah, get on a plane, come over there a few thousand miles. Don't worry about it. I know my office is right around the block, 2 miles, but
Can't you do it on the internet? Can't you do
yeah,
that
but I
shit?
can't. There's some of the business I can't do on the internet. But I said I can do some work over there. But dude, look, I have a downline. I have agents under me, right? Look, one of my agents, right, in 2 months is gonna make like $100,000.
Yeah, if you got a downline, you shouldn't be
I know,
doing
but
shit. You could
how
go
do
where you
you
want to go.
how does those downline work? Me.
Man,
Making
I'm
sure
worried.
everything's working. They call me all kinds of night. I need this. I need that. This is going on. Whatnot. So I have to be hands on. I can't be like away. I'm all across seas. Guess what? You know what downline's gonna do? They're gonna say, you know something? I'm gonna go over on the Ken. Your brother. You ain't there to help me out.
I hope Cuddy pops up, man. I'm worried about him.
I hope he
Curtis
don't
disappeared,
pop
man. He's
up.
probably in jail
Shit.
over there. He's probably in jail.
How you gonna say that, Colin?
He's in jail. Why? Where else could he be?
He's in jail in Burkina Faso. That's the worst place to be, man. You don't want to be
Because
in
he
jail
was
over
growing
there.
he was growing tomatoes. He had a little chicken. I said, Cuddy was hilarious, man.
It wasn't L.A.R.P. So that's not L.A.R.P. Man. That's something else.
He was chewing on that little chicken foot, man. I said, man, this guy's a soldier, man. That dude, he was like a founding father, man. That dude was like, he went in the trench, man. I said, damn.
Yeah, that motherfucker look like he about to
Yeah,
die
he was
in a
every
second.
show on Donna's show. He was losing weight. I say, damn, man. Yeah, man. It's just rough, man. Because when I watch Spoon Talk TV, all I see them do is argue for
Them
4
niggas is full
hours.
of yo, them niggas is full of shit, man. Nigga, I don't look up to them niggas. Fuck them niggas, bro.
Who was that?
Who y'all talking about?
Spoon Talk.
What
Smooth
is
Oh, I don't
spoon
know.
what is
talk,
Spoon? What is that?
spoon
It's a
talk, and all
Liberian
the
political show.
it's just a
Oh,
bunch of Liberians just with strong man arguments and scapegoats.
Elvis, you be over there? I know you be over there, Elvis.
Elvis don't drop
Uh,
down.
Oh, that was
Oh,
his
gone.
Elvis got scared when Kaizo and Bantu.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah, these niggas gonna clear out with bad too, cause
yeah, yeah. Oh
especially when
man.
Keizo come, cause he's so
like I
fucking,
said, I'm gonna take
he's
all
so
the shots.
diplomatic and shit.
I'm here to take all the shots.
Yeah, Dave ain't going nowhere. And
Because
shit.
him
I'm
and
here to
Chuko
take
was trying
all
to
the shots.
say that African Americans didn't build stuff, and I'm
Man,
Nah, I
telling them
can't say that. That
man,
nigga, son, that nigga don't know American history. Out of here.
that's what
that
I'm
ain't what
telling.
Elvis. That ain't
Out
what
of
Elvis
here,
said,
man.
bro.
That's what
Look. Yo,
Chuko was saying.
1776. We had this conversation last night, man.
Yeah,
Remember? I explained it to you.
yeah,
Explained it to you. You saw it today, right?
yeah.
It's you dealing with people that don't know how to live with other
Yeah,
people.
yeah, because I did construction. Okay, the foreman reads the blueprint, right? But if I'm laying bricks to the line,
That's
or
common. That's common. I see
yeah,
that all the time.
the foreman has the blueprint, but my crew, we're laying bricks. You got the masons, they're laying stone. You got somebody doing the driveway. You got somebody doing electricity, the plumbers. Everybody's working in collaboration to build a fucking house, man. And these guys wasn't understanding. They were like, "Oh, you was under the whip," but who was fucking building this shit?
Oh yeah, they be talking that dumb shit. They act like they don't know who's building this shit.
Yeah, white man brought you to build a shit. That was the
You know
whole
what I mean?
concept.
The first, yo, son. If I'm president of an African country, the first people I'm talking to is Black America. Like, yo, bro, I'm trying to build a country. I'm trying to have y'all have a spot over here. What's up? I need some engineers. I need scientists. I need your best. I'm trying to build something. You know what I mean? Simple.
But once it's built, then it's jealousy, man.
You know what I mean? And it shouldn't be no jealousy. You know?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Hey man, y'all draw the lines with that motherfucking diaspora war shit. So it is what it is.
No,
Well, the diaspora.
I'm
that shit
banging
that,
for my side. That's it.
nah,
I don't give a fuck.
that shit ain't nothing.
I
It ain't
know
on
it
no
ain't
street shit.
nothing. I know it ain't no
It ain't
street
no real
shit.
life shit.
I know
Ain't no
it's,
FBA gonna
but y'all
come up
gotta
with.
know that internet shit could spill into the
I
streets
know
at
it
any
could
time.
spill in the streets. It could spill in the streets, but
Well,
we just
yo,
praying.
Dave, what do you think about the fact that I've been drawing parallels, maybe unfairly or fairly, to the fact that, and I've been pissed off a lot of FBA people, and I said, look, I see what I did was I hijacked some of their arguments that I think is legit and use it for myself, right?
Yeah.
And say like for Pan Africanism, right? Say yeah, this idea. That's why I said I'm a LARP Pan Africanism, right? I don't believe in it because a lot of people have been using Pan Africanism to diss Black America, right? Like when people come up here and tell you you gotta speak a different language. No, man, I don't want anybody thinking they gotta go through a humiliation.
That's not even what Pan see, Colin,
Yeah,
this is
but that's
why
what I said.
this
That's
is
what I
what
said.
I go
I'm
back
a
to the
lot. I'm a LARP.
definition.
I'm a
This is
LARPist.
why I go back to that's why I say a lot of people don't understand the definition of Pan-Africanism.
They
Nobody's
think you gotta
asking you to
lose your
give up,
identity.
nobody's even asking you to give up your identity.
But then people think that we gotta learn Swahili and
No, you don't have to do that. No,
like, come on,
that's
man.
Well,
not
see,
that's
that's
not
the
logical.
scam. You gotta lose yourself and learn
No,
Swahili.
nobody
And
said
nobody, I know nobody's gonna go for
I
that.
was never taught that. That's what I said.
I
I
was
was
never
never
taught that
taught
either. And
that.
I'm not.
Nobody was never taught that. That was the scam, motherfucker.
You know what I mean? I was never taught that. So
So
even I'm talking about with my Pan
when
Africanism,
people
I
like,
was
I'm
never
saying
taught
like
that
this,
shit.
what that would do is retard us, right? Like, okay,
Like I
let's say
said, I
we
look
go
at
into
it
a room,
always from the getting
and
money
we're
and
trying to do
economic
business.
standpoint.
Dave, let me say this.
Yeah.
We go into a room, we're trying to do business, right? Let's say it's in East Africa, right? We got a major bill going through, right? They said, but you can only speak in Swahili. Now, who's going to come out of the deal on top? Us or the people who speak the language fluently?
People that speak Swahili and they know better.
Why the fuck do we do that?
Yo. I have African friends on the continent that will say, yo, colonization was good because it brought one language and we all speak in one language.
Yeah, that's that Zumani shit that Kazo be talking about. These motherfuckers crazy.
No. Like, because if we speak in all different tribal languages, if we just speak in one language, it's all right. So I had people say, oh, that was one good thing about colonization, But it's like, come on. Nobody,
The
I don't
fact
know. Yo,
that you think colonization was good, something wrong with you already.
yeah. But yeah. They didn't conquer the African didn't conquer any land to impose their language. So you gotta understand that. The white man took the show on the road and colonized. People speak English, people speak French, Spanish. So why would I look like That's it. Even the African language is no like we talked about the other day. There's no laws written in African languages.
Damn, that's
You understand me?
crazy.
There's
I thought it was just me.
no.
Did that
Listen,
shit sound crazy?
listen. There's no. You can't learn rocket science in Swahili. You have to learn English to learn rocket science. You have to learn international law, business law, educational law. You have to learn English and then go to school and go through an English system to learn the law, right?
Yeah, that's facts.
You understand me? The African didn't say, oh, that's why I said I was on my trip to Liberia. I said I wanted to be a Bassa man. I wanted to learn Bassa. Then I asked them, I said, where's the Bassa library? The only book they could give me in Bassa was a Bible.
Where's the boss
After a week, my nigga, after 1 week, and then the Bible's published by a white man.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So the white man got publishing on Bassa, on the tribal language. I
Hey,
gave up
Steve,
on them niggas, bro.
you
I
see
gave
what I
the
was
fuck
saying,
up.
Steve?
Huh?
Remember, Steve, you still on? Steve dropped down?
Definitely droop along. I think he's still up there. Hold on.
You understand me?
He's still up there. He fell
76, you
asleep. I
give
think he
up,
fell
bro.
asleep.
You be like, man, get the, you know what I mean? I ain't want to, you know what I mean? Swahili. We already lost the war. So
And
we
most
speaking
people who speak
English.
Swahili don't know how to write
Yeah,
it.
we already lost the war.
We need a written
Jumbo.
You understand me? We already lost the war. Let's try to retrieve and get ourselves together. Instead of doing that, we bullshit. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. My thing. It's a long way to go, but I believe in evolution. I think 75, 100 years we'll be all right.
No, I'm trying to be all right now. I'm trying to be good next week. Fuck that shit. That's why I go by L.A.R.P, man. With
Real talk.
Hold on, look.
Shit.
My Pan-African is really quenched because in 2 months I will be in Liberia, and also my Association of African American. I'm trying to establish that there. I'm trying to establish a 501c3. Start raising money. Start building. I want to start hosting people coming to Liberia. I'm gonna start sending out invitations to businesses, celebrities, everything. And I want to do a tour thing where we're bringing people around the country and everything. I want to get it going on. I want to really make Liberia my first step of nation building.
But those people hate Boyka, man. Like when I listen to those
Nah.
songs,
Look, let me tell you how it works, right? You got to understand the Liberian mentality, right? They use a couple of unscrupulous people who like this guy Mullah. Dave, what do you think about that? Mullah turned himself in.
Yo, son, Mario Mulu.
Yeah, Mulo. He
Yo,
turned
yo,
himself in.
sons, yo, son, yo, Kala. Keep game. You know he had $1,000 Burberry boots on
Yeah,
What?
the dude's a pimp,
at the
man. You're using
protest. At
people.
the
They were
protest,
throwing
bruh.
rocks.
At the
They were
protest.
throwing rocks.
At the protest.
He fled. He
He
ran.
had $1,000
You saw when
Burberry boots on.
those police showed up there, right? That nigga ran. You know. And what
Started
kind of
throwing
shoes you said
rocks.
he had on? We summoned Elvis. Oh Lord.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Oh yeah. He got
His
to defend the
name is
CDC now. He
Morba
got to defend.
Malu,
Oh
not
shit.
Mario Malu. His name is
We
Morba
summon the
Malu.
crime
That's one of
man.
Elvis's
Oh
boys, man.
shit.
Y'all don't
Okay,
even know the name.
Elvis
These
punches
guys
the
be talking about Liberia like they know Liberia. They don't even know the information about
James.
what they're talking about.
How much money you send them?
Say that again.
How much money you send them?
Saying who? Morba Malu?
Yeah.
I mean, Carla, you said the silliest shit, man.
yo, his office got burnt though before the protest.
Before the
Wow.
protest, Carla, you like authoritarianism, right? You
Yeah, his
like
office did got
suppression and
burnt before the
oppression.
protest
Who do
though.
you think
That's
Oh,
what you
that's why
like.
he
And then when they
came up.
bust
He
them
had to
outside of their
defend
heads,
Liberia against
yeah, this
Colin.
is the kind of shit that Carla don't know. When people are oppressing other people, he don't say shit. When they
So
come
Carla,
and bust him outside their head,
Carla,
he said that there was no
who do you
reason for
think
that
burned
to
the
yo,
happen. There was no reason for that to
burn his
happen.
office down? You think the government
they
did it?
kind of on him already though. So
You think the government burned it down,
Listen to
Elvis?
what Dave is saying to you, Carla. He
no,
has
I'm
a
not
right
gonna
to protest. The
they
government burned
kind of
down his building.
they burned down
They've
his
been
building.
arresting him and harassing him.
No, they burned
And
down
you
his
are for
building,
the
Carla.
government. When they then take out the government, you said that then you would be saying there's no reason for them to do that. The country was going well. If you're oppressing your own citizens and you don't think they're gonna rise up and take you out,
He's gonna
fine.
explain it.
But Elvis, you got to
He
start
has
listening to what
$1,000
Dave is
shoes on.
saying, man. You never listen
Do
to
you know
what
what
Dave is
Morba
saying.
Molu did before he went in politics? You think everybody in Liberia is poor? He lived in the United States. He's an American citizen in this country. You don't know him. You don't even know what he does. I mean, you just assume that he's some kind of poor person.
He was a chairman of CDC.
He
Right?
was, and he was arrested, and he lived in the
Now
United States before that.
now he got stand. He just got he just got an activist movement now.
Yeah, check out back in like what was it? Back in 2011, we were running. I said, this guy looked terrifying. Right? I said, this guy ever gets power one, then they end up winning. I was like, fuck, man, I ain't ever gonna let it.
And the CDC is
I
a
saw it back
military
in the day,
arm of the
and it was
crime.
a thug.
Morba Hula. You mean Morba Molu?
Yeah,
Morba Molu. Yeah, Morba Molu.
Carla. You're so
No, you
ill-informed.
fearful.
If you're for people not being able to protest their government, then you
But
should
not
be the
every
people.
day. Ever since I've been watching
There's a
Spoon,
difference between protest and insurrection. Come on.
yeah, ever since I've been watching Spoon Talk, it's like a protest every day. It's about the rice. It's about this. It's about that. I'm like, man.
Did you see what happened in Kenya when those kids went into the Kenyan parliament and burned that shit down?
Yeah, well,
Did you see what happened there?
If I was in power, that would not happen.
Did you see what happened when the inflation in Nigeria was so high and the people went and protested? Did you hear about the NSARS movement? They protest all over Africa when people are unhappy with their government. They protest. That's what I say. Listen to Kala. They crushed it. They crushed it. That's what you like. You like authoritarianism, man. And when the citizens rise up and do a coup and put niggas on the pole and shoot them to death, then you start complaining about it.
That's the real answer. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's the answer. What the fuck you mean? You want people to be oppressed by their government and just sit there and take it for years upon years?
They're not participating and helping themselves.
Okay, Kala.
But should Africa have a government?
Get this jigaboo off the platform, Kala, man.
No, because every time I
Should
see
Africa have a government? Should you have your freedom right now? Or should you be back enslaved?
Hey Dave, you know who AJ Johnson is?
Hey Dave, see this is why this pen shit.
This is AJ Johnson. Hold on, this is AJ Johnson coming to Liberia. She's an actress that played on that Baby Boy.
From Baby Boy, right? The mom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she had a train ran on her. She
What is it? What are you looking at?
AJ Johnson. She had a French black guy and an American black guy run a train on her.
All right, man. We're not talking about that now. We're just talking about the sister.
She had a threesome, nigga. It wasn't a train ran on. It was consensual, you idiot.
You always, Albert, you always say the
I
same
read
shit.
the story. She said she was 50. She turned 50 and she wanted to have a threesome, and
And it
she
was
went
on
and
her,
did that shit.
and it was her bucket list.
Yeah. So
She
what the
had one
fuck?
from the back, one from the front, and then both of them sandwiched her. Come on.
Man, stop. So
Wait,
what the
I
fuck is?
mean,
She's a grown ass 50-year-old woman. She can have
who
any sexual encounter
who
she
is
wants. What
this?
the fuck I
Who
got to
is
do with
this
you?
lady that we talking about? I don't know who is it.
The
That's the
lady from
girl
Baby
That's the
Boy,
lady in the
who
movie,
was
Baby
with
Boy.
Ving Rhames in the movie.
from House Party.
Oh,
She
her.
was in House Party. Yeah, she was in House Party when we was coming up.
This
Oh
is the
yeah,
Decembers.
okay.
These are people going back to Liberia doing
So
Yeah,
during December.
she's going there for a bumper
No
man.
disrespect to her, but she's not that big of a deal for you to be making it like she's some kind of big celebrity.
Well, the bottom
oh
line, they said, yo, like I said, as Liberia starts attracting bigger celebrities and whatnot, it will take everything. More and more black celebrities are coming there and
That's a
whatnot. They're
start,
discovering
Elvis.
Liberia.
That's somebody coming there to spend money in the economy.
Spend money and put Liberia on the map. You know, that's all we care
Or
about.
Liberia on the map. Okay, Colin.
God
Yeah,
damn.
we actually love the country. You
Like
know,
1776 said, she's
all you
gonna put
want to
us
do
on the
is
map
all you think
with a
Liberia is a good
threesome
for is promote
brigade.
the country.
Oh
Yo,
my
check this out, Elvis.
God.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna create a special program for people like you that want to do professional protesters. Y'all can get out there and protest. You know, Dave. You know, I saw when we were in the Bomani store when we was there, 2024. I saw in real time, man. Liberian police. I love them, right? Clear out these squatters from this
It was
property.
the same Liberian police who almost arrested you at Tabeyu and Kid Mount, Colin. Don't forget that.
Oh no, it wasn't. You know, those were fucking. That wasn't Cape Mount. That was fucking Nimba. That was Bond County. Bond County. You know, it was
Or
Bond
wherever
County.
you said.
So
Yeah,
what,
you
man?
gotta
That's all
watch
I can
out
say.
because she's
But
looking for a
like they
mandingo.
weren't They were military. Those were military. They weren't Liberian.
Even worse, they would have taken you in the forest and handled you,
Yeah,
Colin.
so whatever. You know, whatever. I'm still here. I'm alive. I don't care. Bottom line is this, man. All you guys, all you professional protesters, you got to protest everything, man. Like, goddamn, it's gonna go around.
Everything,
Dark
man.
Migo, what do you mean I'm a cuck? The lady is a single woman. She wanted to have two niggas. If you're a single nigga and you want to
No,
have two females, what does that mean?
but no, she said the first it was one guy and one guy. She's front, he's to the rear, and then she got sandwiched, man. It was
You
like it
keep
was
talking about the
detailed,
sandwich. What
man.
the heck got to do with anything?
hey,
What are you
76. She
offended?
was
Are you
she
offended
was
by a black
spicy.
woman having a threesome, bro? What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah, yeah, you wild, Elvis. Elvis, man. Yo, you a good dude, boy. Boy, you can rap. You should be a lawyer, man. You can rationalize anything, boy.
I'm just not
You
an
got
idiot, nigga.
what part of Pan
I'm a
Africanism?
liberal person. I'm liberal in my mindset. People are allowed to do what they want to do
But
as long as it's not against the law.
she's getting sandwiched, man.
She's
Come on,
allowed to
man.
get sandwich. It's not like she
All
went
right.
and cheated on her husband with two niggas. She's single, man. She's having fun. What you want her to do?
At 50, that's all right, man.
Your old ass
Listen,
probably wish you could get a threesome, nigga.
listen, but that's something you accomplished early in your 20s, not 50. Like what who does that at 50?
She having a midlife crisis, dog. That's
Well, that
all.
was 10 years ago. She's 61 now.
She having a she going through menopause and shit. She don't even know what's going on, man.
Man,
She probably
Tyler said that was 10 years ago. She's in her 60s now. She want to do some shit. She went and did it.
man, she
That's
looking
it.
for one of them Bassa Mandinkos, you know. She just want
Nah, she's like college. She's looking for the American Liberian stud in Liberia. She's not looking for those native boys.
and I knew something was wrong when I saw her in House Party as a kid.
She was buff. She's buff as hell. She might beat a nigga ass. You seen her muscles and shit? She real cut. But
Well,
yeah,
like I
man.
say, like one day we could see. I can see Michael B. Jordan coming here. I can see Ryan Coogler coming here. Watch Liberia. We're gonna keep spreading Liberia's history and more as more
But
and
what
more
does it
black.
mean, Kyla? If a nigga go to Liberia and visit and come back to the United States, what does that mean?
don't
Oh,
mean
okay.
shit.
You just sit back, Elvis, and
No, I want to know. I'm asking a question.
no.
Does that bring more money to the country? Does that give us some kind
If
of
you was
what?
a
It
LARPist,
don't mean shit,
you understand.
Elvis.
If you
I'm
was a
telling you right
LARPist, you
now.
understand. You know what the
No, I'm
point is.
saying, Kyla. I'm saying we're talking. You're talking about something that's
All right.
logical. What's the
Okay.
logic of it?
Hold on.
Carla don't
Just
want to
say,
say it. I said.
look, if she comes back to the United States, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had a good time. Like I learned about the history and everything. Then she gonna
Mm-hmm.
say, you know something? How come we don't know about this country? How come? I want to watch a film about Liberia. There is
Oh
none.
Lord.
And next thing you know, guess what? Someone's going to launch a film project. They're gonna find about my book and say, that would be a great movie. Like,
Carla, you know what that's called? That's called phantasmagorical thinking.
No. That's
You're
how you
putting
get happy.
fantasy in a chronological order. That's what you're doing.
Oh, that's why you guys never get anything done. That's why Black America.
Carla, you talking about she's gonna come back?
He's
Maybe she's
talking
gonna do
about a
this. Then maybe she's gonna do that.
Pan
We
African
created
fantasy.
Hollywood. We created.
It's phantasmagorical,
We
Carla.
created Black Wall Street. Yeah, we created every
It's fantasy in a chronological way that you're thinking
I would
about.
love to see Oscar Holloman go to Liberia. Like I would love to see
Who?
him. Oscar, the young boy Holloman. He goes to
Who?
the continent.
He talking about that dude that be on YouTube going to all different kind of countries.
Oh, the passport bro.
Yeah.
I want
Okay.
real public figures coming in Liberia.
You want to see how the women are in Liberia? That's all you care about, Mister 1776. You know what the Liberian girls would do to him? They'll set his ass up.
No, they won't. No, they won't.
They'll get him to go to a hotel and get all these, get the boyfriend to rob his ass.
Liberians aren't like that, man.
Okay, Colin, you're right.
Hey, you better listen to Elvis 76. Don't go over there fucking with them bitches. They will set your ass up.
Oh, please.
No, but one thing you ever
he's never been there.
See, we've never been there.
No, like Estelle said, they never had that
ticket. Let's go.
They never had that American loving. That Estelle, she said that American boy, and I mean,
Estelle's from the UK, nigga.
Yeah, but we turned her out.
I will be there in a few weeks, bro. So I will be there in a few weeks. It's my fifth time there. Never had a problem. Not one time. No major problems.
Oh no, you ain't had no problem. You keep paying, nigga.
I ain't paying nothing, man. I go there and whatnot. If you're a real man, you go any place in the world. Nobody fucks with you.
Yeah, you're a real man.
Bantu, I forgot about Bantu. Bantu used to get on College nerves, man. College used to kick your ass off the show because you antagonize him so much.
About 2 seconds from kicking me off now.
You can't have the jelly legs, man. Knees.
Nigga Bantu a real West Coast nigga, man. He don't give a fuck.
In about 2 seconds, I'm telling you. Nice knowing y'all, man.
Yeah.
But but we gotta be rationalized, Kyler. The R in L.A.R.P stand for rational, right? You gotta be rational, man. These are fantastical things you're talking about.
You guys live in fear. You live in fear. Fear has torment. You guys are scary, man.
Scary of what, Kyler? Trust me. Let me tell you a secret, Kyler. If Bantu had a wife in Liberia, that nigga will be there every 6 months. If 1776 had a wife in Liberia, he'll be there. If you didn't have a wife in Liberia, Kyler, you won't go there every year.
But Kyler, he running his little weird ass shit however he want to run it. It's all right.
I'm not weird, man. So look, I do my.
You know what they say, right? Home is where the heart is. Where your heart is, that's where you always want to be.
So Bantu Mandinka's never been out of the country before, man.
Is that true, Bantu?
What if it's true or if it's not? What difference?
You haven't been nowhere, man. I can tell.
He said he got a passport now, Kyler. He said he got his passport, so he's ready to go.
I have my passport. What the fuck that got to do with anything? I have my passport for a long time.
All right, Kyler. So that means the nigga traveling, man.
Bantu's like Kwame, man.
Kyler just be talking shit with somebody when he get hit in the head. He be, you nigga. Okay. You win.
Ain't nobody hit me in the head, bro. You have never been no place, man.
I've been everywhere. What
you that ain't been nowhere, man. What?
Just like Elvis said, what is a nigga going to Liberia and coming back going to do? What is that going to do? Tell me.
You've been to Las Vegas.
You still didn't answer the question. What's it going to do? Oh, they're going to make a movie out of your book. Nigga, what the fuck you been smoking?
Colin want to get in touch with Hollywood, man. Colin's going to go Hollywood.
Yeah, he talking about making a movie out of your book.
I'm saying, you've been as far as Oakland.
But Colin got held up by a knife point. He told us that story.
That's not what he said. He did not say he got held up by a knife point. He said he got stabbed while he was fighting somebody.
In Liberia, he got held up by a knife point.
I never said that. He said he got it was an attempted extortion. They tried to extort him.
Go across the water to get robbed. What the fuck you talking about?
And they told him they wanted big big.
You went overseas to get robbed.
We all can't talk at the same time.
Who you think you talking to?
We all can't talk at the same time. If you really want to know what happened to me, okay, I'll let you ask.
I don't want to know.
That was 1776. It wasn't for you, Bantu.
Ask me your question. 1776.
No, you. I heard the story. You said you got
Oh
robbed,
no,
and
you
then
had.
He never said he got
You asked
robbed,
me a question.
nigga.
Ask me your question right now.
That's what
Ask me
I
what happened.
then
heard. He said he got
What
robbed.
Did they
happened to
do
you
it?
in
I didn't
Liberia,
get robbed. I
Carla?
didn't get
what
robbed. You
happened to
know.
you in Liberia? Like when they were saying they wanted big or something like that.
Small,
You said
small, nigga.
What the fuck are you
small,
talking about?
small.
No, nobody said they get small. Small. I said you go to some checkpoints and whatnot, and you got so every once in a while, hey,
Yeah, Kyla, you
go
tried
back.
to fight for your rights, and you realized you didn't have none, so you
No,
paid
no, no,
up,
no,
huh?
no, 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 no. The
Yeah,
bottom line is this. Bottom
yeah.
line is this.
I'm a real
Bottom line,
man. I pay my
last
way.
time, last
Bantu,
time
chill out, bro. Chill out, man, before you kick you off.
I don't
traffic in
care. It's
certain areas
kicking
and
you off.
whatnot, and they basically,
I'm gonna
I
sit there
said
and
like
lie to
this, they
me.
let nobody
Shit.
through. I say let me through. They said no, no, no. I said pull out $2 US. Guess what? I'm getting through. What's the big deal?
Tell me what the big deal
I'm
is.
saying no, that big deal. Now what else? What else you want to ask me? 1776. Go ahead, man. Ask your question, man. Go ahead and ask it. Ask it. I hear people Colin got robbed on that. No, ask me a question.
You said it hurt. He said it held you a good knife point, Carla.
Oh, how does somebody help me at fucking knife for who?
Tyler, you said
That
they
nigga,
arrested
he
you or
don't got
some
good listening
shit. You
skills,
in the
bro.
jail
I
and
said,
everything.
look, first of all, I was never arrested. I was detained for like a
Okay,
total
you
like
was
5 minutes.
detained
For
till you
5 minutes.
till you cough up
5
that
minutes.
bread, huh, boy?
No, I didn't cough up nothing. I walked out my fucking passport, say, give me my fucking passport.
That part of it, I don't think it happened, Carla.
Exactly like I didn't pay nothing. I walked the fuck out. Me and my driver was like,
Nah,
Rob
you
was like,
tell your driver went there to talk to him and give him a
Wait,
small
hold
thing, and
on.
then
You
you
I
let
said
you
didn't
you
out.
give him
paid
no. I didn't give him no small
$2. You
small.
said you
I did not
paid
give him nothing.
$2. You know that was a lie. You
I did
probably
not
paid
give. I
like
did not give
200,
nothing.
nigga.
Look. For the last time, I didn't give up nothing. Somebody say that one more time. I'm done.
All right,
You know
salute.
what I'm saying? So the bottom line is this: I didn't give nobody no fucking money for no anything in Liberia, right? So I got detained in Bond County for like a total of 5 minutes because they wanted to check out who I was and whatnot. They looked at my phone. I didn't take no pictures, whatever, because I just had my phone out. That's
You
it.
see what African goddess is saying?
But where was all that
She
Pan-African
said
love? Why they
paying
detain you?
at
Huh?
roadblocks
I
is an
thought you
everyday
was
business throughout
That's why I
Africa,
said you're
which is
ignorant.
true.
I
You're
thought you
ignorant.
was a
Like I said, hold on.
diplomat. I
Look,
thought you
yo,
was
look,
a
hold on.
diplomat in
First of all, if you
Liberia.
listen to the
They
show,
should have been
oh,
rolling
Bantu
out the
man,
red
thank you.
carpet for
Ignorant
you.
fuck, you ignorant dumb fuck. Look
Cause
at
you
this.
been everywhere. You know everything, right? You don't
Hold
know
on. Yo,
shit, motherfucker.
fuck you, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
Who
Nigga
was that?
coming here fucking, now he's on some, I don't, fuck you, man. Nigga, get the fuck out of here, nigga.
Who was that screaming?
It's Bantu Mandinka, I don't know, his fucking life is fucked up. That's what he's telling motherfucker he ain't got no life or not, Niggas broke, poor, and you got like blaming me because his failures in Pan Africanism. I said, the first thing you gotta do is get a passport and travel, then open your eyes up and whatnot, Fucking
That's what I told Dollar Bill. I mean, you can't theorize and never even touch grass on a continent.
Man, leave Dollar Bill out of this shit, nigga. He's doing more than you ever did for black people,
Man, like,
man.
I'm gonna get to the continent before I'm
It's
70,
not about
man.
going to the continent, nigga. He's an educator. He's helping young black men. He's a teacher. He's a father. He's doing more for his community than you do, nigga.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. If you say so, man. I don't
Yo,
Well,
argue.
we know so, man.
fucking, I just want to say, you go from Pan Africanism talking all that bullshit. I knew he was bullshit all the time. Nigga was nothing but a bullshit the whole time, man. Fucking, now he's a fucking FBA.
That's why I said, Kala, there never was it in the first place. It's like he's telling me he's always been. You never been no Pan.
You ain't never know
Most
Pan.
people,
You just
you
fucking
talking
around.
about the real Pan Africans. You talking about out
But
of Black America. You talking about maybe 3-5%.
but like Dave and I talked about in the back chat.
Rest of Black America just trying to live their life. They middle class people trying to
Yeah,
buy
which
a
one? This
house,
is not a good thing.
buy a
Those of us who
car,
really believe
trying
this
to
life,
make it.
man, we're in the
the
They
money.
not
concept of
thinking about going to Africa.
the
So
concept
all
of
this
Pan
shit when niggas
Africanism.
talking about, that's what make me mad. Like y'all, like people use Pan Africanism as a straw man scapegoat argument, and that's not
Hey,
fair.
motherfuckers fuck up and they try to blame.
You know
Oh,
what I
why
mean?
Pan
That's
doesn't
not
work?
fair.
Because they
And
got
then
Pan
and
African
then
Dave.
you was
They got Pan
never
African theory,
yeah,
philosophy, and fantasy. They're not
yeah.
law. I'm logical. I know most black people cannot go.
But
Look, logical Pan Africa is realizing that less than like 2% of African Americans could possibly go to the continent and live. 2%. That's logical.
The concept of Pan Africanism might be like me and Dave talk, might be outside the realm of that the man on the continent can understand. That might be too much of a
Oh yeah.
complex theory.
Yeah, it is too
Yeah.
much. It is too much.
A
And
complex,
it's too
you know,
complex.
The average
It's too
African could never
complex.
grasp
yeah.
Pan
Like
Africanism.
some of these
Too
things, like
complex.
liberty.
Yeah,
These
Liberians.
are
That's why they're struggling in Liberia. They don't
yeah. This is
understand the concept of liberty. Don't exist in the African culture. You know.
yeah.
So
Certain things because we're kind of like a hybrid of an African because we are African, but we're like a hybrid of like classical Greek, Roman. So like we're kind
we're
of like
Western. We're black Westerners. We're
yeah,
Western.
black Westerners. So certain concept of like I watched the Liberian Parliament, right? And it's chaotic. It's like people don't know. Hey, let one person talk.
They don't know decorum.
Guys,
Yeah,
Yak, Yak is the main man of the show. He
Yo,
the
yeah,
Have you
face
yeah,
of
ever
the
right.
show.
seen the South
Yak
African
Hold on,
Parliament or the
yo,
British
Hold
Parliament
on, come
where they
on,
go in there and they
Elvis. We're
take the
not talking
mace
about
and they
South
walk out with
Africa.
it?
We're
You see,
not
he
talking
came
They're
with
about
the
South
fighting.
karate
Africa.
uniform on. He came with the
We're not
karate
talking about
uniform.
South Africa. We
Say he's
talking
a
about
yeah,
karate.
LIP.
He's a
yeah. I
karate.
mean,
We talking
yeah,
about
like
LIP.
it's so much. Everybody's trying to get their point home at the same time. There's
Yo,
really no decorum or
Tyler.
civility. You know,
Right now, they proposing to add 12 more representation seats for 2029.
Well, what?
Hey, hey, you gotta expand.
It's called, you know how you have redistricting, Collar? Liberia
Man,
have a
if
similar
I
system.
was
Hold on,
them,
hold on, hold on,
yo,
hold on,
If
hold
the
on, Tyler,
population
hold on,
increase
hold on,
and
hold on,
people
hold
are
on,
being
hold on, hold on,
underrepresented, they have to have more representation. It's
hold on,
simple.
no fuckery. They ain't do a census in 20 years, but
Not
they about
true.
to
They
do
just
a
they
census.
just had a censor in
Fuck out of here.
2022,
Get the fuck
Dave.
out of here. Get the
but
fuck out of here.
see, but these concept of liberty, the
Do
balance
you
of
know the
power.
agency that does the censor, Dave, in Liberia?
Ain't nobody do no census.
It's called Legist. They do the censor,
They ain't
and
do
they
no
did a
census.
censor in 2023, 2022.
They
But
ain't do
You
no
don't know what
census.
you're
the
talking
U,
about, man.
but the UN didn't supervise that to see if the legitimacy.
Nigga,
Like,
don't tell us stupid shit about the UN. What the fuck you mean the UN didn't say? Look, man, don't piss me off, man.
Did they,
The
Elvis,
UN
they
didn't
counted the people in the
supervise.
bush? They
Did the
went
white
to the
man
bush.
supervise you wiping your ass,
Hold
nigga?
on, Elvis. They
Don't tell us
counted
about
the
the fucking
people in the
UN,
bush.
nigga.
There's people in the bush
Elvis, why are
too.
you getting mad? I'm
Nah,
just
cause you
telling you.
stupid, man. What the fuck you mean the UN didn't supervise it? What the fuck you mean by that?
I'm saying the census, the elections, that has to be supervised by the UN to see are
No, the UN don't
mostly
supervise our
counted.
elections. Our
So how do
censor.
you know
That's
the
how we got
elections?
our
But how
updated
do you know the
population
elections are
number
legit?
from.
But how do you know the elections are legit? Like what
We're not
process?
talking about elections. We're talking about the censor. That's when they do the head count in the country.
But like Dave was saying, did they go into the
And that, you know
hinterland?
what that does? It informs about what they're doing now, representation. If there's a population boom in a certain area and they have only one representative per, like, say, 2,000 person, you
So
have to now split that district into two because there's
so
too many people
that's
being
born has a
represented
birth.
by a few people.
Every Liberian that's born has a birth certificate and a social security.
We don't have social security. We have birth certificates.
But
Uh,
how?
And then you
So how?
have, maybe when you get your ID, you have a national identification number, which is technically, what a social security number is too.
If I was
no.
president of Liberia, man, I'd pass a law through Congress where I tax everybody. Everybody
That's what
that
I've been saying, Carla. On Focus on Liberia, people get
I would
mad at me for saying
tax
that.
Dave. I would tax everybody in the country. You got to come up with $5 a month, right?
No, no, that's not how it works. You got to tax income. You can't just do a
Yeah, I would
flat
tax
tax on
everybody. You
people.
better find some income.
Any income that you make, whether you're selling on the
Look,
side of the
I don't
road
care what you
or
have.
working for government,
Money
you
is
should be
bad,
taxed.
bro. $5 a money is shit,
The
bro.
bill for basically living in the country is $5 a month. You know.
That's
okay,
that's
okay,
too much.
Carla. How
That's
much
too
you pay a
much.
month to live in the
Oh,
United States, Carla?
not only that, right? If you can't pay it, you got to volunteer yourself on
Yeah.
the work in the field, something like that.
Or you gotta give
Off,
some of your crops, some of your
something
livestock,
like that.
something.
Yeah, you would solve the
How
all
much?
the
How much tax you pay a month to live in
Well,
America, Colin?
well, I pay a lot. I owe the government thousands and thousands of dollars, man. You know.
But
That's called
see the
being
thing,
irresponsible, Colin. You shouldn't
the
be owing the
tricky,
By the way,
government
the
thousands
tricky
of
I
thing,
dollars.
pay taxes every day. Yeah,
the
every
tricky thing about Liberia is you have a first world government being superimposed on a third world country. Like
is
these
a first world type
concepts,
of country on the third world people. You know.
yeah, is like it's almost like hegemonic, where they don't understand civility, decorum, the balance of power, separations of power, civilian control of the military. All these type of things are like very, very complex uh theories.
Have African Americans done that and display those theories and bring them into action and practice
We
those
No,
never
theories?
I would say
we
like
never
this,
had a
right?
chance
You
to.
would never
Okay, then. So
see.
shut the
You
fuck
would
up.
never
You've never done it, so you can't speak on it.
Elvis, I would say this: you would never see African Americans try to pull what Somalians did, the Haitians did in Massachusetts, and whatnot with the scared could wear. Basically, we understand the rule of law. We understand. We
Yeah.
automatically think.
Tyler, are you kidding me? Does
You would
No,
African
never see.
Americans
You
we
would never see no
not
African
have an
American.
issue with
You would
following
never
the,
see.
the,
no,
the law in this country?
we do petty
Are you
we do petty crimes. We don't do
yeah, we'll not get into
since
like
two
1776,
two
it's
Haitians
coming
like
out.
Rambo stole what? All that SNAP money, 64 Habids got together in Minnesota and $9 billion. We don't do
It
we
wasn't
don't
$9 billion. Stop saying stupid shit, man.
okay.
You know what
I
$9 billion
researched it all
is? It
day.
was like about $1 billion. It wasn't
No, I
$9 billion.
researched it all day. They said up to it could be greater than nine
It
billion
could be.
dollars.
That's hypothetical. That's in the future. The actual
You're
number is
taking
around
up
a
for
billion.
you're
A
taking up
billion
for
is a lot
somebody.
of money, even
Yeah, it
though
could be. It's not the same as what it is now.
see we do like petty crime,
What
we're not into
selling drugs in a corner
organized.
store, domestic violence, you
Oh
know,
yeah,
carjacking, robbery. Those are petty crimes.
that's very petty, man. We're not trying
Okay,
to
all right.
defraud a whole. We're not trying to defraud a whole state.
Yeah, you
Put a
guys do
state.
blue collar crimes. Other people do white collar crime, and, with fraud and financial fraud and shit
Yeah,
like that.
That's worse. I
that's
think
worse, man.
that's
They
even
almost put.
Okay, Dave.
Who would ever think that
Go see
67?
where a violent criminal goes, and see where a white collar criminal goes when they go to jail.
that's one. I'm sorry to say that those crimes happen, but that's one on one. This
That's one
affects
on one.
millions of people.
Okay, David.
Okay, all right. It affects millions of people. Okay.
Who's
You
watching
have
another show in the background? Okay, somebody is telling me to tell you to look up Cedric Dean in Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't know if he's an African American, but I'm sure he did a big,
Probably
white
is,
collar
man.
crime. I told you to look up Rick Scott from Florida, the former Florida governor, who committed the largest Medicare fraud in the history of Florida. Look him up. He's serving right now as a senator of the United States from Florida. So these crimes are not unique to any ethnic group or any race of people. They're ubiquitous amongst all group of people in the United States.
This guy is a congenital liar, man.
What did I lie about? Tell me.
Listen, you're comparing like it's a fallacy. Like you're comparing things that don't even go together.
What am I comparing that don't go together? Don't say shit if you
67,
can't articulate it, nigga. What am I comparing?
67 people who shouldn't be here. Try to
Rick
erase.
Scott. I'm telling you, this is not a secret person. He was a former governor
No,
before DeSantis.
I'm talking
He's a
about the
senator now. He
I'm
committed the
talking about those
largest
two.
Medicare fraud in the history of Florida. Go look it up.
Nowhere near $9 billion, man.
It's not
You look it
nine.
up.
I mean, I think you're trying to rage bait me, man. It's not $9 billion. They say it could be up to, but right now the actualized number is around $1 billion.
But so
that's
far, the
difference.
receipts that's coming in, it's freaking mind-boggling, man.
Okay, bro. Who's watching movie is that you, Carla, watching the show in the background?
Yeah, it's Tyler.
Yeah,
See,
that's Colin.
we don't get the. I was just watching Coming to America today, man. We don't get those type of people anymore, man.
You
Like
think a fictional character is the nigga that comes from Africa?
Man, 1776, you gotta do better, bro.
This nigga stupid,
nah.
man.
You know how they wanted to integrate it? Like we don't get.
He did not want to integrate. He wanted to sow his wild oats. That's what he wanted to do, and find a wife to take back to Africa, which he did.
Hey,
Yeah.
Kyla, did you see what Musa posted about you in the little chat?
What he said?
He posted a picture of some Africans eating some bushmeat, talking about some his collar.
Where in the back chat? I didn't see it. I was out.
Not in this back chat, but like on Telegram. It was
Oh, in
funny.
Telegram.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Telegram group just like a fucking gossip group, ain't it? They just be
Wait,
gossiping about niggas in that
They
group.
be
how
talking
do
about
you
some
join
real
the
stuff
Telegram
every
Hey,
now
group?
and then,
gossip
man.
group.
How do you join that Telegram group?
Don't put this nigga in there. Ban his ass for
Yeah,
life.
we
Don't
were
even
just
put him
talking
in
about
there.
you 1776. We was talking about some of the craziest people on YouTube spaces, I brought your name up. They was like, man, they were like, you funny.
It's
And I was
like,
like,
yo, every time he gets in that group, I'm gone, man. I'm like, no way I'm supposed to listen to that motherfucker.
Ban
No.
this nigga for life. Put him on a list as soon as you see him close the doors.
and then was also
See,
talking about being Yusuf, whatever his last name is.
but one thing about me, I'm optimistic, man.
Who? Who's Yusuf?
Being Yosef, what you remember the dude, black
Oh,
guy
Ben
with
Yosef. He was on the
Chicago?
show
Yeah.
recently. Or
No, he wasn't on the show recently. We was just bringing him up. We was just talking about
yeah, that nigga hate Africans. I ain't no fucking African nigga. I ain't no fucking Africa. Africa's like a crack whore who sold her kids for some crack.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
just
was like, that
like
makes us crack babies.
we're just a new tribe of Africans, evolved.
I can't believe Bantu Mazika sound like somebody's
Now
crack.
Ben too off the rocker, man.
He sound like somebody's crack baby. I was like, God damn, man, Bantu Mazika.
I don't know if he be trolling you or something.
I
He just be
knew you was on crack, but goddamn, man,
holla. You ain't gotta go that far. He
It
just
is
said
true, man.
Yeah,
all he said was fuck you. He didn't cuss you. It wasn't that
Oh, yeah,
personal.
he just said fuck you. He said,
Yeah, fuck you is not. I mean, it's a
Why
generic
you
curse,
tell my
man.
homie to come up
it just
here
Wait,
came
and
when
out
did
of
this happen? When did this
it just
happen?
came out of nowhere
snap?
though, like some
Steve, what was
crackhead.
you doing? You was out taking a shit or what?
No, I
You,
was
you
watching.
didn't you didn't
I was
hear
on
what
the other
Bantu
line.
said
I
to
was on the
Collar?
other thing. I was watching.
You was watching something else. You man,
I was on the
that
video
nigga's
chat on the
consumed too
little
much
on
social
Telegram.
media, man.
I just really wish that like West Africa could just be colonized for just a little bit
Oh, here we
more
go.
Look at
Oh,
the shit
you
this
agree?
nigga be praying for.
I
He
mean,
be
Afro
wishing
Dominant
for
say the
West
same
Africa to be
thing.
colonized.
Afro Dominant say the
and I
same thing.
it's because it's right on the verge of civilization. It just needs, even if it just needs, it's right on the verge
Okay,
on the
let me give
ledge.
you let me give you a proposal, right? We want all the African Americans to go and colonize West Africa. What do you think would be the outcome of it?
It's not going to work because black people don't respect black people. But I'm
He
just
talking
saying,
about white people colonizing.
No. I'm giving him, since he's the superior. He's evolved
The white
beyond the
people, we want
Africans.
white people to
We
go
want you involved Africans to come and
no,
lead us on the continent.
I want the West to continue.
No. Forget the
We'll be
West. We want
slaughtered.
you to come and lead us, Mister
We'll be
Evolved.
slaughtered in the first 5 hours.
No. That's going to be
Why
a
you
war.
denying yourself the right to rule
No,
since you've
because
evolved 36 levels, above
because
us?
one thing about the Zanu nigga is that they will kill another black man.
Oh, they'll
It's
get
more.
so you telling me you're a coward, you're afraid to
You
get killed.
scared?
You
You
scared,
scared?
nigga?
You
You
scared of
already
somebody
know.
36 levels below you?
Yo,
1776.
Yeah,
I
somebody
was
who's
like,
36
listen,
levels below you in the
no,
evolutionary.
but you got to understand
You can't control them.
the savage still has muscles. Just
Oh,
you
he's
know,
got the muscles. This dude was that's what you are deep down. You're just a coward, man. You just talk shit. You
listen,
can't
man.
back up nothing.
I was watching that Congo Civil War. Man, they was getting loose, man. I mean, the way a black man would shoot another black man.
They
Oh
have
my
muscles. I
lord!
can't believe this grown nigga said some shit like they have muscles. You scared of muscles, nigga?
Now,
Muscles
but you
don't
got to
win war,
understand.
man. Your
You ain't
mind
The
does.
got
higher,
no muscle 1776.
the higher your IQ is, right? The more logical you are. You kill a different way. The lower your IQ is,
Yeah, so your IQ is higher. You can kill a different way. Go to the
you,
savages with low IQs and control them and
nah.
colonize them and civilize them.
I watched the Congo Civil War, man. These dudes run fast and they just. I
But we
mean,
can't run fast.
Oh
nah.
boy.
You got to understand.
Scholar, you agree to this, Scholar?
Hey, Steve, they're barefoot, running
What does
fast
that
as a
mean?
motherfucker,
Down
man.
south, we used to run around barefoot in the yard too. What
Nah,
you
man,
mean?
we don't
You ever
lost. We
heard
don't.
about shoeless Joel? Shoeless. What is his name? Joel. What?
Yeah, we lost that skill a long time ago, man.
He lost that skin. My mama didn't even.
I
My
mean,
mama grew up without a toilet in
listen,
the
if
house.
somebody's carrying a carton of ammo on their head, it's just nah.
My mom,
You,
the
I
first
mean,
time my
dude, I don't
mama,
know. That's why people say you must be with a white woman, because
oh,
I
he
don't
is
think
with a
any
white
black
woman for
woman
sure.
would listen to the shit that you be saying about your own people.
He's
Because if
definitely
you
with a
have
white
black
woman.
kids, you must think the same way about your kids also. So it's sometimes it's funny and we might chuckle, but most times it's really disturbing, bro.
No, you gotta understand,
I
man.
don't know if you're a part of that MK Ultra program where they get niggas, LSD to mind control them and some shit. I don't know if you've been mind controlled by
Hey,
white
hey,
supremacists,
Steve,
man.
remember when you was growing up in class and you doing geography and they always show like Africa? You was just always sad, like, damn,
No, I
yo.
wasn't.
You like, God,
You
No,
get
that
sad
wasn't
when they
me.
show the inner city of Harlem during the crack epidemic.
nah, it was like, yo, it was like,
You get sad
damn,
about that,
man.
man. I saw that shit. I was sad about it, man. When Nicky Barnes
Now
was running
you have what? You have
Harvard
Western
in
culture.
Harlem.
They talking about Rome, Greece, Aristotle, Socrates, all these great philosophers. Then it was like it was time to talk about Africa. Jeez.
I was never embarrassed or felt down or anything
You
from what I
know,
seen.
yeah. They even had the dude from Jungle Book in Africa, man. Like you, like
He wasn't in
damn.
Africa. I thought he was in India. We're talking about the
Yeah, but
Jungle
he
Book.
was running all. You
His
know,
name
they
is
just
Mooley. I think his name is
yeah,
Mooley or some
Mowgli.
shit.
Mowgli.
Mowgli. That nigga from India, bro. What are
Yeah,
you
he's from
talking about? Bro,
India.
you be just mixing up shit. You like a dumb, stupid nigga, man. Yeah, that's what you are. You learn something, you don't
Hey,
learn it fully, and you try
Hey,
to
bro, that
espouse
nigga
it,
just
and you
drinking
mix
blood took
everything up.
place in Africa, man. This dude.
nah, but I was just watching Gunter. I had happiness, and I saw the end of the road, man. It was like, what the yo?
This man.
Tyler
Hey, I'm
told you
trying to tell
he's
you, you
been
missed your
there.
true call in 1776. When
Relative
your
to the
next
other
stand up,
areas,
though?
Gante is a nice area.
When your
Nah,
next
That's
stand
nah,
all.
up?
nah. Nebo County developed. Nebo County developed, bro.
I mean,
Yeah,
relatively, Dave.
The
they
Africa
got
stand. That's an
they
Africa
got
stand.
they got the open market. That was the only thing they got to clean up. That open market.
I do agree with that, though. Sanitation needs to be better
Yeah,
in
but they got
West Africa.
you can you can see
I
like
would say, yeah. Go on.
you can see like a Caribbean influence because the kind of houses kind of look like
What do
Jamaica,
you
like the
mean
school.
Caribbean? There's no Caribbean
Not
people that
I
settled.
saw
You don't know the history of the country.
it had gone
People,
to elementary school. They wear brown blouse and orange shirts. Like I was looking at it, man.
right? What
They
does
got
that mean?
that's their uniform.
Yeah, but what does that got to do with anything?
I'm just looking at the schools, you know.
Low comprehension is common
Yeah,
among some of them. That's what Prince of Peace says. Shout out to Prince of
you
Peace.
can't tie two ideas together, man. You're not a true
Prince of
crisis
P
thinker.
is out here doing snap scams, man. He's part of it too, man.
I hope you're not
Listen,
projecting, man. I hope you're not out there selling your your snaps for fucking
man.
DoorDash and shit,
Man,
man.
but this white society is terrible too, because they always make them Haitians look like they find their worst picture and put them on TV, man. I'm dude, look, good gracious, man. I was like, man,
That's why I don't pay attention to like all these videos of black people acting crazy because you can find just as many videos as white people doing the crazy
Right.
shit.
I mean,
So
Kyla and these people go on TikTok and looking for these degenerate videos. I don't. That shit pisses me off. I don't even like to see it. If I'm on my timeline scrolling, if I see some fuck shit, I skip it. I don't watch it. I unsubscribe from that channel. But Kyler like to consume that shit, and it enrages him, and he comes on the show angry, and he wants to go off on his own people. That's stupid.
man,
The people do
we definitely
exhibit
need
bad
boots.
behavior in your
it
group.
it was
We
like
definitely need boots on the ground in Nigeria, man. That shit, man, all that. Like
You in
seriously, man.
Nigeria, bro. You in this
I don't like
Nigeria,
yo. I hate
man.
like I love that place.
You gotta get those people riled up, bro.
Man, they killing
You
like,
get
they killing
riled
my
up.
Christian brothers like that, man. Send these goat herders back to Somalia, man. We save
I
some of
don't
the
think they come from
Christians,
Somalia.
man. I mean, they just killing people like that's why Pan Africanism can't work because they can't even work in Africa. They just smoking niggas, man. Every time, yo, bow, dead, bow,
So
bow,
what's
dead.
causing the violence against amongst black people in St. Louis, bro? Is
Come
it Pan
on, dude.
Greed,
Africanism?
greed.
Please, man. St. Louis, them niggas can't afford bullets, man. That shit poor,
Ah,
man.
you gotta start capping, bro.
This dude.
St. Louis, man.
You're a nigga that living in denial, man. You can't look at yourself in the
Listen,
mirror and admit.
listen. You can take all the cities in America. We don't have no 20,000 black people. Yo, when you getting
Do you
smoked,
know what per capita means, nigga? There's 200 million black people in fucking Nigeria. There's only 30
Hey,
million, 40 million black people here.
hey, Dave, tell this man that we don't approach that type
That's
of
damn
violence,
near, I don't
man.
know how many times. Somebody that do the math. It's like 10 times
Yeah,
the
per
amount.
cap. I told you this. I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm looking per
And then,
capita.
and Dave, you getting hit with a 50 cal.
220
What?
divided by 40. It's like 6 or 8 times the number.
You getting hit by a 50 cal, right? It ain't nobody getting hit by a 50 cal in Jersey.
Does it matter what they get hit with, or does it matter they die?
Listen, you get this guy, man. Steve, you know our violence don't approach that Zanu violence, man. We don't do that.
Hold
What
on, I'm about to look up
the
murder rate
stream
by
ended?
country. Nah, the stream's still on. Better look up murder rate by country.
Africa.
Yeah, Africa just need like I think God's gonna come back and take the rest of us, and then he's gonna come back.
Should we give Africa the AI? What about AI colonizing Africa?
Man, that ain't that they got the
AI.
Zanu got a
God gonna take you to heaven and to get your black ass out of your black skin, huh? That'll be the first blessing he does for you when he take you to hell.
All
hey
right,
man.
1776. I'm gonna give you some stats real quick. You know, the country. This is 2023, but the country with the highest homicide rate, of course, we already know this. Jamaica 49.3, Ecuador 45.7, Haiti 41.1, Honduras 31.4, Mexico 24.9.
All
That's as
third
far.
world shitholes.
That's as far as
Let
I'm
him
gonna
get a
go.
stat,
Now I'm
Carla.
gonna
Go,
look
keep
up the
going,
Black
Steve.
American homicide rate.
Steve,
Hold on, let the
It's
nigga
not
give the
even. It's
stats,
not even
man.
on
Be
the same.
quiet.
Steve, Black American homicide rate is not third world levels. Come on,
yeah,
stop.
Let him
Okay, you
give the
think
stats,
so? That's what
Carla.
you think.
Listen.
That's what you think.
Go ahead,
We
Steve.
know. Look, tens of thousands of people are not dying.
Carla, you can't let
It's
him give the
homicide
stats.
rate.
man.
That's third world shit,
Steve,
man.
Oh, rate
Steve
is
got
per capita, Carla.
Steve, Steve
It's
has
not
to
Yeah,
show.
about
we're
third
capita
world,
numbers,
second
right?
world.
Yeah,
The bottom
Steve got
line
to
is
show
that
himself in the
when you
back
talk about
chat,
that right
man.
there, it's like this. The
Steve, can
raw
you
numbers
read the stats, please, brother? I want to hear it.
Steve got
do
to
not
show himself
fucking
in the
even
back chat,
compare.
man. He
We
probably got a
cannot even
Haitian
Why you
flag in
compare.
guys
his room.
filibustering statistics, man? Numbers, women lie, men lie, numbers don't lie, man.
Things like this. You don't. It's not even fucking close. You know.
Carla,
Black America
have you
has a
read the
serious
stats?
crime problem, right? But when you talk about fucking, we don't see mass graves here.
All right,
You
here we
know.
go. Black Americans are facing significantly higher homicide rates within recent data showing, and this is 2023, so the same year as for all of these, 21.3 per 100K.
Wow. Well, now show us
20,
Nigeria.
21 people killed out of 100,000 people. That's nothing.
That's
No,
not.
yes, it is something. I'm telling you that it would be top. That would be top, 10 in the world if we were a
It's
country
not
to
no
ourselves.
top 10 in the world. That's
Stop,
bullshit, man.
All
man.
right, bro.
Give us some
Steve is
statistics on the African
That's
countries.
bullshit. You know, no,
Steve,
Africa.
Steve,
Hold on, you can't do Africa because they don't keep proper statistics. You
Okay.
That
know,
might be the
yeah,
case, but I'm going off
you
what the
know,
stats say. That
Africans
could
don't
be
have
true.
accurate stick like that. So
yeah.
yeah,
They don't have no
don't sweat it.
CSI or
They
anything
don't have no
like that. They
fucking
don't have no
stats. You
detectives.
know,
Shit, you
Yeah,
dead in
Elvis,
Africa?
and
You
you
just
But
did
even
dead,
say they
man.
be
you
like
said it yourself
blowing
that
dust
Liberia is
in
safe.
people's faces and stuff like
Liberia is
that.
safe because they don't have no guns. You know, they don't have guns. You know,
Exactly. Any
What'd you
place
say,
there's a large
amigo?
population of black
Hold
people
up.
and they
Nah, I
have
was
guns,
saying,
there's a high homicide
Let's
rate.
say DR
you
Congo.
said that you remember
Oh
they
look,
be
like
blowing dust in
a hundred
people's
thousand
face.
people have been killed.
What that mean?
Like
Amigo.
almost 200,000 people have been killed in Africa
Oh,
this year.
come on, man. Most of
So the
Americans
nigga who said
say
they ain't got no numbers is making up a number now.
No,
Over
but
if you
that's
had
what they
200,000. Where you
report.
get that number from, Carla?
That's only what's reported.
Where you get that
only
number from?
The UN.
the
What no,
UN, man.
what number are you
So they
stating?
estimate. Okay. Since you asked Elvis, since you
No,
asked,
no, say the number again. I didn't hear
what
it.
I'm gonna do is like this. So you guys can fucking
200,000 people from what?
I'm gonna drop everybody fucking down, right? And I'm gonna fucking play the video. You can drop off if you want to. You go to hell if you want to. We're gonna straighten this shit out right now. You know, I'm sick and tired of people running their mouth. So I'm gonna stop the friggin' show, right?
Steve just gave us a statistic, Carla. I didn't say
I don't
anything
care what
about it.
Steve. I'm gonna fucking give the statistics, right? You know, I don't know what the hell he's reading. You know,
But I want to know what you trying to.
you don't want no shit. I'll tell you what it is, man. I want to shut the fuck up. I'm running this show, all right? I say what the fuck goes on. If you don't like it, get the fuck off my channel. You know, he dropped off. Get the fuck out of here. That's another thing I'm sick and tired of people come up here thinking they're gonna run my fucking platform and tell me what to fucking do. You know, with their bullshit. There's no way you're gonna compare Black America, the first world, with fucking what's going on in fucking Africa, the third world. It's not even a fucking comparison. Much as I get on Black America, I think crime is too high, but it's not third world fucking high. It's not Nigeria high. We don't see dead bodies laying in the street. It's almost like in most parts of Africa, you see them dead bodies laying in the street is nothing. That's normal. You see a human hand laying inside the road, harm that's been hacked off. You got people bodies being eaten by crocodiles in places like Uganda and whatnot. Oh, no big deal. He's missing. Oh, he's probably been taken by a crocodile. That's fucking reality in Africa, parts of Africa. We don't live that reality. So I'm sick and tired of people. Let's see, genocide. Let's put genocide in Africa. Genocide in Africa. This is unfortunate. I hate to even have to do this shit, to tell you the truth, Yeah. 100 Days of Murder. Let me put something here. This is what we can get to. Let me put this here. Share screen. Before I even play videos, look at these titles. Murder. How UN world failed Darfur amid 21st. That's 2 years ago. Talking about the Darfur situation. 1 month ago, Sudan buried civil war escalates as paramilitary forces. People are dying on the African continent. These motherfuckers want to do is come here and tell us about what problems we got. This is not even fucking comparable, Sudan brutal civil war escalates. Paramilitary forces go on a killing rampage. Do we have paramilitary forces here killing people in the fucking streets by tens of thousands? No. So what the hell are they talking about? Let me get David. Dave, what are they talking about?
Most crimes in third world countries are not properly reported.
Yeah. So do we have paramilitary forces gunning women and children down?
Oh, no. We don't have this. This is a brutal civil war in Sudan. No.
Yeah. So we don't have brutal civil wars and shit like that brewing in Black America. So don't come up here on my platform telling me this bullshit, Bloody Vision Space Sudan shows evidence of Darfur genocide. All you see is genocide. Look at this. Red Cross, a history is repeating itself since Darfur region. This is a month ago. Let's play a video right here.
Like a brutal massacre in Sudan. Oh my!
Sudan is a fucking mess.
Oh my God.
But you listen to Elvis and Steve when I guess we're going through the same thing right here in America.
But we don't have this going on
itself
here.
After reports of mass killings during the fall of Al-Fasher in Sudan's Darfur region last week.
Steve says they make a fool out of himself.
A place is taken over
dumb like
by
Elvis.
the other party.
Mirjana Spoljaric was speaking after the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, seized Al-Fasher last week. The city was the Sudanese army's last holdout in Darfur, a region where hundreds of thousands of people were killed in the 2000s in what was widely labeled as a genocide. The RSF has its roots in the Janjaweed militias mobilized by the government at the time and who were accused of atrocities. Last week, the UN's Human Rights Office said hundreds of civilians and unarmed fighters may have been killed as the RSF captured Al-Fasher. Witnesses have described RSF fighters separating men from women and children, with gunshots ringing out afterwards, though the RSF denies harming civilians. Tens of thousands have fled.
There are many tens of thousands more that we assume are still in Al-Fasher and have no access to food, water, or medical assistance that they need very urgently. You have to bear in mind that most of the health system in Sudan has collapsed, and definitely not in Darfur. So whilst people are being wounded, there's no means to treat them.
Spolarich said the ICRC
Yo,
was
Carla, why
extremely
you gotta do
concerned by
this,
reports of
man?
a
It's
suspected
terrible,
massacre
man.
at the Saudi hospital. It was the long-besieged city's last known functioning medical facility, though what exactly happened there has not yet been substantiated. Spolarich said ICRC staff in the nearby town Tawila had heard reports that people fleeing were sometimes collapsing and even dying out of exhaustion because of their wounds. The United States has said the RSF committed genocide in the Darfur city Jenaina earlier in the war, which the group denies. Rights groups and US officials have also accused the RSF and allied militias of carrying out ethnic cleansing. The United Arab Emirates has been accused of sending the RSF substantial military support, but has repeatedly denied doing so. Sudan's army also has foreign backers, including.
That's just fucking sad. You know,
Whole villages, towns burn.
I can go to any part of
But,
Africa, right? You can,
but
what's
Carla, why
happening
you
in
gotta
South
show this?
Africa is happening all over the continent. You know.
Carla, is this apples to apples, or African American in a war or hot war?
No. I'm saying like this. I'm like, I'll let you guys have your stuff, but when you start comparing whatever problem we have in the fucking inner city, which is a problem, right, to the real problem, that's fucking what's going on in Africa. Is real.
I wasn't.
You know,
He was giving you the murder rate per capita.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what your statistics are. I'm saying this. You could say per capita. You know what per capita means? It means absolutely nothing. This means by number of people. Yeah, our murder rate is high per capita in America. I get that, right? But overall, the aggregate, the overall number of murders and people killed is nowhere near what we call third world level.
That's what per capita comes into place, not the overall. We're not talking about overall number.
Per capita means absolutely nothing because
no, it does.
You know why it doesn't mean nothing?
It's about proportionality, Colin. That's what per capita means.
Affected by crime in the black community is a small segment. I'm not affected
because you're only 30 million people.
No,
there's 100.
Hold on, can I say this?
There's 45 million of us here.
Okay, 45. There's 45 almost a billion Africans.
Hold up, what I'm saying is this: so when you talk about fucking people, you ask how many people are actually dying. The number is very low. No matter what the per capita income. The number of black people in America.
Hold on, I don't forget how this even why I even brought these stats up because I mean it was something that 1776 said. But
people try to make false comparisons.
You guys actually say like we got genocide over here.
I did.
That's not what we said. We say per capita.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the per capita is. There's millions of people not dying in Black America.
You know how they measure GDP, Colin? It's per capita.
It doesn't matter. We have a look at the per capita in white America. They got a high per capita murder rate too. So
Elvis,
what? You got
when
people living here.
Elvis, when you came to America and you was living in North New Jersey, you slept like a baby. You know, North New Jersey was nothing like what you experienced during that Civil War. So come on, cut it out, man.
I mean, that's what I keep saying. You guys are talking about war. You're not at war, and your murder rate is still really high.
Africa's always in a constant state of war.
People who die in war, it's not murder. That's what you have to understand. It's combat.
That's all it is. A guy comes up to somebody and puts bullets in a freaking innocent little girl. I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah, sorry.
Ain't no fucking war. That's murder.
Yeah, if somebody's committing war crimes, they'll get charged for it.
It's not war.
But you're at peacetime. Why can't you guys just take it? You guys,
I don't buy that. I don't buy that fucking stuff like that. I just think Africa's in a constant state of war. Then, you know.
Okay, Colin. What's the murder rate in Liberia, Colin?
I don't know. Like I said, Liberia is actually friggin' a peaceful country. I'll give it that. You know.
How about Sierra Leone?
Well, that's because a lot of you troublemakers are living in America.
Oh, man.
That's not Colin's telling the truth.
If I was living in Liberia, the murder rate would be higher, Colin?
I can just imagine. I can imagine.
Colin's telling the truth.
Full of shit, man.
No, I'm dead serious, right? A lot of these people, why Liberians don't have a crime rate? Most of the people who basically commit all atrocities, they fled. They live overseas.
No, because before the war, crime was really low. After the war, before the war, murder was really low. After the war, murder is really low.
In the fucking United States. United States is like a dumbass lets them all in here, you know?
Oh, Carla. That's a sad thing to say, man.
Yeah, man.
It's the truth, though.
I don't want to say too
War, when
much.
people are going through war, the murder rate or the death
Ain't
rate
never
is
been
always going to
people
be a
going through
lot
war.
higher. It's going to
People
be
And
that
that's kind of
exponentially higher
and
than
that's
look,
during
kind of like
that's
peacetime.
why they
a lot of
prolonged the
people together.
visa
There ain't no
too.
war.
This is during peacetime, and your murder rate is relatively high
I
globally
really doubt
per
Elvis,
capita.
stop,
Africa has
man.
not seen a real war in its history.
That's what I'm saying, and it's still high.
All you
What
have
happened when you guys do go through a
all
real
you
war in
have
this country?
all you have is a breakdown of society because Africans cannot maintain. But they give them guns and
Carla, we
that.
get it.
That's not
You're
war.
telling us everything wrong with Africa and why the rate is high
Hey,
as opposed to be
Steve,
high.
Steve,
Why is your
remember
murder
what?
rate so
Hey,
high during
Steve,
peacetime?
Yeah,
remember you said
Ain't no
Africa is
peace.
like Mad Max. Remember you had said that?
I don't think I ever said that.
This nigga, his mind is distorted, man. He
That
be
was
tying things together that have nothing to do with each other.
listen, debt, destruction, and poverty. Those are the three angels that preside
Hold on,
over
hold
that
on. How do
country.
we even come to this argument? I don't forgot what 1776 said. It made me look at the stats now.
No, Elvis was trying to make a comparison between the U.S. and what goes on the continent. He always tries to juxtapose
Let me go
what
back
goes
and look
on in
at it.
Africa.
You want to go back and see what we was talking about?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and look at it.
Yeah, because he was saying something outrageous, and I
Yeah, that's why I looked
rebutted
up the
it.
stats.
Yeah, because he just pulled shit out his ass with
Okay.
no facts behind it to buttress it.
Okay.
You're the
Yeah,
nigga that
like I
said
said,
there's no.
everybody knows the bottom line is this. Even me personally, I'm like, I always think I look at stuff and I'll be like, oh man, it's areas that but I really look at it, right? Even in places like Chicago, right? Chicago, like my boy Dion told me, he says, I said, how do you live in Chicago? How do you live in Chicago? He said, dude, man, Chicago's so big, wherever they commit crimes, he says, he's all over the city too. He says, man, this is the best place in the world for black people to live. Chicago. I said, Chicago? I said,
The question is, did you believe him, Carla?
what?
The question is, did you believe him that it's the best place for black people to live?
He's making a lot of money. He's like a millionaire. He's doing a lot of
So
money.
you believe that it's the best place for
Oh,
black
the
people to
bottom
live?
line, I know a lot of black people in Chicago that are doing really well in business. Educated black people
The
that make.
murder rate of black people in Chicago is it
Yeah,
low
but
or
the whole
high?
thing, but that's only a certain segment. He says, "Yo, you come here, Colin." He said, "You would not even see none of that shit." So I have in his mind that Chicago's war zone. He said, "Yeah, certain areas, old block and whatnot. You go down there, if you get involved with that like that." He says, "Man, but we got so many areas here that's so freaking nice, black people. That this city is freaking great." And I was like,
Okay,
"Damn,
Colin.
Chicago."
What about St. Louis?
I could probably, but St. Louis is south. I don't know, probably a
St.
little.
Louis is small, man.
Okay.
St. Louis is a small city.
What
Chicago,
about New Orleans or
Chicago is
Memphis,
like the
Tennessee?
third largest city in America, right? So it's like
But
almost like Chicago's like almost like its own country, you know?
but
Okay.
but Elvis, what we're trying to say, the worst city in America is heaven to Africa, and that's just the
Yeah, in
facts.
terms of development and infrastructure, but not in terms of murder rate.
Yeah,
Okay.
but no one
Hala
lives
just
in
What?
told you
Chicago.
the
Like,
Where?
murder rate in Liberia is
Where?
is really
like my
low.
guy
What?
Dion says, he goes, I live in Chicago and whatnot, and I feel safe. I never got murdered. Now, if you're in certain neighborhoods and you're involved in certain shit, yeah. He said, but the average
But
black person,
Kala, he's saying it like when you go to Africa, you get murdered because you go to Liberia,
I'm
you
not
never been.
saying that. I'm
No, I'm
saying
not talking about you.
certain countries in Africa, certain countries, right? Certain countries I will never go to.
Like what country,
Like that,
Kala?
like Nigeria. I'll never
The
go
southern
there.
part of Nigeria is really safe.
I'm saying,
Bur-
I would
Bur-
never go to Nigeria. I don't care.
Especially the
Burundi,
I
southwestern
just went
part.
back and looked at it. This is what
Northern,
happened.
southern, I'll never go to Nigeria.
Burundi,
Ghana, all these countries.
You would never
Rwanda,
go to Ghana. Ghana is a safe country, Kala. There's no
No. I have a lot of
instability
people
in
over there
Sudan,
Ghana.
saying crime in Ghana is spiking right now.
Okay. Well,
Sudan.
but
All
go
right,
ahead,
here's
Steve. What was it, Steve?
okay. This all started because 1776 was because no Elvis asked because 1776 was talking about people getting gunned down in Africa, right? And Elvis was like, so people don't. So why do y'all? So is Pan Africanism the reason why y'all get that we gun each other down in America? And then, of course, 1776 said something crazy. Dudes in St. Louis can afford bullets or something like that.
Well, I
So
would say like
hold on. Let me
this.
finish. Let me
I
finish.
would say like this. These people that are involved in the gangs, the YN, stuff like that. These people, when you really look at it, man, these people are really under the radar. They're in their own little worlds, whatever
You
like
in
that.
Kala, you are right. Kala, you are right. I was going to explain something. Is Mexico a third world country?
Yeah.
Okay, our homicide rate is comparable. Black American homicide rate is comparable to Mexico.
Stop.
Which hold on, let me
Per
explain. Let me explain.
capita.
Let me
Hold on,
explain.
look,
Per
per
There's
capita.
capita.
Let
more
me explain.
Hold
murders,
up.
but
Let
per
me
Look,
capita
explain.
is
what you
Let
comparable.
me
don't find in
explain.
Black America is the cartels be taking whole bodies and whatnot.
Let me explain something, guys.
Look, when people say, "Oh, our murder rate is," that's bullshit, man. You know.
Let
Oh,
me
Carter
explain,
can't
but you
just
don't.
accept anything negative about his
Hold on.
people.
Let me
Oh
explain.
no,
Right?
I know Black America is bad, but when you talk about shit that be going on in Mexico,
No, Black America is not bad. Certain segments in Black America bad. The same
okay,
with
yeah. So the
hold
bottom
on,
line
hold on.
is,
Let me finish,
you
Colin.
guys
Let me
you
finish.
talk about 50 states. And you take our total like what? Like
That's
not even
the
2% of Black America is like that. You know, come on.
we understand that, Colin, and that's the point I'm trying to make. Right? In Mexico, all of Mexico is not bad. It's not. There
Yes,
are
it is.
certain
Mostly it
no.
is.
There are certain areas in Mexico. It's just off the
Sinaloa,
Where
rails.
the white
Sinaloa is
man
pretty
comes in,
bad.
but the bottom
Exactly.
line is,
Mexico
look
has like
at
top
Senegal
5.
cartels, man. They're running the state. Mexico's a
Colin, let
narco.
Steve talk. I want to hear what he got to say.
The point I'm trying to make is that not everywhere in a country is bad. Is everywhere in Nigeria bad? Violent? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Right,
it's not. The
man.
southwestern part of Lagos is relatively safe when it
That's
comes
the
to
point I'm trying to
murder.
make. Even though
Lagos
Mexico
one of
has
the
a,
dangerous cities in America, in the
The
even
world.
though
northern part is
Mexico,
bad with the
You know
bandits
what?
and the Boko Haram.
hold on, let me finish.
Man,
Let me finish. Hold on.
honestly, Steve,
Hold on,
Let
17,
Steve,
17.
let
Let
Steve
me
finish, bro. My
finish.
bad. Let Steve finish.
I want
Eve,
Steve to go to Africa today. I'm tired of Steve,
Let
man.
Steve finish, bro. The man's
y'all
he's the
not trying to
stat guy.
understand.
Steve, the stat guy.
Y'all not trying to understand, right? Just
Sure.
because Mexico has places that are very dangerous. Yes, there are certain areas in Mexico that's very dangerous. There are certain places in Mexico that's very safe. It's the same way in America. There are certain black communities in America that's just off the rails. There's other black communities in America that is not. That's safe. But that's the point I'm trying to make.
And you
Like
know what they
y'all,
do? And you know what they do with that number, Steve?
right?
They add it together and they do an average.
Exactly.